Axel Lendeborg also had 15 points with 7 boards and 4 assists. Adai Mara was the only other Wolverine in double figures with 13. Michigan now waits to play Ohio State at home on Friday. For Michigan State, they closed a 2-game road trip to the Pacific Northwest with another win over Oregon, 68-52. That's a 2-0 trip to the West Coast for the Spartans. They led by just 2 points at half last night, but then outscored the Ducks 40-26 in the final 20 minutes. 3 Spartans scored in double figures, led by Carson Cooper with a career-high 19 points. Cohen Carr also had 15, while Jeremy Fierce had 14. MSU is at home on Saturday to face Maryland. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. It's a Wednesday, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen. No Heather Park. No Gov. We've got Greg behind the glass. They're dropping like flies.
Yeah. Well, it's that time of year, right? It's people gonna be missing some days, and I'm curious as to how the roads are going to hold up.
John, it was a bit of Tokyo drift on the way in for me. I don't know about you. Last couple turns.
Oh yeah. Oh, you had a good time, eh?
Oh yeah. One of those just kind of just.
You brought the cart in hot.
That's
did you?
Right.
Right.
Like, oh, okay. Hey, let's not make that Michigan left without slowing down.
Do you have to go in reverse to do that?
Yes, John.
Remember, if you're not out of control, you're not in control.
That's right.
There are a couple moments on the way, and I go,
not having fun.
All right. Made it in one piece.
Could be a little bit sketchy today, so we'll see how much snow we get. So be safe out there. Keep us updated on the current conditions if you would like to call in, and we'd like to hear. But it's a good night last night for the Wolverines
and Spartans.
Yeah. So got a chance to see a little bit of both, and obviously we're trying to make comparisons right now. Okay, Michigan just played Oregon. Now Michigan State plays Oregon. Like, the build-up to this matchup I can't wait. Obviously, we get a chance to see it here in, another couple weeks. And then we end the season with another matchup between Michigan State. It's nice to have 2 programs like that in the state.
2 top 10 teams. And, Greg, you had a thought on that? Oh, you're pointing to the microphone. Yeah, these 2 teams are going to play coming up here, and it's going to be a showdown. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
I was just saying I prefer only one of the programs to be good, and it's not the one that has been consistently good over the last quarter century.
Right. Yes. As Wolverines, we would prefer, if we had to choose, yes, we would choose ours.
Michigan State is very good, and I'm very interested to see what that matchup is like in a week and a half and what kind of style difference there is going to be in that game. Like, I can imagine Michigan State coming out and just being more physical and really that shocking Michigan, honestly, because that's happened quite a bit with Michigan in the past.
Yeah, I get that. And the first one obviously will be in East Lansing, and so they'll have home court advantage.
Sets the tone a little bit, and then Michigan chance to respond. It's the very last game of the Big Ten regular season, right?
You are correct.
Yeah.
In Ann Arbor.
So
5:30, March the 8th.
It'd be so this rivalry to have them split and just continue to fester and build this thing up. So we're looking forward to it. John, the other thing that made some headlines yesterday was Scott Boris back at it again.
That guy annoys the hell out of me. Sure, he does a lot of people.
He has some quotes in the Detroit Free Press. Evan Petzold with the story. He claims that they are open to negotiating, despite what the Tigers have claimed on their side of things.
Oh, they are now, after the arbitration has been filed?
Well, he says, quote, there are no deadlines for negotiating other than we go to the hearing and turn our case to the arbitrators. There's no baseball rule that says you can't negotiate. It's the Tigers' philosophy that they stop negotiations.
Well, he knew that. I'm sorry, I know there's more to the quote, but he knew that before he wouldn't answer his phone before they filed.
Because they are one of these franchises that's a file and trial team, as they say. But Boris continues and says, that's their choice, not ours. We're continuing to negotiate and will always do so in good faith up until the hearing when the arbitrators decide.
Here we go. Negotiating in the media again. My favorite tactic of agents and teams, and the Tigers have said, we're not going to negotiate in the media. And they take their black eyes, they take their bumps and bruises along the way, but It was reported that up until the filing, when they were, it was 19.8, and then they filed at 19, that there was no return phone calls from Scott Boris.
Yeah, he went
then
dark.
They filed, knowing they're a file and trial. Then all of a sudden now he's open to negotiations. Why is that?
Well, so if you want a little bit of some of the explanation, because I'm not going to pretend that this is the full story, but Petzel details that in the case of Torkelson, the Tigers and Boris were able to come to comparable terms. Tork was able to avoid arbitration, and he provides specific comps. So this is interesting that we get this. Apparently, they used Alec Baum, $4 million, and Ryan Mountcastle, $4.1 million from 2024, and that's how they settled at 4.075. So they were able to find comparables, the two sides worked together, and they settled before going to arbitration. That's Boris and the Tigers finding a way to get it done.
On a completely different level of player and individual.
Right. So things ratchet up with Skubal, and this is where the article gets even more interesting. In Skubal's case, Boris wanted to reference more recent contracts. Says that the David Price 2015 precedent is dated.
Yes, obviously. We all know that.
Yeah.
And the Tigers know that too.
Right. Boris wanted to reference Soto's $31 million, Shohei's $30 million, Vlad Guerrero's, not arbitration, but salary of $28.5 million, and Mookie Betts at $27 million.
Okay.
Also worth pointing out that they can use Zach Wheeler, who's the highest paid pitcher in all of baseball, at $42 million. Boris believes the value aligns with the best players in baseball. That's why they filed at 32.
So of those players, how many of them are pitchers? Other than the $42 million that we're
only Shohei. And
Shohei happens to do more than just pitch.
Yes.
All right. So if he wants to use that comp, because the other ones are everyday players.
Right.
Use that comp. Do you think that Tarek Skubal is as valuable as Shohei Ohtani?
No.
So where would you put the number? 25?
Maybe 26?
Okay, so this is why we're getting to the middle of that number between 19 and 32 is 25 and a half.
But again, if Boris uses Wheeler at 42, which he's allowed to do.
Yes, he is.
Skubal better than Zach Wheeler? The answer is yes.
Okay.
So then he should make 42. Now he won't.
Right.
But that's part of the dance now of where this is headed. I don't know. When they make the case, like David Price is outdated. You can't buy a house using 2015 prices. You can't buy a car using 2015 prices. Where do the Tigers get off thinking they can sign a star pitcher using 2015 prices?
They're playing the game, and that is we're not a major market. And you can argue they're acting like a small market, mid-market, whatever. Okay. But they're not L.A., they're not New York, not Boston. Like there are markets that are just simply bigger. And so they're operating to try and keep their costs down for them and for all of their brethren that are in the same market. It's interesting because there's a loophole. It sounded like in that article to the file and trial to where if they were to come to an agreement on a 2-year deal with the player opt-out, like they could actually still get a deal done.
Yes.
So I ask you the question, the same one I just asked you a minute ago. What's the number that you think would get it done? Because they're not going to go all the way up to 32. They don't have to. Because if they lose arbitration, hey, they're going to pay 32.
Yeah. I feel like Boris wants 32 for his client. That's why he filed at 32. If they win, they'll get 32.
He wants 40 for his client.
Well, yeah, I think he thinks he can get away with 32. I don't think he's going to budge. I think he's going to sit there and say it's $32 million. We'll see you at the hearing.
Well, then negotiation. I'm open to negotiating.
Yeah.
Then that's
at my
total
number.
BS.
Yeah, at my number.
If you come to my number, yes, we can negotiate. If you don't, we can't negotiate. That's total BS.
So it's got to start with a 3, I would think, right? And the Tigers aren't going to want to do that. They're going to think, well, we got at least a puncher's chance at the hearing. So,
well, is Boris also now making this? Well, we're open to negotiation because there's a bit of a threat that the Tigers may actually win arbitration.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this. I think there's a shot they win. I mean, they get their number, and it's through the council of, the the backdrop of the teams want to win these.
Right. So the threat
And
is
the league, I mean, depending on how you feel as we head closer towards a pending work stoppage, does the league want the team to win this?
Oh, the league definitely wants the team to win this.
So
And
I think that's
there are
part of the
probably
backdrop.
24 or more other teams
Yeah.
that want the Tigers to win this. But my question is, Boris, obviously, if Skubal and Boris win arbitration, he gets 32.
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers, it's 19. All right. So if all of a sudden, hey, there is this threat that the Tigers could win, and I know Scott Boris knew that ahead of time, but if he's starting to look at it a little bit closer and says, well, maybe there's a 40% chance the Tigers win, or the sentiment or the feeling, whatever it is, wouldn't, and Skubal as well, wouldn't he rather make 25 this year
Than risk 19.
than risk 19?
Yeah, that's the game that everybody's playing right now.
Right.
And look, the other part of all of this is the Tigers don't have to pay him anything this season. The Tigers could trade him. Buster Olney spoke on this and says that chance of a trade, it's increasing. That's the Just Baseball podcast, right? Yeah. So apologies for some of the audio there, but you got the gist of it.
Sounded like Harrison Mevis a little bit.
Yes. So do you believe a trade happens? This is a question we can throw out to the people, and we'll revisit it over the course of a show. We have a lot to do beyond Boris and baseball, but should they negotiate or should they trade him? 248-539-9797. We'll collect some of the top responses on the texts. You've heard the latest and greatest. Negotiate with Boris. This sounds like a miserable experience. Or trade Tarek Skubal. What should the Tigers do? Coming up next, an NFL head coach matchmaker. We already have some openings that have been filled, but plenty of vacated spots. John, I took my best stab at matching up coaches with teams that need coaches. We'll do that next. It's 97.1. Winter means snow and it means icy roads. If you're on the roads right now, you know what I'm talking about. Be careful. But if something happens, if you have a serious car accident, you need to call KG Law. Lawrence KG will make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG's uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. He's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG's going to make the driver that hit you accountable, and he's going to fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY. Put it in your phone, 877-KG-CARES, or visit kgcares.com. Little mood music, little matchmaker. John, 10 openings in the NFL. 4 have already been filled, but we have some eligible bachelors still out there. I'd like to play matchmaker.
Very qualified.
So what we're going to do is go through this, and this is a wild NFL offseason for coaching hires. We had the Ravens open, the Steelers open, the Bills job is now available. But let's start with the jobs who have already found their partners.
Okay.
John Harbaugh and the Giants, grade the hire.
I think it's an A. I'm not going to give anything an A+, but I think it is. It was the probably the number one target, especially if the rumors are true that Mike Tomlin is going to take a gap year and do TV or travel Europe. Maybe he's going to be playing this music. But I think with young quarterback, running back that fits the mentality of the head coach. Malik Neighbors coming back as a talented wide receiver. They've got some draft capital. Defensively, they're going to be physical. That's not where the major issues were, especially in the front seven. So I think this is a plug and play. And I'm not going to necessarily say that with Harbaugh they become a playoff team this year, but within 2 years they are definitely competing for the division.
Yeah, I graded it an A as well. You got John Harbaugh, who's won a Super Bowl. He's won all these road playoff games. For the Giants, yeah, if they think they have a quarterback, and I still put a question mark on Dart,
sure.
But they got a left tackle, they got a wide receiver, they've got a good defensive line, and they've got a top 5 pick. I think it's a good match. I'd grade it an A. How about the Atlanta Falcons, who go with 2-time NFL Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski?
I would give this one a B+. And I give it a B+ because I think it's a good hire. Kevin Stefanski has been, a couple of times Coach of the Year. I also think that he's very used to having a quarterback situation that's unsettled. Now, for him, I would much rather go into a position where, hey, I've got a starting quarterback. But with Michael Penix, I think there is promise for the future. I'm not going to sit there and say he is their, guaranteed franchise quarterback, but Kirk Cousins not going to be that guy. And at least he has one guy that he gets to choose from, and hopefully he's healthy enough by the start of the season. You look at the rest of the roster, and there is talent offensively. Obviously, Bijan Robinson, he likes the run game. I think this is a good fit for where the Falcons are, the tools that they have.
They got some toys to play with as an offensive coach. I would give it an A-. Did you see what Baker Mayfield said about Stefanski?
I did, yes.
Still waiting on a call or text from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach.
Yep. Hey, I love the vitriol, the whether it's rivalry or not. Now we all have a little bit something more to think about and watch for when Tampa plays Atlanta.
Miami Dolphins hired Jeff Hafley. Grade the hire.
I'm not sure this is completely a prove it hire.
Yep.
He's never been a head coach and at the NFL level. And so I'm looking at it going, okay, defensive minded guy. Where were they defensively? Defensively, it wasn't their biggest issue last year. Offense was, but it was because of the quarterback. And I know I'm not going to throw Mike McDaniel under the bus because we all talked about how much we liked his offense. They do need to make some improvements, but I think the improvements is in the roster. I would give this one a B.
I said C+. It's a tough situation. He may bring Malik Willis in with him because you're right. The quarterback situation's a mess. Titans go Robert Saleh.
So when you're grading the head coaching hire, I think this is an A-.
Really? Okay.
I do like Robert Saleh as a head coach. I think if you take the Jets job, which this is not a great job to take, and I think Aaron Glenn is looking at that, staring himself right in the mirror right now. But he had 4 years there. What did he do? Not much. But he also didn't have much. And there was meddling with the ownership. I think he is a clear leader. Defensively, I think you're going to look at the Tennessee Titans and go, okay, yeah, again, that's not where the issues were. But Cam Ward, is he going to be their franchise quarterback? Can Robert Saleh get the most out of him? Who's he going to hire as his OC? That's going to be the big deal.
I said B-. I like the coach. I don't know if I like the fit for that reason. You got a franchise quarterback who's going to have a defensive head coach, and his development's very much up in the air right now. All right, now we move on to the coaches and the jobs that are still open. I feel like this is a Lady in the Tramp moment as I try to put the piece of spaghetti between two parties. Let's start with the Baltimore Ravens. I think the best fit for them, I'd set them up with Brian Flores. Get back to defense, pressure, hitting the quarterback. And I think Kyle Hamilton in his defense is football porn. The idea that they could move him around and blitz and design stuff, I would love that move for both parties.
I think I might need to change the music bed.
Yeah, it sounds like, yeah, maybe he might need to. I mean, if it lasts more than 4 hours, be careful.
I think there's a lot of foreplay with these two, Ravens and Flores.
So I think there's a domino that will fall. We'll talk about that one a little bit later because I have him,
Somewhere
I think,
else.
a better fit somewhere else. But if that's the matchup, all the things that you said are very true. And I think it's an organization because the lawsuit that Brian Flores has going against the NFL is still present. There's only a couple of franchises that I think would be able to handle and work through all of those situations. Baltimore, clearly one of them.
Okay, Pittsburgh Steelers. I would set them up with football royalty. Chris Shula, the grandson of Don Shula, the defensive coordinator for the Rams. He's a defensive coach in his 30s. That checks the box that they seem to certainly follow. Noel, Cowher, and Tomlin, all the same blueprint. And John, a young enough coach that he could oversee a rebuild.
Don't like it.
No.
And I just don't think Chris Shula is ready for this. If they're going to get away from what they've always done, what have their head coaches been? Defensive guys.
He's a defensive guy.
He is, but they've also been strong personalities. I don't think Chris Shula fits that. This is the domino I think falls. I think the perfect fit is Brian Flores.
Okay. He was previously an assistant there under Tomlin.
Correct. And defensive guy, young still as well. Also another organization that I think would 100% handle everything that's going on with Brian Flores behind the scenes. And it's not necessarily him. It's, between all the lawyers and all that stuff. But I think he certainly has earned the right to be a head coach again. I would like to see him be with a much better franchise. Now it's going to be, if he goes in there, would they be willing to trade TJ Watt?
Right.
And I think he is the defensive coach that could manufacture without TJ Watt something that is dominant. And so that's why I go with that. And I didn't give you my Ravens.
Oh, who would the Ravens coach be?
I think the Ravens go with Anthony Weaver, the DC from
Miami.
Okay.
Next big job is the Bills job, right? Sudden decision, you're going to move on from Sean McDermott. I say don't reinvent the wheel. The GM stays in place. They've been close. Joe Brady, promote him to the head coach.
So offense wasn't the problem. You keep Joe Brady in place, sure, no problem. What are you going to do defensively? And
I would bring in Jim Schwartz to be the defensive coordinator.
Funny you say that. I said that as well.
Let's go!
But it depends what happens with the Cleveland Browns.
Well, let's just go to Cleveland then next, because I think that's the home run for Buffalo. For the Browns, I have Jesse Minter, young rising name, defensive coach, black and blue in the Midwest.
Okay, we just have chess pieces in different places.
Okay.
And so I think Jesse Minter is going to be a terrific head coach. If he ends up with the Browns, great. I think who could end up with the Browns is their current DC, Jim Schwartz, because you already have one side of the ball figured out. Defensively, they're a good defense. So keep that the same and then bring in an offensive mind to coach the offense. I had Jesse Minter actually going to the Bills. And that to me is, hey, again, the offense wasn't the problem. I don't know if Joe Brady stays on as OC.
See, that's interesting. And you say, hey, can we just get a coach that doesn't give up 30 points?
Yes, and go with Jesse Minter as your head coach.
Okay, Raiders. Clint Kubiak, he's a big hot name in this coaching cycle. Offensive guy, number 1 pick. You pair him up, quarterback, Mendoza with Genti in the backfield. Raiders go Kubiak.
I think I had the same thing with Clint Kubiak, the OC for Seattle. What he's been able to do there really in 2 years, but especially this year with Sam Darnold. Like, if you can win with Sam Darnold, we saw it in Minnesota, but now he's finding ways to win with Sam Darnold in the postseason. Not necessarily because of Sam Darnold,
right,
but I do think that would be a really good fit. He's young enough. He
can take this risk in his career, and if it doesn't work, he'll still have a second act.
Oh, yeah, because he could go be an OC somewhere. But I do think that this would be stepping outside of the norm for the Raiders and actually doing something smart.
We got one team left, and I think it's going to be a tough cycle for this team. Already has been. Who's going to take the Arizona Cardinals job? Well, I know someone who's coached there before. Vance Joseph, DC of the Denver Broncos. He was the DC in Arizona where they had some success, ready for a second stint as a head coach. I put Vance Joseph in the desert.
Not a bad decision, but I have the Cardinals going in division and going. Everybody thinks that anybody around the Rams and their offense is going to be gold, and you bring that to Arizona, and you go with Mike LeFleur. It gives me another chance to say LeFleur.
Oh, I thought you were going Shielhaas.
No. I'm going to go the actual OC because Shielhaas is the pass game coordinator.
Yes. And he's getting interviews in the cycle.
Sure. I think he is a year away. This is the introduction to the coaching cycle, and then next year is the one where Shielhaas gets an actual job.
All right, trying to match these jobs with these coaches. Very romantic vibes. It's the QB, it's the head coach matchmaker. It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1. Get where you're going in one piece today.
Yep.
I had a
Take
couple
your
of
time.
those sheets of ice I was gliding across, making the last couple turns on my way in today. But the golf cart made it in one piece, John.
Yeah. Not much weight in that one, so I wouldn't be surprised that you slide around a little bit.
Anyway, 7:02, bold Lions offseason move. It's a little cutthroat, but it may make sense. We'll get to that top of the hour. John, got some text to read from the opening couple segments of the show. And then, we're going to get into this college football, the brand new college football world that we're entering in. Text says, guys, you're wrong. Michigan and Michigan State only play once this year. Adam in Lansing.
Oh, well, that's interesting because, Adam, you are correct. They only play once in East Lansing, and they only play once in Ann Arbor. And the reason I know that is because they actually, there's this thing called Google.
Oh.
And you're able to look up schedules. You can go to mgoblue.com. You can go to the Spartan website. You can go to any of the major sports networks websites that they post these things called schedules. And as we look at this, so I actually have ESPN up, but I wanted to make sure, as we're talking about facts, not opinions, that I double down and fact check. So I did go to ESPN. I went to the Spartans website. I also went to Michigan's website. And in fact, they play twice this year during the regular season. They could play a third time in the Big Ten championship tournament. They could play a fourth time in this thing called March Madness, the NCAA tournament.
Landed on pretty thick.
Yeah.
Like I think it's funny. We screw stuff up and the texts are the first to correct us.
Well, you can
But-
disagree and call us out on opinions, but when we're talking about a very simple fact.
No, but sometimes we're not perfect. Sometimes you screw up a fact and they are very quick to correct us, which is fine. But if you're going to correct us, might I make one simple suggestion?
Yeah.
You make sure you're right.
Yeah. Google it yourself.
They play at the end of this month, and they're going to play early in March. Later this month is at the Breslin Center, and in March they're going to play in Ann Arbor. Anyway, some other text coming in. We mentioned the Scooble situation. Boris claims, hey, we're open to negotiating. Guys, is Boris more of a villain in this town than Ben Johnson?
Yes. I believe so. Especially with the way that at the owners' meetings when he was making his stupid rhymes.
Dr. Seussian rhymes?
Yeah. I mean, everybody got annoyed. And now they're just mad because they feel like he's holding the Tigers. And okay, that's business.
Yeah.
But it feels like he's holding the fan base hostage.
So I find him to be annoying, but I also find him to be very good at his job. And while
But same with Ben Johnson. I find him to be very good at his
Yes.
job. So the question was, is he a bigger villain?
who's caused us more harm?
Well, we did beat Ben Johnson twice. Now they won the division and we're in the postseason.
And if Boris helps orchestrate Scooble's exit, that probably does us more harm.
Yeah.
I suppose you could make the case. Like when I look at the situation, I don't want to be overly harsh about the Tigers. Some of this is the backdrop of they just haven't done anything this offseason, so I'm kind of predisposed to being angry at them. And then I watch Boris make smart points. Hey, stop trying to use 2015 as your precedent. Stop trying to buy a house in $2015 or buy a car with $2015. And I'm like, damn it, I hate Boris, but I think the guy's making good points.
Sure, I just hate the game that he's playing by playing it out in the media, and that's part of it. But, hey, not answering the phone, not negotiating before you file for arbitration, and then coming back and saying, well, we're still open for negotiations.
Anyway, all right, we're going to move on. You can send texts about everything we talk about, 248-539-9797. John, you have had an eye on Friday because it is potentially altering the landscape of college football yet again.
Yeah, and we've had now 2 years of a 12-team playoff, which I think year 2 went better than year 1, and that was because there was no auto seeding. And so they made it, 12 teams the first year, let's see how it plays. Okay, we want to tweak it. So let's go 12 without the auto seed. And the only thing that I don't like about this year's 12-team playoffs was obviously Tulane and who was the other one? JMU.
Yes.
The fact that they got in. I think it should just be, hey, the top 12 teams get in. I don't care if there's a seat at the table for, the group of 5. Now they want to talk about expanding it to 16 teams. The big holdup isn't, I think there is consensus that everybody, the decision makers, want to expand it and go to at least 16. The Big Ten is being reported that they're okay with going to 16 as early as this coming year, but within 3 years, they want it to be 24. And 24 teams would then remove the championship games for the conferences. Now, it seems like a semantic battle to me because right now, if you have 16 teams and you play those conference championship games, in essence, you have 24 teams.
Not necessarily.
Because of the 4 power conferences playing 8 teams, you add 8 to 16, you have 24 teams. Now, the caveat is those 8 teams are probably going to be a part of the 16.
Yeah,
so
it's
not 16, it's not 24 different programs if you stay at 16 and keep the championship games. But if you're going, and so I'm not trying to make an argument for 24. I'm just making the argument that if you play those 4 games for the Power 4 Conference Championship games, and then those teams automatically get rolled into the 16, do we really want to see those matchups again? Do the losers belong?
We don't. Look, it's messy. I hope they can't come to a consensus on Friday because it means we stay at 12.
Right.
I don't want to go to 16. 16 feels inevitable. The perk with 16 is maybe you could do home sites and there's no buys.
Yes.
And then everybody gets, the top teams would all get their home game on campus because I think college football is awesome on these campuses. 24 is so grotesque.
It is, but it does answer
like who's being
my
left out?
issue of I don't like Tulane, JMU being in if they're not ranked in the top 12. Now, could both of those teams or more from the group of 5 be ranked in the top 24?
Probably.
Certainly.
Yeah.
But again, do we really want to see those teams play?
Well, they're going to get in a 24-team field, and they might get in a 16-team field, even if it's just straight ranking 1 through 16. Yeah. And I'm fine if that's the tweak they want to make. There's all kinds of tweaks you can make. What I'm just a little irked by is, who is this for? Who is expanding to 16 for? Who would be going to 24? Who is that for? Because who's being left out right now that we feel bad for?
USC.
I don't feel bad for USC.
I'm just throwing out BYU, Notre Dame.
Won't someone think of them, the Irish?
Arizona.
No one is currently being left out that you feel like, damn, they would have won the national title if only they got in. Like, we reach a certain watering down. Like, I'm okay with trading some of the regular season's importance for a better postseason. But I don't want to get to the point where we water down all of the regular season, where you can lose 4 football games and still make a 24-team playoff. Like, who is this for? Why are we trying to put in 8-4 Iowa? Why are we shifting and distorting the sport so that we can put in 4-loss Auburn? It doesn't make any sense to me.
And so the final college football rankings on week 16.
Yeah.
We know the 10 teams, and then obviously you add in Tulane and JMU. The other 4 teams that would have been in, famously, Notre Dame. Their season would not have ended. They would have actually played in the college football playoffs. BYU, Texas, and Vanderbilt.
Okay. Who would be? Can you take me up to 24? Give me the last few teams if it went to 24.
If it goes to 24, all right, it's Utah, USC, Arizona, Michigan, Virginia, Houston, Georgia Tech, and Iowa.
Yeah, again, why?
I agree. I'll tell you the argument for when we come back after the break. 97.1.
Friday, circle the date on the calendar. College football could get more weird, more distorted. They're going to vote on a 16-team playoff expansion. The Big Ten wants 24 teams. And, John, neither of us are in favor of this, but you're trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, and it's trying to make sense of a system where, let me ask you this. If they go to the 24 teams and you get rid of conference championship games, how do you even crown a conference champ? Are there no more Big Ten champs, SEC champs, ACC, Big 12?
If you had a team with the best record, we'd do what we used to do. You're the champ. And if two teams have the same record, we'd go back to co-champ. See, I hate this.
But if you have 3 teams with the same record, 4 teams with the same record,
little four-way action.
Because if you're only playing 9 conference games, well, in the Big Ten you've got 18. There's going to be multiple teams that never play each other.
Correct.
That's how you did it in '98, John.
Yes, but we played everybody.
Right. It's becoming too big. And I mean that in terms of conference size. I mean that in terms of playoff expansion. I hope these two sides bicker and complain and can't figure it out. And if they can't, we stay at 12 for at least one more year.
I mean, yes, ultimately, I think the big fix needs to come in the schedule.
Yeah.
And if you go to 24, now it complicates things. Do you move everything up from week 1 to week 0?
Yes.
And you make week 0 week 1?
Yes. And
it's
then
very confusing.
And you don't stop. You play every Saturday from the regular season to the
regular
title.
season used to end the week before Thanksgiving. That's when Michigan Ohio State played. That's what rivalry weekend was. And then they added the extra game. They added week 0. Now all of those games are played Thanksgiving weekend, where I do think it would be best to have championship weekend there if you're going to go up to 16, and then you start the playoffs right away.
Yeah.
There's no layoff because next year, the championship game isn't played until January 25.
What the hell are we
It is ridiculous. The very last game of the season is Thanksgiving weekend, which is, November 27, 28, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You're not playing until the championship game until 2 months later.
And you'll go 10 days at a time without playing games. It's just unnecessary.
It's bizarre.
Let's get to the phones because, Brad, you've got a thought. You're in Waterford. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, before I get to my point, I think I got some good ones. Is Milliken there today?
He is not, but if you want to gloat, please do it and we'll play it for him.
Yes, Milliken, you hater. You follically challenged like Feinbaum. How did Indiana do? Who? Who's yours? I had to get that in. Okay, here's the thing, guys. You could do this. First of all, it's driven by Notre Dame and only Notre Dame. Being an Indiana fan, we had to put up with so much crap from Notre Dame. Oh, we beat you guys last year. We'd win the Natty. Anyways, this is Notre Dame. Let's put that aside. 16, no problem, because you take out JMU and you take out Tulane, no problem, because there were teams that did deserve. Notre Dame, in my opinion, Texas deserved to be in. Anyways, couple of factors. You play 3 non-conference games, and I was embarrassed by our non-conference, no doubt. Okay? But you're going to hear the Power 5 complain like crazy because when you have the the Power 4, if you took one away, which they're going to have to, then all of a sudden the money that their programs rely on are gone. What you also have to keep in mind, and I am not trying to get political here whatsoever, but if you've seen President Trump, he said, no way will they have the Army-Navy game be shadowed or whatever you want to call it by another football game. All right, so you've got to really take that into consideration. That's going to happen. I do like the week 0, okay, but you're going to have to play. I mean, look at it. Like I said, I'm embarrassed. Okay, I was embarrassed by the preseason, but I think we proved our worth without a doubt. But if you go 16, you're going to either have to start on week 0, which will work. You're going to have to, I'm repeating myself, you're going to have to take a preseason game away, and you're absolutely going to kill those Power 5 teams. You're going to kill the MAC. You're going to kill the Appalachian State. You're going to ruin them. So 16, no problem. Play it at home field. Would love to play at Memorial.
Right.
But keep in mind, Trump and the Power 5.
Yeah, so just so people understand, he wants to guarantee like a 4-hour broadcast window to preserve Army, Navy. You could play games in theory, before and after the game, but it's an obstacle you'd have to juggle in that scenario because you'd want to use that weekend as a playoff weekend, so you're not pushing the championship game to February. Yeah, you'd have to get creative with it.
Well, if you go to 16 teams, you can get a champ in 4 weeks.
Yes.
And so if you do that, I'd have to go back and do the math on it.
If you push to week 0 is the new week 1, you would then start the playoff in December, and you'd end in the first week of January 1st, or the first Saturday of the year.
Right. So you move then the Army-Navy game to what used to be championship weekend.
Yes.
And
unless Army or Navy are playing in the American Championship, and then it gets weird.
Right. But I would like to bring in Greg on this one as well, because I've always been a proponent that I think college football should own New Year's Day. And that should be the national championship game. It was presented to me yesterday, why only have one game on New Year's Day? Because I think it should be the Rose Bowl, it should be the championship game, it should be played on New Year's Day.
What about the Sugar Bowl?
Well, I don't care about them.
Okay.
Because it's the granddaddy of them all. Okay. There's a reason why it's called the granddaddy of them all. And you could play all those other games. Anyway, continue. Would you rather that or have the semifinals on New Year's Day so that you have 4 teams playing? You obviously have 2 games. You have an early and a late game, and it fills more of the broadcast window for New Year's Day, and then have your championship game a week or the Monday after, that.
I mean, I think either are appealing.
Which would you rather have?
I like the idea. I am tantalized by the idea of college football ends on November 1st.
Okay.
January 1st.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I agree. I think it should all lead up to, what do we talk about with the NFL? The NFL owns the calendar.
Yep.
Every single thing that you know about in terms of the draft, free agency, all of these different things, there are specific times when they start. March 1st, free agency. The last weekend in April is the draft. Like all of those different things, that the NFL owns the calendar. So the college football calendar can be owned by week 1. It can be owned by some of these other landmarks, not as big as the NFL. I'm not trying to compare it to the NFL. Right. Nothing will be as big. But if the college football world can own New Year's Day, regain it back, because it used to own it.
But here's the one thing. I think other sports cannot be afraid that the NFL is doing something on a day.
Correct.
And, we can't do it now. The NFL is showing their 4th place team schedules today. We can't have a big day.
Right.
We can't have any sports on TV.
You can't let them bully you off of your real estate or what makes your sport special.
Like the NBA on Christmas Day.
Yeah, they got to keep playing even if it's going to hurt their numbers.
And so the other argument that I mentioned, I teased it, I didn't get to it because I forgot what I was talking about, is a 16 team or a 24 team during the regular season. What do we always talk about? This weekend is not very good because there's no top 25 matchups. Now, at the end of the season, we know more. And does Michigan belong in this year's college football playoffs? Absolutely not. I'll be the first to tell you that. But we talk about top 25 matchups. And if you put 24 teams in the tournament at the end, you're always going to have a top 25 matchup. And that's the broadcast entities want to be able to sell those broadcast windows.
Got some good text coming in. We can continue the conversation coming up next. We're also going to work in a Lions bold offseason move. It's cutthroat, but does it make sense? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Wolverine and Spartan fans went to bed happy last night. That is, of course, for the MSU fans who stayed up to watch Michigan State beat Oregon. Michigan had the early game first, which was never in doubt as the Wolverines cruised to an 86-72 win at home over Indiana. U of M had 3 scorers in double figures, led by Elliot Cadeau with 19 points. They remain at home this Friday as they will host Ohio State. For Michigan State, they didn't tip off until 9 o'clock out in Oregon. Things took a little longer for MSU as they only led by 2 points at halftime before outscoring the Ducks by 14 in the second half to manufacture a 68-52 victory. Tom Izzo was disappointed in his team for a number of different reasons, but as the telecast picked up, he was especially disappointed in sophomore guard Kerr Tang's defense. Here's what he said about that after the game. Izzo also said he was, quote, serious as a jaybird when telling Tang he couldn't guard his mother. He joked to check the papers this morning as Tang was going to face her in a one-on-one in her nursing home. Michigan State hosts Maryland in East Lansing this Saturday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Love his quotes.
So again, if you're
Love
listening
it.
in Detroit, you heard the update. If you're listening on the network, you didn't hear Brendan Shabath talk about last night's Spartan game. But the Izzo audio of "you couldn't guard my mother,"
Yeah.
talking to Kerr Tang, one of his guards. Tom Izzo is one of a kind.
He certainly is. And I know you didn't watch last night. Maybe, I don't know if you caught the Michigan-Oregon game that happened, about a week ago or within the last week.
Yes.
That court, it is as offensive to the optic nerve as you could possibly be. It is a difficult watch when you're trying to watch a game. Whoever is playing Oregon, Michigan within the last week, Michigan State last night. And I'm curious, Greg, did you watch it? Or did you watch the Michigan game?
And I know what that court used to look like. It was even more pronounced. The trees were even a little darker shade
yeah.
of the wood paneling. And by the way, just one thing, a pet peeve of mine in basketball is two-toned wood courts.
Yeah.
I want the wood to be one color.
Yes.
I know the court you're talking about. Now, there's one that I don't think you've seen because it's a MAC court.
Yeah, you're probably right.
People who know NIU basketball. Greg, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
They have like a Wolfpack eyes on the court. At one point, they did like a black hardwood court. It was jarring. The Convocation Center in DeKalb, Illinois. Yeah,
At least it looks kind of cool. The one, I agree with you. It's as hard to watch a game played in Oregon on the hardwood as it is to watch Boise State play in football
on the blue turf.
Oh, it just distracts so much, and it's just hard to watch.
And I love the Oregon lemon lime combo. The green on that court. Whew.
Oh yeah,
that's a little much. A little
John,
sharp.
I'll take your Boise State and I'll raise you Eastern Washington.
Is that the red turf?
That's the red turf, which ends up looking pink sometimes. Or how about in our own backyard?
Gotta adjust the contrast on your TV.
How about our own backyard? Eastern said, you know what's fun?
Gray.
Slab of concrete. You feel like you're watching a game from 35 years ago.
Yeah, that's a tough one to look at too. When you wouldn't think that like kind of like a light gray field would be that hard. Jack, when he was playing for the Plymouth Steelers, had a game that they played over there, and sitting there watching it's hard to see a game like that.
The Eastern Michigan Eagles take on the Miami Redhawks, eh?
Yeah.
And I know we're going off on a tangent, but let me finish and land this plane. The worst of all, John, there's a school in Arkansas. I believe it's Central Arkansas. Okay. Their field alternates colored turf. They go purple stripe, gray stripe, purple stripe, gray stripe.
Whoa.
Yes,
Wait a
please
second.
pull
Central
this
Arkansas?
up. Central Arkansas football field. Pull it up, and if this is an abomination.
Okay,
I know the internet here is very slow today, people. Bear with us.
Oh, my goodness.
John, how would you describe this to people?
Well, every 5 yards,
Yes.
it alternates between purple and gray.
It's what I told you.
Wow.
It's terrible.
That is as bad as it gets.
And then they go double gray at the logo in the middle. Anyway, how did we get here?
I'm
Tom
not sure.
Izzo saying you can't guard his 99-year-old mother.
Right, yeah. Well, I was watching the Arkansas or the Oregon game last night, Michigan State, Oregon. And, yeah, it was.
Like Tom Izzo, no one else is going to get away with saying that to their player, but you know what you sign up for when you go to East Lansing. He's going to coach you. And if he doesn't think you're playing on defense,
Going to call you out.
he's going to put it pretty plainly. Mm-hmm. His mother in a nursing home is going to cross you up later today. Just awesome, man. Anyway, a few texts on our college football conversation. The idea that on Friday we could be expanding to 16 or even 24 teams. Text says, the moment we expand to 24, I'll give up my Michigan season tickets. The regular season schedule at that point is meaningless. You could lose to OSU, MSU, Penn State, and Oregon, and you're in. It's Mickey Mouse, signed Steve.
Yeah, because when you start getting down there, Iowa was a 4-loss team.
I don't need to see that. I'm okay with trading it. We lose some of the regular season mystique with 12. Like, you could lose a couple games. You used to not be able to lose a couple games. I don't want to bastardize the sport to the point where you can lose 4 and it's okay. And that's what we'd be doing going to 24. Why does the Big Ten want that, by the way? You're the best conference. You've won 3 straight national titles. Cram in your top 4 or 5 teams and go win the Natty.
It's all about money.
I know, and that's the next text. Who's this for? Broadcast right holders. Make money. Advertisers want eyeballs. Bowl games don't provide it the same way. Mitch in a van. Another one says TV ratings and money. We all know it. Used to be a pretty big Michigan fan. Considered myself to be plugged in, but now I'm out. The sport's flipped on its side. There's no sizzle.
I agree with that. We've lost a lot of the mystique, a lot of the originality of what college football is. We're losing traditions. We've got players that have left a school, come back to the same school. We've got players that are playing in 5 or 6 different schools throughout the course of their college career. It's disgusting is what it is.
Guys, everyone knows the reason they want to expand. It's green and it starts with an M.
That's right. Get Michigan State in the playoffs.
That's what this is all about, is get Sparty in. Should they have the college football playoff top 10? No bye weeks. Playoffs start next week after the conference titles. Title game is the second Saturday after New Year's. The problem is they're never going to go backwards. We already have 12. We're not going back to 10. A couple more texts. Guys, apparently locally, Orchard Lake St. Mary's has a red football field. Several people sending that in saying it hurts their eyes. And
do they have a red field? Jack played there this year, and I don't remember it.
Okay. These people are liars.
Well, I'm just saying I don't remember it. It's.
Okay.
I don't think it was. Maybe it used to be.
How about this? Apparently, someone has a burgundy field or court.
Can we just go with what green? Can we just make that universal? I mean, when we talk about teams and we talk about, hey, you know, when it's time to put your hand in the dirt, very few teams actually do that anymore. Just put your hand in the turf. But let's at least continue the facade and make it green turf.
Hand in the crushed rubber pellets.
Yes.
Someone is mentioning TCU. We've got a couple of those. It's the Horned Frog
for
skin.
their court?
Yes, the court.
Yes.
Then I remind you that they play in the Big 12. And look at the Big 12 tournament court. The court is filled with little XIIs.
Yes, I do remember seeing that. Yes, it is. It's hard to watch a game on a surface like that.
And I think they've gone away from this logo, but people do like the logo. I find incredibly distracting is the Big Ten tournament pinwheel logo. I always try to look at, okay, that color's Purdue and that's probably Northwestern. Is that maybe Illinois or is that someone else? I don't know. Is that Michigan or is that a little darker and that's Iowa? I always catch myself trying to, who's represented in the pinwheel?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we got open lines, 248-539-9797. Some bigger fish to fry than the color of your court or field turf, although fun little sidebar. We're going to get into the Lions. There's a bold offseason move. It's cutthroat, but it may just make sense. Scott Boris is back at it again. He's got some quotes in the local paper, so of course we're going to get into it. Plus an update on the latest with Tarek Skubal, some audio from a baseball insider. We're going to get to all of that this hour on the show. John, a question about college football. Indiana just proved things are changing, maybe for good. Maybe this is one of the good things to go with all of the nonsense. Who's the next Indiana?
That's a terrific question because, who can turn around a program in 2 years that hasn't won anything? And you went from the losingest program to winning a championship and 16-0. So no one can go from losingest to winning it. So there's different classifications.
Who's an outsider that can become an insider? Someone who's been sitting on the sideline, historic loser, suddenly going to be not only in the playoff, but can win a national championship.
I mean, who's eligible is kind of one thing that you're asking. I mean, are we looking at Wake?
Sure. I'm not saying they'll do it, but they would qualify.
Sure, a team like that, sure. Like a Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt, who obviously had, Diego Pavia this year.
They hit lightning in a bottle and you go on a run.
But they're also a team that is utilizing the transfer portal. They are maximizing their NIL dollars and trying to get some, like Indiana, get guys that have developed at lower levels or just weren't able to move up the depth chart at a Power 4 school, bringing them to Vandy. So I think Vandy is one.
Yeah, I think take the teams. You can't be like a top 5 SEC or top 5 Big Ten program, right? But
right, yeah. So it's not Matt Campbell going to
Penn State,
and all of a sudden, hey, winning in year one.
But could you argue, I know they've been to a college football playoff, but is Michigan State in that grouping of teams where you go, hey, they're not the heavy hitter in their conference, but that doesn't mean as much as it used to?
So Michigan State has actually been to the college football playoffs.
I know.
And, they have won Big Ten titles, obviously.
They have some tradition.
They do. Now, where they've been over the last 5 or 6 years, you could say that with Pat Fitzgerald coming in, for a coach that's been out of football for 3 years, if they're able to, in year one, win 9 games, which was my minimum for them, or what I thought that they should win this coming year, not necessarily minimum, but I think they should be a 9-win team. And then within 2 years, going 16-0 and winning a
national title. Like, it sounds hard to fathom, but who said Indiana was going to do this 2 years ago?
Yeah.
It really is. Indiana is going to give so many programs hope that didn't have hope before. And it may get a lot of coaches fired who can't live up to it, but it does put a lot of hope in that those third or fourth tier, not your heavy hitter programs.
I'm going to give you 2 schools before we go to break here. One actually won a conference championship this past year. That's the Duke Blue Devils.
Okay.
Who screwed everything up for everybody else at the end of the college football season. And another one would be Northwestern. Northwestern doesn't gain any respect. David Braun, their head coach, 7-6 this year. They're very much compared to where Indiana used to be. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, hey, they're getting a new stadium. Patrick Ryan, their billionaire donor, if he were to pull a Mark Cuban and say, you know what, I'm going to write a check. I'm not going to tell anybody how much it is, but I'm going to write a check, and you guys are going to be able to go out there and get whoever you want. Mm-hmm. It could be that team or a program like in Indiana that could make that type of turnaround.
Look, I wouldn't laugh at anybody who made a strong case for somebody, because that's just what college football is. If you tell me in 2 years we're going to get big donors, big-time transfers, we're going to hit on a quarterback, Indiana just did it. Like, I would have laughed at you if you said Indiana 2 years ago. I don't think you can laugh at it anymore. And by the way, John, people want you to get your eyes checked because Orchard Lake St. Mary's Field is
trust me. I've had a bunch of buddies text me like, what were you looking at? Apparently, I don't know.
All right, then. We are going to get into a Lions offseason move. People are talking about this as a possibility. It would be bold, it would be cutthroat, but it may be a good move. We'll talk about it right away. Coming up next. It's 97.1. Start the year in drive. We're talking Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row. Moran makes buying a car a breeze. And of course, you're always going to get the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Trax. It's a Trax LT starting at $299 a month. That's $999 down. Straightforward pricing, never the runaround. Shop online, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, we've got some cold weather right now, so stop waiting for your AC or HVAC unit to break down. Take time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They're going to do a complete furnace checkup and make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price, so call today because spots fill up quickly in cold temps. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices, so do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen. We've got Greg behind the glass today on a Wednesday. Boris is back at it again. We'll get to that later in the hour. Should the Tigers negotiate or should they trade? Tarek Scuba will play some audio. We've got some updated quotes on that saga, but Boris is back at it again. Lions offseason, it's here earlier than we wanted it to be. John, ESPN has an article, Bold Offseason Moves for Every Team. And this one might make sense. As cutthroat as it could seem at the surface, they suggest whether Decker wants to retire or not, they should cut him. Big prediction for the offseason, the Lions will cut left tackle Taylor Decker if he does not retire. He'll be 33 years old next season, issues with his shoulders. In 2025, he fell to 45th of 69 ranked tackles in pass block win rate, and he was 61st in run block win rate. The thought here is if they designate him a post-June 1 cut, they could save $18 million of precious cap space. John, it may seem callous because this is a franchise lifer, but you live this life in the NFL. It's a business.
It is, and I mean, that phone call is not easy to hear, but there are very few individuals that play their entire career with one team. There are even fewer individuals that when their time is up, they make their own decision. Now, there could be, conversations between the Lions front office and Taylor Decker, and they tell him what they're thinking, the path that they want to go. And Taylor Decker could be like, you know what? Hey, I don't disagree with you. I don't think I want to be back. And so if you would let me say I'm going to retire, then you do whatever you got to do on the business side of things. And so the best way to do it would be to designate him a June 1st cut. They save the most money at that point. They get the most cap space back. They get a chance to move on, and then they can address the tackle position however they want. I think the best way for the tackle position would be in the draft. They're picking 17. If you want to stay at 17, you're going to get a pick of probably 3 to 4 tackles.
So the big names are Proctor from Alabama, Maui Noah, the right tackle from Miami, who I know you really like.
Yeah.
Spencer Fanu is at Utah, and I don't know the other one. If you said there's 4.
Yeah, so I really want Maui Noah. And the reason I think he is a good fit, one, I think he's the best of the 3, which probably means he's not there at 17.
Go straight up.
But yes, and I think because he plays right tackle. To me, that is, you plug him in at right tackle, you tell Penei, hey, this is what we're planning on doing. Whether it's Maui Noah or somebody else, we want to go ahead and find a right tackle. We want to move you, our all-world, all-pro tackle, over to left. You do it now so that he gets back to what he did at Oregon, coming out of that left-handed stance, flip everything over in your mind, start working on it today so that when we get to OTAs, we get to mini camp, we get to camp next year, it is like riding a bike. You're back to where you were. It's not like he's never played that position. So he's got that in his memory back. He's got that in his skill set. We saw it throughout the course of his pro career. Early on, it was, hey, we'd move him over. I think that's the eventual destination for Penei Sewell. So now you get your left and your right, and then you go into free agency and you get your center.
With the $18 million you saved, with Decker being a post-June 1 cut. Yeah.
I don't think it's callous. It may come across as callous, but that's the business. This is a win-now business. The Lions know, having been to the NFC Championship game, getting the number 1 seed, and then being out of the playoffs, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, that coaching staff knows they are in a win-now mode.
Think about this, too. Like, you can't go through the Ragnow deal again. you got to be proactive on this. So if you cut Taylor Decker and play the business game and make it post-June 1, but make the decision pre-June 1, you can be out in front of this. You can be proactive. You're going to have to reshuffle this offensive line. If you can spend his money on a proven center and still get a premier tackle in the first, you've really done a number to replace your offensive line. I don't think there's a center in the draft you're going to start day one. So you want to spend in free agency on center. There are tackles that you could put on the right side and get away with on day one, and Maui Noah specifically jumps out. That feels like a proactive, aggressive, winning formula for the Lions. The guy who suffers in all of this would be Taylor Decker. You go to him and go, I don't care if you're retiring or not. We're making a decision for you. But, John, you had decisions made for you in your career, too.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a decade in Washington, and I got the phone call, hey, I didn't get the phone call. I got the phone call, hey, come into the office, bring your playbook. Okay, I think I know what this means.
And it sucked. I'm sure it sucked.
It did.
You're like, I'm a lifer. I've given everything to this franchise.
Right. And I was at the point in my career where I wasn't done.
Right.
And so I just said, hey, that's fine. And you can have my playbook. I have all of the playbook in my head here. And so I just want to go to a team that's going to play you. Fortunately for me, Detroit played Washington, week 2, and that was the year that we finally got a chance to break the 17-game losing streak against Washington, which it felt very good.
Does this make sense to you guys? 248-539-9797. ESPN writes that one move the Lions should consider this offseason is cutting Taylor Decker. If he decides, hey, I still want to play football, he can go do it somewhere else.
So if Taylor Decker is back, what does that look like? And I raise that question because you've got to be able to look at all different angles. You don't want to end up in June and all of a sudden he says, I can't get back to where I want to be and I'm retiring. You don't want to get to a point where he is playing and then through a 17-game schedule, do you only have him for 9 of the 17 games? 10, 11? Like, what's that number
John,
that you'd be willing to accept if you knew ahead of time you had Taylor Decker for 13 of the games?
The problem is you're going to get into December and January going, can he go?
Yeah.
Have we managed him well enough? Can he go?
Yeah. Can we get into the postseason where you need him the most? Now, all of a sudden, instead of 17 games and he only played 10 of those, is he going to be able to play 4 games in the postseason, 3 games in the postseason? Is he even able to go in the postseason?
Right. And I think you could speak to the strategy here. If you put Sewell on the left side, as opposed to if you keep Sewell on the right side, you have Ratlich and Sewell in the continuity next to one another. But if you put Sewell over on the left side, does that not help your left guard spot quite a bit, which is a question mark?
Yes.
You get your veteran center. You've got a second-year right guard who people expect to get even better. Is
a rookie right tackle in my plan.
Yes. Is that the better configuration?
To me, it is.
Okay.
Yes. And especially because you want to know that you got that. Jared Goff famously is not mobile.
Really?
Do you want to make sure that his blind side is protected as best as possible?
Half second matters.
It does. And so you put Penei Sewell over there, you lock it down, and then you say, okay, what is our best path at the right tackle position? And you're going to have to make that decision early. Are you willing to move up in the draft?
Because what if you cut Decker but can't get the tackle you want?
Right. And then you're left, with, okay, what do we do? And then you have somebody that really shouldn't be a starter because if you don't think you're going to be able to move up, you don't think you're going to get the guy you want in the draft, then you have to address it in free agency.
Well, I was just going to say, too, you don't have to cut Decker today. You can see how free agency goes. You can see how the draft goes, right?
Yes. But then you start risking, if free agency doesn't go your way, and then the draft doesn't go your way, and then you're in the same position you were with Frank last year.
Yeah. And you wanted the money for free agency anyway, so that's why you'd be mentally moving on from Taylor Decker. Let's get to the phones, because this is interesting. This is a guy who's been a warrior for this team, but he is publicly contemplating retirement. There's a big savings component. Play has slipped. Adam and Frankenmuth, you're on 97.1.
Fellas, good morning.
Good morning, Up. How you doing?
Man, on the way to school, man, over the hills and through the snow to educate these little young fellas I go.
Yeah.
Just want to say, man, Taylor Decker, lifetime Lion. He's a Buckeye, but we're willing to overlook that. Give him his gold watch, kick him in his butt, and say, hey, man, you had a great year. Go out into the pastor and stud. Love the guy. He's been there. But see, my thing is like we said, we're like, can he do 13 games? It's a professional athletes. We want you to be able to do the whole season. But that's where we're at with Taylor. So I say give him his gold watch, send him on his way, and prepare for the future. I got a question for y'all. When it comes to that one, you're talking about a team that in the college game that would surprise people or things like that.
Yeah.
What we really haven't talked about is what about Navy, Army? Like, I know they can't play their players like that. Can they? I don't know. What about it? Can you imagine Navy playing for a national title or Army playing for a national title, Air Force? Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, it'd be awesome.
I'm going, hang on. Yeah,
I have a hard time picturing it. It'd be pretty cool, but I have a hard time picturing it.
I'm not going to sit here and say I know the rules that Navy has in place as an athletic department or Army, but you're also saying if you're going to pay NIL money to go to Navy or to go to one of the academies, on top of that, there's also a service agreement that you have to follow through, whether you play in the NFL, however long you play, but then at some point you have to follow through on that service.
Which isn't for everybody. I mean, I know those are many brave that do, but it's not for everybody. I think that's a barrier, whether you're paying them or not, that would be a challenge. Plus, I think there are certain physical requirements you have to maintain as a cadet or a serviceman that make it harder to recruit certain types of bodies. Right, yeah. There's a certain schedule that they keep on a daily basis that may not be for everyone. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Some good response coming into the text. We got room on the phones. Taylor Decker, would you cut him? Does it make sense? It's 97.1. you want to do right by your franchise guys, but you also got to run a business and compete, and the Lions may be faced with a tough decision. ESPN says their big prediction for the offseason, the Lions cut left tackle Taylor Decker. If he doesn't want to retire, they wave goodbye to the 33-year-old whose play has dipped, and he's been dealing with injuries. If you make him a post-June 1 cut candidate, you can make the decision before June 1.
Yeah.
But you designate him a post-June 1 cut, you save $18 million in savings. And John, as cutthroat as it is...
Yeah, but I don't think it's cutthroat.
Well, it is. I mean, it's running your business...
As a
business. Yeah.
Right. So, but
you
again...
have every right to do it. I'm not trying to make this out to be a bad decision. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, but to me, cutthroat is doing something... I don't know, dirty. I don't think this is dirty. This is just the progression of a guy's career. Can he still play in the NFL? Sure. Just probably not for 17 games and to the level that they need him to play.
Maybe I'm using the word wrong. I just mean they're taking the emotion out of it. They're not doing touchy-feely, hey, Frank was a franchise icon and we let this thing play out, and we're not going to do it with Taylor. We're not going to let this play out. We're not going to let him hold us hostage. And to be honest, we need the money to reallocate and spend along our offensive line. So it's just a business, dude. If you want to play somewhere else, God bless.
Yeah.
But we can't, even if you choose to play, we don't know that we're getting 17, and we don't know that the play is going to be good enough.
Yeah, and it is. We are in pursuit of a Super Bowl.
So what do some of the people say? 248-539-9797. Tex says, it's the best move. We love Decker. Everything he's done for the franchise, but we know he's not the same player, and we could use the $18 million. We can cut him. You could still re-sign him to a cheaper deal, but I think he'd end up retiring.
Yeah, or going somewhere else to play.
Right. Draft his replacement in this draft no matter what he says or does. Stay or go, you still need a tackle.
The issue is the cap number. Yeah. And yes, you need to address the offensive line. Okay, we're going down this road of kicking a dead horse. We all know that.
Yeah.
The issue is you need to free up that money along with other moves of restructuring some of the, Goff and some of the other contracts. But if he's not, you don't want to draft his replacement and then use him as a backup.
Right.
Because you can only back up one spot. You're not going to ask him to back up right tackle. You're not going to ask him to back up either guard. I don't think he has that in his wheelhouse.
Well, you're certainly not going to use a first-round pick on a backup tackle for a team chasing a Super Bowl. Right. If you're going to use that first-round pick on an offensive lineman, you're going to play them.
Yes.
And that would mean
instant impact.
Save the money on Decker at that point. Draft Vega Ione at 17. That's the guard from Penn State, I think.
Yeah. Says
slide Sewell to left tackle and draft the meanest kid, Blake Miller, in the second-round tackle out of Clemson. So double up on O-line early.
Yeah.
But that also goes with cutting Decker. Proctor is the only one that has a chance to be there at 17. Would likely have to get a guard in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's the concern, and I'm not a huge Proctor fan.
What's your? I'm curious because I don't.
Well,
on the surface, he's this like freak athlete,
right?
Right.
He's 6'7". He's 366 pounds. He's a big dude. He's young. I don't think that's. Can he develop into a good NFL tackle? Sure. I just don't think that's the answer for this year.
Okay. You see some technique things that need to get cleaned up? Or?
Yeah, I don't like his pad level. I think he plays a little bit high. I don't know that he necessarily has the footwork that you need to play at a high level at the tackle position.
Guys, I agree with John wholeheartedly. It's nothing against Decker. He's been great, but it's a business. Some pushback. You have to pay Decker. Otherwise, what was it all for? To let a gritty guy not be gritty with us next year? That would be SOL.
No, that doesn't even enter the question.
Guys, does something like this come out to put pressure on Decker to make a decision so we avoid a Ragnow situation?
I don't think it puts any more pressure on him. I think he wants to make a decision as soon as he can. He's going to be limited in regards to when is he going to feel good. You get to that point in your career, and quite honestly, you're not going to feel good like you did when you were in year 3 or 4. You're not going to get back to that same spot.
This text puts it the other way. Load management isn't very gritty.
Well, again, I don't necessarily know that it's load management. I think it's just when he couldn't play, I just think he physically couldn't play.
Yeah. Well, but I think their point is like they don't want to have to do this
sit him out against a quote-unquote lesser opponent and hope that you got enough.
Or, hey, we got a game here. If we sit him, it's a 10-day window, and we got to play these, like, almost NBA load management games.
Right. If you play on Sunday before Thanksgiving, he can't play on Thanksgiving Day.
Right, which he didn't play on Thanksgiving Day this year.
Right.
A pivotal game against the Packers.
Right.
And I'm not shaming him. I'm not saying he's soft or he's not tough or anything like that. These are just things the team has to factor into their offseason. And when you're staring down $18 million in savings, if you hand that to a center, draft a tackle, bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah. And I mean, at some point, your time's just up.
Yeah. Okay. What else we got? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Jordan in Oxford. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think that we should keep him with a restructured contract. And the only reason I say that is more so as a backup to whoever we draft. He can mentor the young guys that are about to come in and things like that as well. So that's the only way I see us keeping him. If they're good on that and they don't want to do that, they don't want to restructure a contract, I totally understand either way. But if we do keep him, I don't think he's going to be starting per se. Maybe starting just to show the young guys till later in the season, and maybe the young guys take over. I don't really know, but I think that he'd be a great mentor to the young staff.
Well, the risk you run if you restructure his contract is you're just kicking the can down the road, and you're adding you're adding money to years down the road where you're going to then be paying more to Aman Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, Penei Sewell himself. Like, I don't necessarily know that you want to. If you can make that clean break now as a business decision, it might be the best time to do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jordan. The Lions aren't going to be able to do everything all in one offseason, so they're going to have to pick and choose.
Yeah, and it's they don't have a third-round pick. They've got 2-6. They've got one in every other round. So they're a team right now that has to make sure that they hit on first and second round picks.
Yeah.
Where do they go with that? And we all know that they need to address the offensive line. Some of it's going to be, what do they do in free agency? Are they just simply going to restructure the offensive line through free agency? That's one of the more expensive position groups to add in free agency. We've already talked about the center position and what that would cost them. If you're going with Linderbaum, chances are you're going to be paying $18 to $20 million. If you go with Connor McGovern, chances are you're going not a lot cheaper. It might still be 18 to 20. Maybe it's 17 to 19.
But that's right in line with the money you'd save from cutting Decker.
Right.
I know you're filling one hole and you're creating another, but if Decker's play is slipping and you can get a plug-and-play center, the interior of the offensive line was so bad last year. Sewell over to left side, right tackle's a rookie. That configuration feels right.
It does. And if you're going into it with the concept of we're going to replace Taylor Decker, his contract will be replaced by a center, but his position will be replaced by who we draft in the first round.
A long-term instant guy right now that would pair up with Sewell for years to come. All right, coming up next, we're going to work in some of this. Oh, I can't believe we're doing this. It's in the headlines. It's in the news. Scott Boris is back at it again. Plus, Buster Olney weighing in on the Scooble situation. Our question is going to be very simple. Are you open to negotiating, or are you trading Tarek Scooble? We'll tell you what Boris had to say and Buster had to say. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you started the new year off saying, I want to be healthier, the place to do it's Planet Fitness. And whether it's I want to get stronger, I want to be in better cardio shape, I want to drop a few pounds, whatever it might be, Planet Fitness, again, is the place to do it. And they offer you all the resources to be able to do it. First of all, it's a clean environment. It's a judgment-free zone. You can go in there, whether you're a newbie or you're experienced, it doesn't matter. If you need some help, they offer free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers focused solely on you every time you step in there. If you want a little bit more than just their base membership, it's $1 down, $15 a month. A little bit more, $24.99 gets you the Black Card membership, and it allows you access to over 2,800 clubs nationwide, unlimited guest privileges, and access to the Black Card Spa. Everything right there, and you got to find out your why. I've told you before. I do it because I want to be able to make sure I play with my kids, eventually grandkids. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
If you're going to do this, can we at least get Heather singing this as well?
Yeah.
Apparently, we still have a little bit of the holiday spirit. It's 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen.
Happy New Year.
Greg behind the glass. Happy New Year. We're going to get in. Yep. Thank you for that. We'll get into Boris, who's back at it again in the latest with Tarek Skubal. But first, Brent in St. Clair Shores wrapping up our football chat. You're on 97.1.
Morning, boys. Hey, John, I got a question for you. When they drafted Frazier, was he not projected to be a tackle, or is he now more looking like a guard? Because I know he stepped in last year with a little bit of guard when we had some guys go down.
He's a guard.
I've lost complete faith in Manu to play on the tackle, to play the tackle position. So I guess then if Frazier's projecting as a guard, you're going to have to, do Linderbaum. I saw a report yesterday that Petzing might have the ability to convince Arizona's center, who was at the top end of centers last year, to sign here. I think we pie in the sky want Linderbaum, right? He's kind of like who you aim for, and then you got to draft a tackle. I think Penei would do just fine on the left side. I think he's amazing on the right, but I think he'd almost be better on the left.
Yeah, and I'm still not seeing that the center for Arizona is a free agent.
Then it must have been a trade that they were talking about then. I believe it was Woodward Sports that put it out. But whoever it was, he was definitely not the top end, but I think he was ranked within the top 10.
Yeah, PFF had him 15th. That they're not gospel. I'm not telling you that's he's 15th, but there would be familiarity. The name came up from a phone call on our show yesterday too. Unless he's cut, he's not actively a free agent. McGovern's the other name we brought up. McGovern was part of that Bills run game that was lethal this season, that paved the way for the NFL's leading rusher in James Cook. He's a free agent. Their O-line coach is retiring. They're going through a coaching change. There are names out there that you want to spend that money on the offensive line if you cut Taylor Decker.
Yeah.
All right. Boris is back at it, John.
Oh, it's so exhausting.
There are quotes from Scott Boris in the Detroit Free Press, and John, he says we're open to negotiating on Tarek Skubal.
Now he says that.
Because the Tigers contend they weren't willing to negotiate as the deadline approached for arbitration.
Right, yeah. If they're not going to return a phone call and negotiate before the arbitration filing, we know and everyone knows that the Tigers are file and trial. Like, they're not going to negotiate after they file for arbitration. And so now all of a sudden, after the filing, Scott Boris is going to come out and say, well, we're open to negotiating until the hearing happens. So he's just trying to paint the Tigers in as bad of a light as possible.
He is slimy, but he's also right. Like, is he painting the Tigers in a bad spot, a bad look? Or are they legitimately doing things poorly? Like this offseason as a backdrop where they've added very little of substance. It helps him paint them in a corner that they themselves have placed themselves in. Like, he's right to say they're using outdated comps like David Price. That's a 2015 deal. Go ahead and try to buy a house using 2015 comps. Go ahead and try to buy a car using what it cost in 2015. Let me know how that goes for you. If that's the way the Tigers approached arbitration, Scott Boris is right. As slimy and as annoying as he is with his Dr. Seuss rhymes, John, I don't think he's painting the Tigers into a corner. I think they've done it to themselves, and I think he's annoyingly right.
I think the Tigers are playing the hand that they've been dealt with Major League Baseball in regards to they've got a homegrown star that they've been patient with, that they've developed, that they've worked through arm events, and now that he is a two-time Cy Young winner, they know moving forward that they probably aren't going to pay him if he's going to get $35-40 million a year. Okay. This year, they want to try and prevent having to pay him right now $32 million a year.
Yes.
And so they're going through the process It's just annoying to me that they're negotiating at the beginning of this, and you could argue, hey, 19-8, it's a low ball. They're going to start low. Scott Boris is going to come in high. You get a chance to negotiate. But he doesn't return phone calls until after they filed for arbitration.
If I'm Boris, though, I'm going, hold on. The last offer you made to me was woefully inadequate. Remember we were talking about the huge gap, hundreds of millions of dollars apart? And then now arbitration, we're the largest gap in the history of arbitration apart. You guys aren't serious. No, I'm not taking your phone call. If you want to talk about 2026 prices, phone is always open.
Okay, if you're negotiating with... And the difference is, well, we're willing, and I don't remember what the offer was from the Tigers because there's been so much he said, she said in this entire thing. But do I think that they should give him a 10-year contract for $400 million? No.
But
I don't, and I'm not going to. Oh, yes, he does. And so
that we're not negotiating on the same planet. So
no.
So I'm always willing to negotiate if you're going to live on planet Earth. That's what Scooble's value is.
That's what Scooble's value is for 3 or 4 teams.
Those teams
not
are
what
in the
his
league.
value is for the Detroit Tigers. So, and if you're not able to play or negotiate on the same planet, I get that. But I'm not. I don't want them to hamstring themselves by signing him to a 10-year contract for $400 million. So trade him, send him off. I don't care.
John, it's perfect that you said that because that is our question. Do you want the Tigers to re-engage with Boris, who says, hey, we're open to negotiating still? Or do you just want them to trade him because they're in a terrible spot and it's making the most of a bad situation? Here's Buster Olney, baseball insider, talking about how the possibility of trading Tarek Skubal is becoming more real. So that's the camp you're in. It's the camp I'm in. Look, they're not going to win this negotiation with Boris. I think Boris is on the right side of this. He's got his comps. He's got the arbitration process down. He's won this game before. The Tigers aren't going to win this game.
Well, they may win arbitration.
Yes.
But they're not going to win the negotiation to keep Tarek Skubal and pay him what Scott Boris will be able to get from possibly 4 or 5 other teams.
So, like, if you're Scott Harris, I'm not mad at you if you trade Tarek Skubal. And I know Tiger fans would be upset losing a star player, but I think at this point, everybody kind of gets the barrel you're over. Get the best return you can get and move on. To Buster Olney's point, it's not like the American League Central's murderer's row. You can take a minor step, quote, back and still be like the Brewers, who were able to weather losing Corbin Burns and in short order still be a damn good baseball team. Like, if you don't think Skubal is the team, pivot, move on, trade, and reset.
And he's 100% right. Are they more likely to win their division or to make a run in the playoffs with Tarek Skubal this year? Certainly. No one's going to argue that. But it's also a division that you might still be able to win without Tarek Skubal. I don't know what that looks like because I don't know who you're getting in return. What are you doing to solidify your pitching staff without Tarek Skubal?
Room on the phones. Want to hear from you guys, plus a few more details on how this showdown is going to go between the Tigers and Skubal. 97.1.
Michigan basketball has 10 wins by 25 or more points this year and 6 by 40-plus points. However, all of those came before January 2nd as the Wolverines have slowed down as of late. Last night's 86-72 win over Indiana felt like a return to form of some sort for Michigan. Their previous 4 games had all been decided by 10 points or less, which included a slim 2-point win at Penn State. And, of course, Michigan's only loss of the season, a 3-point defeat to Wisconsin. Dusty May gave some reasoning for the difference in margin of late after last night's game. Michigan will look for a big win Friday against rival Ohio State. For Michigan State, they took down Oregon 68-52 last night to close out their Pacific Northwest road trip with a 2-0 record. The Spartans will be back home this Saturday when they host Maryland in East Lansing. We also had an interesting turn of events last night in the NFL coaching carousel. Former Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is reportedly in agreement to become the next offensive coordinator of the LA Chargers. McDaniel was believed by many to be a head coach candidate this offseason, but he did interview with the Lions for their offensive coordinator opening. Detroit hired Drew Petzl instead on Monday. At the Global Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Should the Tigers negotiate or should they just trade Tarek Skubal? You have some headlines today. Scott Boris in the Free Press, Evan Petzold saying, we're open to negotiating. After the Tigers have already filed as a file and trial team, stoking the flames in the public. But at the same time, as slimy as he is, John, he knows what he's doing. He wins a lot. He's a super agent for a reason. And
he wins in free agency a lot.
And in arbitration, he got Juan Soto $30 million,
right?
Which was a record at the time. And now he's gunning for another big win here. And he knows
but there's other losses in arbitration.
I know, but he knows the Tigers specifically are using an outdated comparison from 11 years ago. The Tigers have put themselves in this corner with an offseason of really no significant spends, and he knows how they look, and he knows the position they're in, and he's using it to his advantage. You could just be done with this and trade him, which I think is the conclusion we've all reached.
What do you think it would take to get it done?
Probably got to start with a 30 million plus.
Okay, so Scott Boris filed at 32.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Tigers filed at 19. And you're going to have to get to 30, 31, or his 32. So is that really a negotiation?
So just so we have a little more backdrop of this was fascinating reading. So the Tigers had no issue with a much smaller deal getting done with Boris when it came to Spencer Torkelson. And Evan Petzold writes, he actually gives us the comps that the team and Boris used. They used Ryan Mountcastle and Alec Baum, who were between 4 and 4.2 million, so they settled right around 4.1 million. Look, that's how two sides meet in the middle and happy medium. So this can work. But Petzold writes that Boris doesn't want to use the outdated price contract. Boris, some of the comps that are referenced in this piece are Soto at 31, Ohtani at 30, Vlad Guerrero at 28, Mookie Betts at 27, and Petzold goes on to highlight that Zach Wheeler is the highest paid pitcher at $42 million. Boris believes Skubal's value aligns with the best players in baseball. Well, he is one of the best players in baseball, so I tend to agree with Boris.
Right. But the way that the CBA is set up, they're not going to have to pay him his true market value. His true market value is north of 32.
So apologies if this is getting into legal jargon and minutia, but why this is a case that everybody in baseball is so fascinated by is that it's not a traditional arbitration case. Arbitration, for people who maybe aren't as familiar, you have a panel of 3 and they rule and they pick one side's offer. What makes this arbitration extra messy, because Skubal has 5 years service time, he's allowed to use comparables beyond the scope of previous arbitration. So he doesn't arbitration keeps salaries down, but he isn't bound by those rules for this particular showdown, which is why Boris is shooting up to the moon, because he's allowed to. This is not a traditional arbitration.
He gets to bring in the Zach Wheeler contract.
Yeah, so the Tigers could try to put a roof on this, a ceiling on this using arbitration history, but this isn't traditional arbitration.
Well, the ceiling is 32. That's
Correct.
the most they're
Yes.
going to have to pay.
Yes.
And so I'll ask you this in regards to Juan Soto, $31 million, and Vlad, Mookie, all these guys, they're position players.
Yeah.
The one player that is a comp in terms of not Zach Wheeler, but Shohei Ohtani got $30 million in arbitration. He is not just a pitcher.
Right.
He's also a really good hitter.
Yeah.
Is Tarek Skubal on the same level as Shohei Ohtani?
No.
Okay, so that's
It's
where
also 2 years ago.
Okay, but it still enters into the equation regarding is the arbiter, how much of those position players
Yeah.
is
How do
he
you
going to
compare?
take
Yeah.
versus Shohei Ohtani, who may be the best player to ever play the game?
But some of the why this is fascinating is what are they going to decide or how do they view this? We see this in pro sports all the time. The next quarterback to get paid will be the highest quarterback. It doesn't mean that quarterback is better than Patrick Mahomes. It doesn't mean that Skubal's more valuable than Vladimir Guerrero, but he's the next guy to get paid. Today's dollars, you get more.
But to me, you're comparing an everyday player
Right.
to it's apples to oranges. So it's also apples to oranges comparing him. Yeah, okay. If the last pitcher was to get $30 million in arbitration, then I could say, yeah,
The problem is
he should be more. But it's not just the pitcher they're comparing him to.
Well, the problem is we don't have a pitcher that's a great comparison. You want to talk apples to oranges?
Right.
11 years ago was apples to oranges. 11 years ago, you can't make that comparison.
I understand. And so that's why, I mean, Major League Baseball wants Tarek Skubal to win this one.
The owners do, yes.
The owners do, yes. And I believe, Major League Baseball does, versus if Scott Boris and Tarek Skubal win this one, it blows up the system, and we are headed towards maybe an even longer work stoppage than if the system in place works and it keeps costs down for mid-market to low-market teams, then the players could look and say, hey, your system is working for you.
Yeah.
We don't need to change it.
If the owners win, it makes the players more upset. If the players win, the owners are going to be irate. There's no actual, if you want to zoom out, because it is kind of like you have the Tigers in one corner of the boxing ring and you have Skubal and Boris in the other corner of the boxing ring, but then you have their cut man and their ring coach, and it's the Players Association and it's Major League Baseball owners all kind of bearing down, looking at their fighter in this bout.
Yeah.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Some of the response coming in because I'm sure everybody loves Tarek Skubal right now. This text says, all you can do is launch both Skubal and Boris out of a cannon. Get them both out of here.
I think that's the sentiment. I mean, the biggest villain in this is Scott Boris.
Yeah.
But you're starting to loop Tarek Skubal into that, as well as with the context of how last season ended, how the season before that ended. And yes, Cy Young Award winner. We love Tarek Skubal when he's on the mound.
Boris is a villain in this, but aren't the Tigers a villain too?
It's a matter of perspective.
Yeah. Just wondering if the potential lockout and salary cap plays into this strategy for the Tigers at all. If we have a low payroll, we would have a ton of salary cap room after Skubal, Dave in White Lake.
That's where it's going to get weird.
Yeah.
Because all of these contracts were pre-CBA. So there's going to be a bunch of them that are grandfathered in. And how do they work that math equation moving forward until these contracts are done?
Make no mistake about it. The Dodgers are stacking these grandfather deals just in case. That's part of their strategy too is, oh, whoops.
Yeah, we can go ahead and change the rules, but we're going to play under the old rules for the next decade. And are we going to win 8 championships, 9 championships, just simply because we are paying and we locked up the best players in baseball?
Oops, we accidentally locked up $2 billion in commitments. Whoops-a-daisy. It's all locked in. This one says, there's no way I'd pay Skubal $400 million. Kenan Clausen, it's a 29-year-old guy with 2 surgeries on his arm. He doesn't go beyond the 6th inning. No. Look, I think that's a fine conclusion to reach, but then get something for him. It says the Tigers need to cut Skubal just because of Boris. Make it very public, make it clear. He's the reason this went south. Make him look like a snake garbage piece of crap agent.
So you don't get him for this year. You don't get anything in trade. Or even a compensatory pick if he just plays out and leaves.
Just cut him.
That's cutting off your nose to spider face.
Yeah, that's cutting off a lot more than that.
And, no kidding. And think about this, too. As much as we want to say be done with Boris, didn't I just tell you he reps Torque? He's going to rep another player or two that you deal with at some point. You can never get rid of Boris. You have to manage it and deal with it as best you can.
Well, and it's... But in comparing the negotiations for Spencer Torkelson, again, it's apples to oranges because that's a much easier negotiation. The comps fit more appropriately.
My point is if Torque has a 45 home run season or a 50 bomb season, you're going to do the same dance again. You can't get rid of Boris was my point.
Right. No, you're not. Until he retires, he's going to be a part of the equation, and it's not just for the Tigers. It's affecting us locally now, but it's for all of Major League Baseball.
Yes. How can anybody even want this guy anymore? He only wants money. Get him out of here. He's not a horse pitcher. He's not a shooter. He's not a Verlander. He's not the person that you'd want to give the ball to. Those guys would never give the ball up on the mound ever.
Well, he is the guy you want to give the ball to, but I don't think he wants to take it.
Didn't Boris negotiate or try with the Tigers and Bregman? He knows we're clueless. That's Eric in Riverview. $400 million over 10 years is the price for Skubal. Crap or get off the pot. If you can't or won't pay him, you trade him. It's not about whether Skubal is worth the money. That's the cost of doing business in today's MLB. I don't blame Boris or Skubal. Illich has the money he can spend if he wants. I think he owes the fans of Detroit after all the years of unmatched ineptitude on his watch.
No, I think it's a bad business decision if you're going to give a quarterback a 10-year a pitcher a 10-year contract. He's 29. You're going to pay him $40 million a year until he's 39? That's ridiculous.
I don't disagree with the first half, though. That is his price. It's what someone's willing to pay. And someone would pay it on the open market. It's okay if you make the determination it's not right for your organization. Well, but then you got to pivot appropriately.
It's what people think he's going to make on the open market. Do we really think there's another team that's going to give him 10 years? Maybe there is, but we don't know that.
Let me phrase this differently, because you're right. That is a hypothetical. We don't know what actually happened. We do know that their valuation is so far off of the Boris camp's valuation. Record-setting gap in arbitration, and the reports were that they were hundreds of millions of dollars apart in terms of a long-term extension. What the Tigers think his market is and what Boris thinks his market is couldn't be further apart. So what are you supposed to do?
Well, negotiate. Unless they're not willing to negotiate, and it comes all down to time frame. And is he worth? Maybe you don't want to give him the 10 for 40 a year at $400 million. Would you be willing to do 6 years at $240? It's the same per year, but
he wants the long-term security. Most players, I should say, want the long-term.
Oh, sure, there's no question about that. But I would ask the question of other teams: are they willing to go the 10 years for a pitcher that's already had those two-arm events? That's not going to go above 95, 100 pitches.
I think I can safely say I think the open market will pay more than the Tigers have offered.
Well, there's no question about that.
So then that's why the Tigers are also the villain in this too. If you don't want to pay what the market would bear, and you don't want to trade him, they haven't traded him yet, and you don't want to be painted as a frugal organization or as a team that's lowballing, but you're doing those things.
But again, it's apples to oranges because the market that L.A. or New York is willing to pay isn't the one that you're willing to pay.
248-539-9797. Look, it's headed for a divorce. It's just a matter of when and how. The Tigers and Tarek Skubal. Coming up next, NFL head coaching matchmaker. Romance is in the air, John, as we try to pair up NFL openings with eligible bachelors, some of the gentlemen interviewing for head coaching jobs. This year, we've had 10 openings. 4 have already been filled. We'll hit on those. And then I've got what I think are the perfect match for teams like the Bills, the Ravens, and the Steelers. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, it's a number, and it's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what's it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, but when he knows it's not about the headlines, it's about you. That money pays your medical bills, it keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. Call David at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, got some texts coming in. We just did a little matchmaker, the coaching carousel. John, text says, please talk about McDaniel to the Chargers as OC if you guys haven't brought it up yet. Seems like a major miss for the Lions, and I'd like to know why.
I don't necessarily think it's a miss for the Lions. I do think that Mike McDaniel has his offense. He wants to run it as such. And if he came in here and Dan said, here's how I want to see it, if those two don't at least match up, and I don't know what the percentage is, 80%, 90%, maybe Dan's, hey, you got to run it the way I see it. I understand why Mike McDaniel might not want that situation. And the Lions don't have to reinvent their offense. In terms of him going to the Chargers, I mean, weird attracts weird. And you got a weird head coach and you got a weird offensive coordinator.
Tell me how that dinner went. They met over dinner.
Oh, with
Harbaugh and McDaniel.
Oh, it's not safe for air.
They're creating some sort of weirdo Voltron over there.
Yeah.
I think your read on it is spot on.
Probably why Jesse Minter should take a head coaching job, because he's the only normal one in the building.
Drive himself crazy.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get out of here.
Look, I think the Lions are a more attractive job than the Chargers job. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I do. I certainly do.
Okay.
I mean, you get way more weapons. And then it becomes the argument of, would you rather be calling an offense with their quarterback versus our quarterback?
Right. Everybody gets seduced by the physical gifts of Justin Herbert, and they have those two tackles that they didn't have this year. I'm not saying the Chargers' bad job. I think he's right to spotlight that.
And Amarian Hampton, if he gets healthy for an entire year.
Right. But I think the Lions are the better job, and that I think we dumped him, not the other way around. I don't think he said, no, I don't want to coach the Lions. I'd rather coach the Chargers. I think Detroit made the determination, hey, we don't think this is the right fit. And it's what you said. They had a top 5 offense in yards and points and explosives. Dan Campbell's not going to put a square peg in a round hole, because it's not. He's going to be trying to wrestle with a proven play caller.
Right. He's got to be
do
true
it
to
his
himself.
way. And I think what they wanted is someone who was compatible with, hey, I have the same bedrock principles. I want to bully ball. I want to run the ball. I want to play action pass. I've got a few different wrinkles. Like, they didn't hire someone exclusively from the Sean Payton, Dan Campbell tree. This was someone a step removed from the Stefanski tree. It was enough of an outside hire without compromising their bedrock principles. I think that's what it came down to.
Yeah. So what was served at the dinner? Obviously, Jim Harbaugh bought cheeseburgers.
Oh, God.
That's brought up on Twitch a couple of times.
That was going to be steak and milk.
Yeah, well.
I think it would be like
doesn't fit the joke, but
a fly on the wall for their meeting. Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel.
No, trust me, I've been a fly on the wall in some of those Harbaugh meetings, and it's just bizarre.
Yeah, I don't want to be in the meeting. I want to observe almost the human experiment that is those two communicating.
Oh, yeah, trust me, I didn't want to be there either.
Another text says, funny, I didn't hear you guys mention Calvin Shepard for a head coaching job.
Yeah, I know. Where did he interview?
Miami.
I think that was just interview for interview's sake.
Yeah, I hate that, because the guy is going to plan and prep, and he's going to take it seriously.
Well, it's a great experience for Calvin Shepard.
Yeah.
If he knocks it out of the park this year as defensive coordinator, or the next 2 years, he's got that experience banked to next time he's in a head coaching situation.
Look, I wanted him to get it because the Lions would get draft picks and they could hire an experienced defensive coordinator. I just hate that a guy would go into like a faux interview. Like, if you're not actually being given a chance.
Right.
Later that day, they announced Hafley's the hire. Like,
right.
Do you feel like, hey, I put 10 hours of prep into this. I met for 3 hours. You already had the
never
guy.
Discount the work that you put into that, because at some point, again, if he is interviewed, that is a very valuable experience. We've talked about it a couple of times with, Tommy Rees with Cleveland, where, some people wanted him at Michigan. I don't think he ever interviewed, but when you go through the process of preparing for an interview, now you've got that information, and it takes a lot less work to update it after, next year or the year after versus the first time you're putting it together.
John, you saw this because you passed it along.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow taking a bit of a shot at Josh Allen. Did you?
So you tell me, because Joe Burrow has not tweeted in 2 years. Mm-hmm. He came out of Twitter retirement to tweet about the catches that were either called to catch or not called to catch this past weekend. One of them happened, obviously, famously, the Bills game, and another one happened in the Rams-Bears game. So his tweet says, the amount of people that don't understand what a catch is in the rule book flabbergasts me. And it's not the officials. The 2 plays yesterday were not difficult calls, and they got them both right. So a lot of people took this as he's taking a shot at Josh Allen.
Because everybody's saying the Bills got robbed, the officials screwed the call up.
Right. I don't necessarily see it as a shot at Josh Allen. I see it as a shot at the fans that are calling for, whether it's the Bills Mafia or it's, hey, because the 2 catches were very similar. One of them went in favor of the defense, and then when you have the Rams, Super Bowl favorites, Super Bowl darlings for Davante Adams, an almost exact replica of what happened earlier in the day, and then it's called a catch for Davante Adams and the Rams.
Yep.
Like, I disagree with Joe Burrow, but I don't agree with fans saying he's taking a shot, because he has been to the playoffs twice in 6 years. He is at home currently with all the time in the world to be able to put together a tweet like this. He wasn't even in the postseason, so he's not going to be taking a shot at Josh Allen. I have no idea if there is a personal beef between these two. I just didn't see this as a shot at Josh Allen. Did you?
No, I didn't, but I see why people are trying to connect those dots. It's juicier if it is. I'm fascinated by why this was the moment he chose to send a tweet.
Yeah, is he back in the Twitter sphere?
Well, clearly this irked him that people don't know what a catch is and they don't understand the rules. Well, Joe, I think everybody's right to question it after watching that inconsistency from one game to the next. John, you're with me. You thought Cooks had the ball with a knee down.
Yeah.
And even if it's simultaneous, it goes to the receiver. That's a game-altering play. Now, I'm not going to do, because we don't do this, the officials decided the game radio. Josh Allen had too many turnovers. The defense gave up too many points. It's a piece of a much bigger puzzle. But it's a piece that they jammed in. It didn't fit there. It didn't belong there.
If you're going to talk about the officials, there's a bigger argument to the pass interference calls that Denver got and were called against the Bills on the drive that put them in field goal position.
Yeah, now that one's one of those, it's ticky-tack, right?
Yes, and I thought that's where an official is inserting themselves into deciding a game. The issue that I had, and quite honestly, the Brandon Cooks catch, not catch, fumble, interception, it could have gone either way. You could make a case for either side. The issue that I had is they didn't even take the time to look at it.
Didn't they say the expedited... The booth took a quick glance and said, we're good here.
Right, but take a look at the moment. Read the room. Yeah. And even if you've already made up your mind, but take a little bit of a longer look at it so that the fans aren't just sitting there saying, and if it's for appearance sake, then do it for appearance sake, because the appearance right now is that it was predetermined. They weren't even looking at it.
Yeah, and where else did we had to be at that point? I know there's another game coming up in a few minutes, but guys, this is a game-altering moment.
Right.
I don't care if we got to take 10 minutes.
I don't want to get carried away and take 10 minutes. But if in a meaningless game mid-season, said something I don't like. There's no meaningless game.
I was about to call you out on it.
If there is, if they're debating on whether in the middle of a mid-season game, a first down, and it takes 6 or 7 minutes, are you telling me that that's more important than getting the call right in the postseason? Because the fallout from that is the Bills are still playing. They most likely, now we know Bills field goal kickers in situations like that can go awry.
But they got Prater now. They would have been fine.
And he already hit one earlier in the game. But if they are the winners, then on the flip side, Bo Nix doesn't break his ankle. which, okay, that's beside the point.
Secondary.
But
Sean McDermott has a job.
Sean McDermott has a job. And so the fallout from that is bigger than just who won the game.
Yeah. Interesting. Burrow back on Twitter. We'll see if that lasts. John, college football's about to change on Friday, and I don't even know if people realize it. We'll get to that next. 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years, that's 3 decades worth of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
College football. Hope you're sitting down. Ready for another change at the end of the week?
Oh, boy.
So set the scene for this, because I don't know if people even realize on Friday we may be expanding, John. The debate is how much expansion?
Well, I do believe that the furthest it will go this year in the coming football season would be to 16 teams. And so the question is, do you want to go from 12 to 16? If it goes to 16, the Big Ten is pushing that in 3 years. It goes to 24 teams, and then there's no conference championship games. How that looks, how that works, I have no idea, because how do we even crown a conference champ with so many teams in a conference and you don't have everybody playing each other? That's bizarre in and of itself. 24 teams is even more bizarre, because let me just tell you the teams that would have been in this year if it went to 24 teams. We already know the 12 that we're in, and that includes Tulane and JMU. And Tulane actually would have earned a spot. But Notre Dame, famously, would have been in. BYU, Texas, Vandy, Utah, USC, Arizona, Michigan, Virginia, Houston, and Georgia Tech, and Iowa.
4-loss Iowa would be in a 2014 playoff.
4-loss Iowa, and a Michigan team that I think we can all admit
Didn't beat anybody.
didn't beat anyone and wouldn't belong in a college football playoffs. The same thing with Arizona. The same thing with Houston, Georgia Tech. Like, they just didn't belong.
I firmly believe at 12, we're not leaving out anybody of significance. We're not. Notre Dame didn't win any of their big games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We didn't leave anybody out of significance at 12. We don't need to go to 16. We certainly don't need to go to 24. We're going to be letting in 4-loss football teams. It certainly isn't for the fans. Certainly not for the product. It's not because the sport needs a 24-team playoff. It's greed. It's the only reason we go to 16, 24. At that point, you go to 36, 64. Why? Why stop?
It's money-hungry football programs and broadcast partners that just want more paydays so that they can continue to pay more players.
But there is a trade-off. Like, it's a seesaw. As you take away from the regular season, you can beef up the postseason. But if you take too much away from the regular season, you've watered it down to the point where the games are irrelevant. If I'm Michigan and it's a 24-team playoff, I can lose to Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, and Indiana. And I'm still in the college football playoff. So what the hell does the regular season mean? We've already traded in some of the regular season for a 12-team playoff. Some people don't like that you can lose a game or 2 games. But there's still a bit of a tightrope act. You can't lose 4 of them. If you go to 24, you've completely bastardized your regular season.
So, and again, I'm just going to play devil's advocate. I'm not advocating for 24 teams. If we are looking at an era of college football with more parity, we just saw Indiana win, and Texas Tech is in the top 4. Ole Miss, who's never won or hasn't won in 60 years, is in there. Texas A&M, who can't figure out how to win an SEC championship, but they're in the top 10. Oklahoma, Alabama, like, okay.
But
if
Vandy's at 14, to your point.
If we're looking at more parity in just the last couple of years, now NIL and all of this continues to go, and players hit the portal, and the talent is more spread out. Are we looking eventually, as water finds its level, that the number 15 team in future years, not this year, in future years, is going to be more competitive against a top 4 or 5 team than they were this year?
Maybe, and I'll meet you there. Vandy's 14. They're one of these outsider programs that's becoming an insider program. Arizona's at 17. They're more of an outsider that could be an insider. Like, we should do the thought exercise in the 9 o'clock hour about who the next Indiana is. My point is, 12 isn't stopping Indiana. Like, we don't need to make room for Vandy. Vandy could get in on their own merits now that we're at the 12-team playoff. Like Indiana just showed, we don't need to expand for Indiana to win a national title.
If they decide they can't agree. And the default is if they can't agree by Friday, then they stay at 12 teams.
Oh, please. I hope they fight and argue and bicker and there's no solution.
From year 1 to year 2, there were some tweaks. They got rid of the auto seating.
Yeah.
Is there any tweaks that you would like to see from years 2 to year 3 if it stays at 12?
I would be fine, and that's surprising to even hear me say this because I'm all about the little guy. I'd be fine just ranking 1 to 12. If the little guy's good enough, they'll be in 1 to 12. Like Boise on a good year would be in a 1 to 12. An undefeated team's not going to get left out from the group of 5. I'd seed it 1 through 12.
I 100% agree. I don't need to see Tulane, James Madison, a team that, again, ranked 20, 25, 24.
Yeah.
I don't need to see them playing against being the only one that is outside the top 12. They get the gift of winning their conference or the top-rated one, whatever it is, or it's a group of 5. They get into the top 12 simply because we got to have a seat at the table. You get your gold star, you get your ass kicked, and you're gone.
The other tweak I'd like, and it's messy because of the bowl system, I'd like 2 rounds of home games so that if you do get a bye, you don't have to forfeit the revenue, the atmosphere, the moment of hosting a college football playoff game.
Well, yeah, I could see that.
Okay. Now, it gets messy because those weeks are like, the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl and Orange Bowl and Fiesta Bowl. And you wouldn't have those bowls.
You could still have them, but they wouldn't be traditionally when they're played.
Yeah.
And I mean, the other tweak I would make is if you're going to keep it at 12, then you move everything up. And instead of playing the championship game on the 19th, next year, it's not till the 25th, you own New Year's Day. And it should be in the Rose Bowl. I know there are going to be people that say, well, what about the Cotton Bowl, about the Orange Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl? No, it's the granddaddy of them all for a reason. You play the national championship game at the Rose Bowl, and it's played on January 1st. That's the end of the college football season.
I know this is just basically a bitch fest because nobody wants 16 and nobody wants 24, but if you want to participate, 248-539-9797. It's the dark side of college football. The bright side is the Indianas of the world, right? Mm-hmm. That is what's offering up hope to so many programs. So I think a fun thought exercise in the next hour is, who's next? Who's the next Indiana? And let's be clear about this. Penn State can't be the next Indiana.
No. Matt Campbell can't just come, bring all his players from Iowa State, a la Signetti going from JMU to Indiana, taking all his players. It's a different equation.
We're talking about teams that aren't blue bloods, teams that historically have been losers or have been mired in struggles for years who suddenly could vault up. And I'm not going to laugh at anybody you suggest because Indiana did it, and we all would have laughed at that 2 years ago. So who's next? We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. We've got both Red Wings and Pistons in action tonight. First, the Red Wings will hit the ice in Toronto at 7 o'clock against the Maple Leafs. They're coming off 2 days rest since their win on Sunday over the Senators. That victory marked the 6th in the last 7 games for the Wings. A win tonight will move Detroit into a tie with the Tampa Bay Lightning for first place in the Atlantic Division at 66 points. The Hurricanes also have 66 points this year as they and the Lightning are the tip of the standings iceberg in a log-jammed Eastern Conference. Puck drop tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:45. The Pistons are coming off their big win over the Celtics on Monday as they take on the New Orleans Pelicans tonight at 8 o'clock. That game will be live on WWJ News Radio 950 as the Pelicans are 10-35 this year and have lost 13 of their last 15 games. And breaking baseball news, Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press is reporting the Tigers have signed right-handed reliever Phil Bickford to a minor league contract with an invitation to spring training, which starts in 20 days for pitchers and catchers. And the players want professional women's hockey in Detroit. In an anonymous player poll of the PWHL conducted by The Athletic, Detroit was the city with the most votes for expansion in the league. The PWHL already had one takeover tour game this season back on January 3rd and will be back in Motown in the spring as the New York Sirens will take on the Montreal Victoire in a table-setting matinee for the Red Wings that night. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
How bizarre. 16, 24, it could happen as quickly as this Friday. Power brokers in the sport are meeting. That's the deadline. John, some of the texts that have come in, 16 teams would be perfect. Miami showed they deserve to be in, and we're on the bubble. 16 teams, we would have Vandy, Texas, Utah, and BYU, which were all deserving. The 17th team would have been Virginia, who had 0 case.
Well, Notre Dame.
Yeah, Notre Dame would be in, too. I'm just reading the text.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think Vandy was deserving. I don't think Texas was deserving. I don't think Utah or BYU were overly deserving, and I certainly don't feel like Notre Dame had to be in the playoff. We just keep...
Well, I would have rather had Notre Dame and BYU over Tulane and James Madison.
Yeah, if you just rank 1 through 12.
Those games would have been much more competitive.
Yeah. The thing I would be a little cautious of is if a team goes undefeated from the group of 5, I think they should be in the top 12. I'd hate if they artificially kept it. John, you got to let a team that's undefeated settle it on the field.
Not if they, I mean, if they're playing, if it's a Sun Belt champ.
So I'll give you an example. Back in the day, like Hawaii, they had Colt Brennan. They were undefeated. They got slaughtered by Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, but they had every right to keep playing until someone slaughters them. That's just something we disagree on.
It is, just because I don't believe that they're playing. I mean, James Madison, 12-1. Okay, they had their loss, but I just don't think there's any world where if they're ranked 24, and I mean, if they were 13-0, do you think that they would have been ranked as high as 17, 16?
See, that's where it gets tough. I don't want to leave them out if they're undefeated.
I'm fine with leaving them out. And that's where the bizarreness of this, because it's all on the eye test. You're trying to compare one team and their opponents that they're playing against versus another team and the conference and opponents that they're playing
And it's impossible to judge because you only play 12 games. You don't get a ton of comparables. You got people who still state that, well, the SEC emphatically has more talent, therefore they're better, even though that doesn't play out when we actually keep score and play the games. The eye test doesn't really do it for me. I mean, the eye test could be manipulated very easily.
Yeah.
But I do feel like with 12 teams, we're getting the teams that can win the national title. We're giving teams a chance to play their way in. 16 is gratuitous. It's grotesque. Let's get to more of your feedback. Another one says 12 is too many. Should have stayed at 8.
Well,
we never actually got to 8.
8.
We just skipped right over that.
Yeah.
Guys, I love 24 teams. John, we found the one. I love 24 teams. Get rid of conference championship games and the bowl season entirely. I'd rather watch meaningful playoff games than the Duke's Mayo Bowl with half the teams sitting out.
Are you then getting rid of conference championships? Because you're not going to have the conference championship game. I understand that. But how do you crown a conference champion?
Well, the way they did back in your day.
Okay, back in my day, you had 10 teams, and you played 9 opponents. And you were able to play all of the teams in that. And okay, yes, then you had Penn State. You have 11. Maybe there's one you don't play, but you're playing the bulk of those teams. Now, with an 18-team conference, you got 9 games. Half the conference, you're not even playing.
Yeah. All right, our other question. Who's the next Indiana? You have some names. This is interesting.
I do have some names. And I'll start with one that just lost their quarterback, or at least looks like they've lost their quarterback. And that's Duke, who actually won the ACC. The ACC runner-up played in the national title game in Miami. Now, you look at Duke, and they do have a lot of donors. And that's really what this comes down to, the donor base of these schools. Do you have a donor or donors that would step up over a couple of a year period to fund your football team and pay more than anyone else? Texas Tech would be another one. I would look at them. They haven't won a conference. They haven't finished in the top 10 until this year in 94 years.
So they may have just had their Indiana season of last year.
Correct. And then next year it might be, hey, they're the team because they've got a great recruiting class coming in. The transfer portal was very kind to them. They are bankrolling a very good football team. Now you look at, and I mentioned Duke, right? It's Darian Mensah. They paid him $4 million last year. Thought they had him locked up again for this year. They actually had a contract that goes through December 31st of 2026. Yet on the very last day of the transfer portal being open, he enters and is linked to Miami.
Mess.
Now, Duke is taking steps to force him back, like we saw with DeMond Williams at Washington, or at least recoup something in return. I don't know what that looks like, but they're seeking an injunction that would prevent him from leaving the school.
But your point is they've got cash. They're not a historic football program, but they very quickly could become one.
Right. And I already mentioned Texas Tech, who haven't finished in the top 10 in 94 years. But they're bankrolled by Cody Campbell, former player and Texas Tech alum, oil tycoon. Vandy, We talked about them earlier. If they expanded to 16 teams, Vandy would have been a team that was in. Vandy, very much like Indiana, was nowhere to be found in the SEC.
It's a basketball school.
And then all of a sudden, a year ago, they beat Alabama.
Right.
You don't just go to Vandy and walk away with a win. And now this year, they've got a Heisman Trophy finalist. They're 10-2. They don't ultimately get a chance to play for the college football playoffs, but they have done a nice job of mining the portal, paying some players, and that's, again, it comes down to who is going to be able to fund. Do you have a donor base? And I'll throw another one out to you. Northwestern.
Another smart guy school.
Another smart guy school. And everybody knows that they're building a new stadium. It's going to be awesome. And it's Ryan Field. Well, okay, they've got a guy, one donor, a billionaire alum, Patrick Ryan, who is donating the money for this stadium. Does he then want to fund for 2, 3, 4 years a roster that could compete at a national level? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
because
they could be that next team.
No history of real success. I mean, they celebrate a Big Ten West banner there. I mean, that would be Indiana-like if a team like Northwestern was suddenly, number next to their name, playoff wins, national champion.
But if you're a donor like Patrick Ryan and you just spent all this money, he donated $480 million to build this beautiful stadium. Wouldn't you like to see a really good team play in there?
The analogy would be if you did a custom build house, you dropped $1 million plus. Well, with the way how homes are, several $1 million. You get this palatial manor. You got to put furniture in there, right? You're not going to just leave it barren and empty. You're going to want to give people a reason to go, and you're going to want to fill that place and win those games and host those ranked matchups. Sure. I mean, look, I'm not going to laugh at anybody who calls in and brings up a small school, well, not small school, but like a lesser known school, because Indiana just did it. 2 years ago, the losingest program in college football, little to no success to speak of, a Big Ten doormat. So if you call in and say Northwestern, they're a Big Ten doormat. But in today's football, it's possible. Now, you got to be careful. Possible is going to get a lot of coaches fired. It's going to set up a lot of fan bases for letdowns. It's going to cause a lot of people to lose a lot of money trying. But I love that there's going to be a real effort to do so. I love that doors have been knocked down and more of these programs feel like they've got a shot and they can compete. I'll give one locally. Is Michigan State in this conversation? They've got billionaire donors. They're more successful historically than Indiana or Northwestern. But if the money's there, if you feel like they just hired a good coach, and John, I know you feel that way, are they not one step, two step right there too?
Yeah, and as much as I'd like to put them in the same category as Northwestern or Vandy or Duke, they're a level above. Clearly, in some of those, a couple levels above of what they historically have been. And it may just simply come down to a battle of the billionaires. Does, Patrick Ryan, the guy that I mentioned for Northwestern, does it make him mad that Mark Cuban won a national championship?
Yeah.
And for those guys, it's not about Kirk Cignetti. It's not about Fernando Mendoza. It's about my school. And I financed this championship. What have you done?
I think a better comp for Michigan State is Clemson pre-Dabo Swinney. A team right now would say like NC State, Illinois, Arizona. Teams that I would call, and pardon this might sound offensive, conference filler. But they're not exactly the doormats of the conference.
Right. They're not team 1, 2, or 3 in their conference, but they're not the bottom either.
And I think what separates it is another team I've heard people talk about. Kurt Cignetti came from there, JMU. They played in the college football playoffs this year.
Yeah.
But the question is going to be JMU, little old JMU, do they have a billionaire donor or billionaire's donor that wants to finance for 2 or 3 years a chance to win a national championship? And then they step away and then JMU goes back to being JMU.
Well, yeah, that's part of it too. 248-539-9797. Some of the suggestions coming in. Louisville. You got Braum. If you got financial backing, you're a year away from a year away. Another one says, guys, Northwestern played in 2 more conference championship games than Michigan over a decade period. And by the way, that Big Ten doormat has a winning record against Indiana historically.
Okay. So you can't be more losing than Indiana. So if you're saying, well, you have to be the losing against program to make that happen, then Indiana's the only team that can do it.
I say it's not like a brag to be like we were better than Indiana historically.
Right.
And winning Big Ten West banners in a watered-down Big Ten West. I can't believe you're going to stick up for Northwestern's historical dominance on the text. Like, they're just not that program. Our point is they could be. They could be. Now, some people don't like this conversation. The text says, I hate this entire discussion landed in Waterford. Does this bother you? That it's not just Alabama and Georgia? That it's not just Michigan and Ohio State? That it's not the same 4 or 5 teams recycled through the blender? Because I like that there are more teams in the mix now.
Well, then wouldn't you like more teams being in the college football playoffs?
There is a fine line. 248-539-9797. They're still struggling to find it. It's 97.1. Michigan winters mean cold air, don't we know it? Hot drinks, tougher bites, things that can mess up your teeth. If something feels off, Brightside Dental can take a look right away. Often same day, 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. If you want to start the year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental is always welcoming new patients with a $35 new patient special. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. $9:35, we're going to get into a bold offseason move for the Lions to consider. Would they actually do this? John, we're discussing who the next Indiana could be, and I do feel like there's almost a resentment from some of the audience. Like they don't like that anybody can just be Indiana, that it goes to the highest bidder, that you can buy your way to a title. Because many of the teams that you highlighted are schools with rich donors.
So, there's a couple of things at play. What I don't like is the team with the most donors or the biggest donors are the teams that win. Mm-hmm. But what I do like is if you're stuck down the depth chart, you feel like you could start somewhere else, you got the freedom to move. You got the freedom to make some money elsewhere. It is spreading out the talent in college football. That's a good thing. The not good thing is all of the top talent leaving all of these and Power 5 schools included, Power 4 schools included, just simply going to the highest bidder on a yearly basis.
I think there's a nauseating component, but I think the good outweighs the bad. I don't need it to be Bama, Georgia, Michigan, and Ohio State every year. I like that there's new blood. I like that Indiana could flip the script in 2 years. That gives so many fan bases out there a belief that if we hire the right coach, if we get the right talent infusion, the right backing behind us financially, Indiana, you threw out Northwestern.
Yeah, well, you want to make sure that the belief in the SEC is that they can still win a national title, even though they've been locked out for 3 years.
But Vandy's top 10 all-time in losses. They were on the edge of the playoff this year. Is that not good? I think that's good. That it doesn't have to be the same teams every season. But you tell us, and we want to know who the next Indiana is. Tex says, you guys nailed it. It bothers a ton of people, especially around here. You think about it, the Lions historically have been god-awful, so most people are Michigan fans. They cannot accept the fact that it's not just Michigan and Ohio State every year. It's driving them insane. It's wrecking their world. The reality is most of these fans didn't attend any of the universities. Their only connection is the football team, and now their football team won't automatically be in contention every year. They can't stand it.
So do it better. That's. I'm not mad that Indiana won. I'm upset that we had a dysfunctional program and we weren't competitive.
Guys, CMU could be the next big thing if Cookies makes some donations.
Takes a little bit of that radio money.
Another says, Cookies, who can we get? Jeff Daniels, Dan Marley, fire up, Joe in a car.
There you go, the Magic Man.
Really turned it into Mount Pleasant. Start stacking titles. Let's get to Joe in Commerce. Joe, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys.
Good
Thanks
morning.
for having me, first-time caller. Yeah, I think that what they should do is they should schedule the first 3 games in the conference so you know your opponent, and then after that, the next 3 games can be scheduled based on what the record is of those first 3, and then for the next 3, the same thing. That way you have, 8-1 teams playing each other as the last 3 games, and that determines conference champions.
Well, if your goal is to simply find a conference champion, I don't disagree with what you're talking about, but I don't know that there's a lot of teams right now that are just simply focused on a conference championship. They're all focused on a national championship, which, by your method, is what the playoff provides.
Yeah, but if they're going to expand the conference championship conference to 24 teams and you don't play everyone, so how do you say who's going to make the playoffs or not? This would group them so they actually have a chance to play each other, and you would know who the top dog is.
You'd be weeding stuff out in the regular season, which would be helpful. I can't help but wonder, though, logistically, what that would be. You don't even know who you're playing a month from now.
That's true. Yeah, it would be hard to do logistically, but that would be one way they could possibly do it.
TV decides the window the game's going to get played in, typically within 10 days, but the marquee games are spoken for, and they know those games well in advance.
Right. I do think one of the obstacles will be exactly what we're talking about. How are you going to crown conference champions? Or is our conference champions just going by the wayside and we go back to divisions in those conferences and you win the AFC South? You win the Big Ten West.
At least the Big Ten West would be a little more robust now. Oregon and USC and Washington.
Yeah.
Let's get to Kyle. You're on 97.1.
So I think Missouri could be the next Indiana. I know they're more of a conference filler. I'm not too sure where they stand as far as donors, but 2 years ago, going back-to-back 10-plus win seasons, this last season a little bit of a letdown. But I think Eli Drinkwitz could use the portal real good to build a good contending team at least there.
I mean, Missouri could be in the conversation. I think they're more along the lines of they haven't won as many conference championships, I don't think, as Michigan State, but I would put them closer to a Michigan State than I would in Indiana.
Missouri, without doing the math, are probably just like that below average SEC, like middle bottom.
Probably.
And those are the type of teams that we're talking about that suddenly have life in college football. John, I pulled up the teams with the most losses in college football, and you have Indiana, Northwestern, Rutgers.
Oh, the birthplace of college football.
Wake Forest, Kansas. As you scroll a little more, Vandy is in the bottom 10. Not far behind that is Kentucky, Virginia, Maryland, Illinois. Like these teams that are perennial cannon fodder.
If they have a championship parade in Piscataway, that might do it for me. I might finally be out.
Why? It'd be the full circle moment. The birthplace of college football finally gets back on top.
Yeah, the joke I used to tell, it's where it was born and it's also where it's died.
Well, it'd be your full circle.
Yeah, so
they can hold the funeral.
Such a terrible, terrible setup. Oh, it's terrible.
248-539-9797. I like this. Do you kind of feel like you're in between because some of the changes you like, some that you don't. Do you like that Indiana won the national title?
Sure. I got no issue with that. I mean, they, under the current rules, they've found Kirk Cignetti. First of all, I don't want to take away from Kirk Cignetti being a really good coach.
Yeah.
But they've found part of the cheat code, and that is getting yourself a good donor, putting together a great transfer class year in, year out, but then also the cheat code to me is 4, 5, and currently 6-year players that are just older, more physically, more emotionally mature, and I thought you saw it play out on Monday night.
Oh, you absolutely. That's a huge calling card of what they did this year. I also think it's a little silly to reduce it exclusively to NIL. Like, their initial crop of guys came from JMU, and they weren't setting records in Cignetti's first year with the dollars spent on the program.
Right, but in his first year, what was the conversation? Well, you didn't really play anyone.
Right.
And then this year, they spend a little bit more, and they get more transfers, not just the JMU guys, and they go to Oregon and win. Mm-hmm. They beat Oregon in the college football, in the playoffs. They beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. So there's validity to what they did.
No, let me maybe state this better. Spending money is now a prerequisite. Spending money wisely is what will determine how you do. Mendoza was not seen as, well, they beat the market to land Fernando Mendoza, right? Elijah Surratt, their number one receiver. He's got an NFL future, but nobody looked at that and said, well, they just have an unguardable,
overpowering wide receiver.
Yeah, no, nobody thought that. They spent wisely. Like, I'll give you another example. Texas Tech spent a lot of money, but one of their best players was a pass rusher from Stanford, right? One of Oregon's top offensive linemen was a tackle from Nevada. It's not just, well, Alabama's spending money, LSU's spending money, Michigan and Ohio State are spending money. It didn't mean that they were going to win the national title. It's a prereq to be in the conversation, but you still have to coach them up the way Cignetti did and identify that talent that you can get the most out of.
Right. You can't just buy a championship, but you're going to have to spend to participate.
Yes. And my point is there are more people that can spend to participate in this now, which opens up the sport and makes it more competitive. Anyway, we're going to get into this Lions conversation to round out the hour. The offseason's here, and there's some tough decisions they have to make. Look, we've talked about how Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are going to have to make some tough calls, right?
Yep.
How about cutting a franchise cornerstone? So ESPN has an article up discussing a bold move for every team for this offseason. And for the Lions, they say cut Taylor Decker if he doesn't retire. Graded out 45th of 69 tackles in pass block win rate. He was 61st in run blocking. The argument is the play has slipped. If they designate him a post-June 1 cut, they can save $18 million.
How much is it going to cost you for a center?
Right around $18 million bucks. So
in free agency.
In free agency. So rather than have a tackle whose play is slipping, who we don't trust to play 17 games, who you just can't risk what happened with Frank Ragnow last year where he says he's going to play, but then the body betrays him. You're proactive, not reactive. You cut him. You save $18 million bucks. You bankroll that into, among other things, your offensive line. It would require them to put feelings aside and run it as purely a business. And John, you know the NFL can be a brutal business near the end of your career. I want to know your thoughts on whether or not the Lions should cut Taylor Decker. We'll do that coming up next. I think it's a good conversation. As you sit there as a fan of this football team, do you want the Lions to cut Taylor Decker, even if he still wants to play football? It's 97.1. Should the Lions cut Taylor Decker? Franchise cornerstone, first-round pick, heart and soul guy.
Okay, in the description, you said franchise cornerstone.
Yeah.
Was. And so franchise cornerstones are guys that you're going to continue to build your team around. Does he fit that description anymore?
Nope. He will be 33. Play has slipped. Struggles to stay healthy. We get it. Football's a brutal business. Can you count on him for 17-plus games? If he says, I still want to play, should the Lions make the call for him and say, we're going to save $18 million, post-June 1 cut, move on, roll the savings into more promising pieces?
It all depends on what the Lions' plan is moving forward. And if their plan moving forward is, okay, we could save $18 million, we could spend that on a center in free agency. Okay, then go do that. And then what is your plan for replacing Taylor Decker at tackle? Is it moving Penei Sewell over and then drafting a tackle with the 17 pick or trading up to get the tackle that you want in the first round?
Sounds great to me.
That is, so you've got to have that plan in place. What you don't want is, well, we're going to hold on to Taylor Decker until we see what we do in free agency. And then we're going to hold on to him to make sure that we get the tackle that we want in the draft. Because if you don't capitalize on either time frame, then you're in the same boat as you were last year with Frank Ragnow.
Ding, ding, ding. Proactive versus reactive. And it's a business at the end of the day. As much as this guy is well-liked in the organization, and they've taken care of him, to be fair, near the end, it's really not about touchy-feely and feelings. Yeah. It's about, hey, we got to do what's best for the organization.
Will Taylor Decker be mad if they cut him?
Yeah.
Sure. I was mad after a decade that I got cut in Washington. I could still play, which I did. I came to Detroit for a couple of years. And even at that time, if I wanted to keep playing, I could have. I just didn't want to be that guy that was going year to year, moving around. It didn't fit my family at the time. He's talked about family. If he is relieved of duty here, it might be, I've made a whole bunch of money. I'm good. I don't need to go through everything that he talked about in his postseason interview.
I think it's tough because you want to be able to make the decision for yourself in a perfect world. This would be the Lions making it for him.
Rare that you leave the game on your own terms.
It really is like only for the rarefied air guys, right?
Well, even if you look at Brady, did he leave under his own terms? Would he have rather stayed and compete in New England?
No, but he still played football until he decided not to.
But again, it's and I don't know. I haven't asked him that question. Would he have rather have been just, hey, I'm gonna win one more in New England, versus, hey, you let me go and now I'm going to go down to Tampa. I can still play. It's the same thing with Taylor Decker on a much different scale.
Yeah.
But can Taylor Decker still play at this level? Sure.
Right. And that's going to be what the Lions decide to do here is they have to decide if he's going to be part of this next year or not, just like he's going to decide if he wants to retire or not. Mm-hmm. But this is where you take control as the organization and you make the decision that's best for your team. Like, John, the more we talk about this, the more I think that's what they should do. They approach him and say, we're going to use the cap savings to reinvest in our offensive line. We're going to kick Penei over to left. We're going to draft Maui Noah would be the tackle that you and I both really like out of Miami to play the right side. Big mauler who moves well. Yeah, that's how we make ourselves better.
Yeah.
And, Deck, it's nothing against you. You can be mad at us if you want. You wouldn't be the first player who felt like you had more left in the tank and a team moved on.
Mm-hmm.
But do fans get on board with this? Do you buy what we're selling? And more importantly, John, do you think the team has it in them to be, you didn't like when I used the word cutthroat earlier, but to be this fill in the blank?
Assertive.
Do you think the team has it in them to be this assertive?
Yes. And I think they have to be. And whether it's with him or it's with other guys that just haven't performed, you're going to have to move on. They're going to have to be more assertive in the draft. You can't continue to take developmental guys. They're not in that place anymore. And you could argue that they never were, maybe once or twice, but not for Hendon Hooker, Broderick Martin, Giovanni Manu, all of these different guys that you took as developmental guys, Josh Pascal, Levi Onwuzurike. Like, you can't have that many holes in a couple years worth of drafts.
Guys, at $18 million, I'd rather have a top center than an aging tackle whose play has drastically slipped. If he doesn't retire, thank him for his service and cut him. Very next one. Don't cut Decker. He has one more year in him, Kim in Sterling Heights.
You better have some assurances that he's all in. And not the assurances. He can't tell you, yes, I'm going to be healthy for 17 games.
Right, I was just going to say.
That's an impossibility.
And I know people.
He could be.
If he says he wants to come back and play, it's presumably because he feels good about his body. But, John, at this point in his career, you can only feel so good, and you're only so close to being injured again.
Right. And so there's no guarantees he can give them other than, I'm not retiring. I will be in training camp.
I'll gut it out. I'll play hard. I'll do everything I can for this team. But even last year, he couldn't play every game. Even if he gets everything cleaned up and has another procedure, it could be something else that pops up.
Right. It's players of that age. And so you are somewhat gambling on the health. And then what are you doing to make sure that you have sufficient bodies if he's not able to go for 4 games, 5 games, whatever it might be?
You use the word bold and Holmes in the same sentence. That's funny, guys. Well, he has to tweak stuff. He has to be more assertive, would be your word.
He needs to operate differently because they are in a gotta win now, gotta get back to the postseason, gotta push for a Super Bowl.
If those are the type of backstabbing, disloyal moves you have to make with one of your players who's been with you the longest, I'll pass on the Super Bowl.
No thanks.
What?
It's not backstabbing. It's simply a guy gets to the end of his career, and does he dictate to the team when he's going to step away while you still pay him, or are you dictating to him, this is what we need?
The second part of that, I'll pass on the Super Bowl. Really, you think you'd be at the Super Bowl parade? I just want you to imagine this for a second, because I'm sure you've imagined someday.
Who's more likely to get a parade? The Taylor Decker when he announces his retirement after not winning a Super Bowl, or the Detroit Lions after winning a Super Bowl minus Taylor Decker?
I just can't imagine. Penei Sewell's giving a speech at the podium. He's inebriated, or Goff's had a few, and we're all partying. We're having a good time.
Boy, I wish Taylor Decker was here.
I just can't enjoy this because they cut Taylor Decker before the season.
And I'm not saying we don't know the specifics of his injuries. All we're going on is his interview at the end of the season. We're also going on the heels of Frank Ragnow retiring after free agency, after the draft, and then being left with an insufficient offensive line.
Because Frank had the best of intentions, right? Like, Frank didn't want to put the team in a bad spot.
And you could say...
And yet they were left in a bad spot because, bodies break down and the writing was on the wall. And I don't want to be in the same spot where we're saying, the writing was on the wall. We should have known with Taylor Decker.
Taylor Decker, I'm sure, has the best of intentions. I'm not trying to paint him out to be some selfish guy that just wants to get a paycheck. He wants to actually contribute and win a Super Bowl.
Guys, Decker might be a cornerstone, but the Lions can't pay him that amount and hope he can be good week to week like we did this last year. Maybe he's a cut and come back on a cheaper deal kind of guy.
But it changes the equation in regards to the salary cap.
Well, yeah, so play it out. They cut him post June 1 and save $18 million.
I don't know if you label them as a post June 1 cut, can they re-sign you after that?
Well, and beyond that, does Taylor Decker want to come play football for less money if he's already on the fence?
Less money is still a lot of money.
No, I know, but if part of his calculus is...
Right, I'm going through all of this, and I'm not sure I want to do it for $18 million. Am I going to take less money and go through all of this?
Money helps make that decision for you. If you don't have the money, then...
Cheddar, make it all better.
248-539-9797. Are the Lions assertive enough to make this move? Does it make sense? What do you guys make of this possibility where you cut your left tackle? You already need to beef up the offensive line, but is this a means to beef up the left tackle spot? Moving Sewell there, using the money on center, etc. It's 97-1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you and adjust it over time. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and for almost every member of my family. So there makes sense why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
John, how annoyed are you every time a Scott Boris headline pops up?
Oh, about as annoyed as I am every time we have to talk about the college football playoffs expanding or not, or the business of college football. It's all exhausting.
Okay, well, we'll keep this to the final 10 minutes here. It's been an ongoing saga. Boris, Scooble v. Harris, and the Tigers. And it's only going to come to a head at the arbitration hearing at this point. But Evan Petzold has the latest. Scott Boris open to Tarek Scooble talks at current comparable salaries.
Oh, now he's open to talks. He wasn't a couple of weeks ago before the arbitration deadline. Now he's open to them.
Here's the quote from Boris. In this process, we reached an agreement on first baseman Spencer Torkelson because we agreed on current comparable players. Told the Free Press Saturday, January 17th. That's not something we were able to do with Scooble. Points out that with Torkelson, a much lower stakes deal, they could find comparables. Alec Boehm at $4 million and Ryan Mountcastle at $4.1 million, so they met right in the middle. That's not what happened in the Scooble case. In 2015, left-hander David Price set the record for an arbitration-eligible pitcher signing for $19.7 million. The Tigers are using that as a benchmark to this day, which Boris rejects 11 years later. Boris would go on to say that, yes, there are no deadlines for negotiating other than we go to the hearing and we turn our case to the arbitrators. There is no baseball rule that says you still can't negotiate. It's the Tigers' philosophy where they stop negotiations, but that's their choice, not ours. We'll continue to negotiate. We'll always do so in good faith up until the hearing when the arbitrators decide.
So he wasn't willing to negotiate before the arbitration deadline. Now he is willing to negotiate. What's changed? Is there a little bit of a sense that, hey, it's not a slam dunk that Tarek Scooble is going to get 32? He might get 19?
So you think this implies a little bit of angst? I don't want to say panic.
I don't really know. It's because we have no idea what were the numbers. Did he say it's 32 or we're not settling for anything else?
So the Tigers claim, and it was in the McCoskey piece last week, that Boris wouldn't negotiate on the day of the deadline to submit numbers, which is the explanation for why the Tigers went from 19.8 to 19 flat. We discussed why would you lower it, blah, blah, blah. Don't want to rehash that. But the Tigers' claim was Boris cut off negotiations. Boris is saying, well, negotiations don't have to be cut off. You guys are the ones choosing to be a file and trial organization, which some teams elect to do. Once you file, you just take it to trial. Boris is saying it doesn't have to be that way. You know my number. Give me a call.
Yeah, so is his number 32 and we're not selling for anything less? Because if that's
not
the case,
then
we'll take our chances in arbitration.
No, he's slimy. And we played the Dr. Seussian and rhymes. You should be nauseated thoroughly by Scott Boris. I find him nauseating and slimy. At the same time, I also think he's right. The Tigers can't be using David Price 11 years ago as a comp. Try to buy a house using 2015 valuations. Go buy a car, but put yourself back in 2015. Let me know how that goes. Things are more expensive.
They are.
The Tigers tried to negotiate with Scooble allegedly and came in hundreds of millions of dollars short. They're the ones not operating in 2026. So while Boris is slimy and doing this through the media is gross, I think he's right.
Is he right that Tarek Scooble is worth more than $19 million? Sure. Is he ultimately worth more than 32? Yeah. But where he is in his career, and I know all the accolades, but in terms of the collective bargaining agreement, this is the process that the Major League Baseball has in place for cost control for teams that aren't LA or New York.
Is he also right that the Tigers don't want to pay the freight?
Sure.
Well, then that's as much as he's painting them in a bad light. Aren't they standing in a bad light?
They're going through the business of the CBA. And if they have to pay 32, then they end up paying 32. Right. The question is, whether they win or lose, is Tarek Scooble ultimately on the roster come opening day?
Right. Well, and that's the other layer.
Because we know it's not going to be next year.
Well, yeah, this will be his last year in a Tigers uniform. They're headed for divorce. It's just a matter of how and when. Clearly, these two sides couldn't be further apart. It's the largest gap ever in arbitration history. Boris' case would be, and it's laid out in the free press here, Boris's case is let's use people's contracts from this decade. So he points out guys like Soto in arbitration.
Okay, everyday player.
Ohtani in arbitration.
More than an everyday player.
He points out Vladdy Guerrero and Mookie Betts.
Again, they're not pitchers. The caveat, though, is that because this is the second go-around in arbitration, he can use other comps, and it brings in Zach Wheeler at $42 million.
Right. So Boris is saying because Skubal is allowed to use all contracts in the sport, and the Tigers know that, the Tigers are the ones that they're not negotiating in good faith. Good faith would be using current contracts outside of arbitration from the last few seasons to pay one of the best players. If the Tigers don't want to live on planet Earth and negotiate in 2026 using the top players in the sport, then we're not going to get a deal done, and we'll see you at the arbitrator. If you'd like to negotiate using 2026 dollars in the landscape of the sport in 2026, make me a phone call. And you can hate him. I think we all hate Scott Boris. But isn't he right? That's my only point. And some of this is maybe a frustration in the Tigers offseason and the way that they've operated, not adding any significant outside pieces, that it only makes it easier to feel frustrated with them when the Skubal stuff pops up. But Boris has a point. They're not using 2026 Major League Baseball, all contracts in the market, to negotiate with Skubal. So yeah, he turned his phone off maybe and just said, you know what, when you're serious, let me know.
We'll turn ours off, and if we end up paying 32, we pay 32.
And you know the Tigers would love to win this, not just because of the money savings, but because of all of the
24, 25 teams that would love for the Tigers to win this.
But also to stick it to a guy who's made this public
the Pittsburgh
too.
Pirates would love for the Tigers to win this because they're going to be in the same situation with their stud pitcher who's already won one. You think Skubal having won two? The Pirates are going to be looking at a guy that's probably won three, maybe four. Yeah. He's a dominant pitcher.
Tex says, Jim, Scott's wrong. Inflation is not part of the calculus of arbitration. Yeah, but this isn't traditional arbitration. I think that's what people are losing sight of. This is not traditional arbitration. Arbitration is a way that the teams can keep salary down. This is not normal arbitration. This is a super exception when you're in your 5th year of service time and you can start to use bigger numbers and more recent comps that are outside the arbitration process. So I think that's what muddies the waters because the Tigers are operating like that's not the case.
Right. So the other comps that they'll bring in, obviously Zach Wheeler at $42 million, Jacob deGrom is at $37, Blake Snell 36.4, Garrett Cole at $36. Like I understand.
Boris is doing his job. He's going to use those, and he's going to have a strong case.
Yeah.
He is, but Major League Baseball is also advising the Tigers on where to put their offer, so that's why the Tigers put it where they put it, because that's what baseball is basically telling them to do. Yeah. And they're setting up for this big war after after the 2026 season. The collective bargaining agreement expires on December 31st at midnight, so I don't know if we're going to have a season in 2027 because they have too many giant things to get through. The salary cap is a must, or at least some kind of guardrails on this thing. It's the same thing with college football. That's just spiraling out of control too. But baseball is really out of control in the 11th hour, frankly. So I just don't have any confidence it's going to get done.
Do you think so? Buster Olney, we played some audio earlier in the show, says it's more likely he gets traded from what he's hearing. Not that it's likely, but more likely.
I mean, you got different people saying different things. I've heard the exact opposite from other. A former GM has said that. And it's just. I don't know. I'm fed up with the situation. I'd love to have Tarek Skubal here. My plan that I've said a couple times would have been initially give him 2 years. Give him a 2-year deal right now. So you give him his arbitration number this year and go ahead and give him, $50 million for next year. Make it just how about simple? A 2-year $90 million contract. And then he hits free agency after that second year. So he gets paid right now. Life-changing money right now, only for 2 years, and then he's still in his prime to hit the free agency for Scott Boris.
But I think if you're him, it won't happen because even if he loses arbitration, you take the $13 million hit this year to go get hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, well, I'm resigned I'm trading because he doesn't want to be here. Boris doesn't want to negotiate. I mean, Boris didn't want to negotiate the arbitration price. So that tells me he's not going to negotiate with the Tigers at all because he knows the Tigers can't afford him as much as the Dodgers can, the Yankees can, the Mets can, and whoever else. But it's brutal. So now you got to find the team can afford to give you the prospects and players that you want in return.
What do you guys got coming up quickly?
Quickly, we got the weather is just pain.
All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Lots going on in sports today. First, the Tigers have made another signing on the mound this morning. They have signed relief pitcher Bickford to a minor league contract while also giving him an invitation to spring training. The 30-year-old has pitched in 5 different major league seasons. He has a career .492 ERA and 189 major league innings, but hasn't pitched in the big leagues since September of 2024. He spent last season in AAA with the Cubs and Phillies organizations. Also, the players in the Professional Women's Hockey League say they want to see pro women's hockey come to Detroit. In a poll conducted by The Athletic, Detroit received the most votes of any possible expansion city as the next destination the players want to see the league go to. And the Red Hot Wings are also back in action tonight after 2 days off. We could see history as Patrick Kane is 2 points shy of Michigan native Mike Modano's NHL career points record for an American-born player. Modano's record of 1,374 points has stood for over 18 years. Puck drop tonight in Toronto between the Wings and Maple Leafs is set for 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:45. And if you want to catch the Pistons tonight, they'll be on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8 o'clock as they are set to face the lowly New Orleans Pelicans on the road. Detroit is in search of its 7th win in the last 8 games after beating the Celtics in that big Eastern Conference showdown on Monday. Meanwhile, the Pelicans are 10-35 this year, and they have lost 13 of their last 15 games. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Doug Karsh, that is Scott Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
All right, made it in safe, so
Hope everybody did.
okay.
Yeah, hope everybody did. It's obviously a little sketchy out there, but, don't rush. Take your time. Give other people as much space as necessary, and, hey, be careful. Be really, really careful. It's funny because Kang is my guy. We can't tell you how much and emphasize how much Kang means to this show, our producer. And we love him. We absolutely love him. He's really good at his job. He is a dad of young kids. My kids are all grown. I like to hear his stories. I like to help him with challenges. We don't always see the world through the same prism. But I don't know that there is one thing that we are more different in than the winter in Michigan. Kang's hostility towards snow and the winter in Michigan and my love of winter in Michigan, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum to the point where I feel bad. I feel bad for him. And I'm trying to invite him in some respectful way to try and see or take advantage of winter in Michigan. Your hostility isn't quite as pronounced as Kang's, but you don't like it either.
No, I don't. I mean, I like 4 seasons in Michigan. I think snow is pretty. I enjoy the aesthetics of it. And then there comes a time when I'm like, enough. All right, I don't want to see it because I know that there's the destructive side of it is the part I don't like. I don't like driving in it. I don't like how other people drive in it. I think it's just a major stress factor for people when they get on the roads when it's not good like today. Because you got to let the snow fall before the plow trucks come out, and it's tough. And I don't like that. I don't like the bitter cold. I mean, temperatures in the 20s, I get it. It's wintertime. You're supposed to get that. And if it's going to dip down to the teens at night, sure. But I'm asleep. I don't care. But when it's, 3 degrees outside, 0 degrees outside, there's nothing you can do. You can't even enjoy being outside. when it's that bitter cold, when the wind chill factor gets well below 0 and you start seeing -5, -20, whatever it is, you can't do anything outside and for any elongated period of time. When I was a kid, I loved it. Loved snow. Get on a sled, go sledding down a hill. It's a lot of fun, but you can't do that when it's bitterly cold.
There are times where it's too hot as well, but it's not as necessarily uncomfortable. And look, I'm wanting to try and help Kang out in some way, because you were driving to work today and there was an exchange in your car. You were taking your daughter to school, and the topic of the snow and the winter and the weather came up.
Yeah, I got to the point where I had to say something to the 4-year-old, and I'm sitting in traffic, and I turn and I say, you know what, I really hate this snow.
Oh, boy.
And she says, I like it.
Yeah. Which one? I'm sorry, which daughter was this?
The 4-year-old.
Yeah, there you go. That's
She doesn't. This is the one
right
that
back on
actually.
brand.
This is the one that's openly hostile towards Dad, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
You
She might have been
thought you made
trolling me.
strides, yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't know the backstory of this, Kang has said to his 4-year-old, "I love you," and the 4-year-old will say back to him, "I love Mommy." He also, one of the most savage exchanges between a daughter and a father ever was Kang's wife and 2 girls were sitting on one couch. Kang was sitting on the other, and she just looked at him and said, "Daddy, you're sitting alone."
She just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
That I was by myself.
And then started laughing.
Yes. Yeah.
And I apologize to those who've heard the story before, but it's good for backdrop of this conversation. Because it's possible that she
Could be trolling me. Yeah,
Yeah,
she could be. There's
yeah.
that's always that. There's always that factor that's possible.
Yeah, because now you've let her know something that you dislike.
Yeah, she'll probably love it.
She's got that file away right away.
I don't know, Doug. How as a human you can like this?
Yeah.
Just as a human being.
Yeah, so I do, because it gets me so fired up for something that I absolutely love to do, and that is skiing. And this is, and Gator points out, I don't ski here. I ski up north, so why do I like it here? And the answer is, I don't know why that is. It just puts me in the mood, and I'm ready to go. I'm mapping out the weekends that we got coming up where we're going to be skiing. And I asked Jansen. I said, Jansen, on his way out, I said, you like this or hate it? And he goes, I love it. But he's into things like ice fishing. And I want you to find something, Kang. I want you to find something that you can get excited about when it's winter in Michigan. You live here. And I know, like, I'm looking down at the feedback coming in. Everybody's claiming they hate it. And I'm like, find something you can do in it. Find something to take advantage of it. Let's, don't
just
lean
hate
in.
it.
Well, don't lean into your misery. I guess I know your feelings are authentic, and I know that people. I'm not telling you you're wrong for feeling the way you're feeling. I just wonder what we could do to change it where people can embrace it.
Did you like it as a kid? Like, did you go
The only
sledding
thing,
or?
I did some stuff outside. I didn't mind as a kid. Of course, as a kid, because you don't have any responsibilities.
Right.
All you
So
do is,
let's get into the genesis of where this is coming from. When did you start hating winter?
The moment I saw snow. It touched my nose, I think, as a young child.
because
I was
I
like, what the
asked
hell
you-
is this?
But when you were a kid, you
You
liked
said
it.
you liked it because you had no responsibilities. So when did you
I
start?
guess, I
hating
don't know, maybe when I started driving,
I was gonna
16, maybe. You know what I mean? When you have to start actually getting
it's
the
a
responsibility
challenge.
of getting to and from a place on time, that's when you're like, dude, F this. No.
I
You know what's
said
better
it-
than ice fishing, by the way? Regular fishing, Doug, but go on.
Well, I don't know that. I'm not a fish. I think the ice
It's better,
fisher
trust
dude.
me.
You don't know that either. Maybe an ice fisherman can tell us. Do you like ice fishing or summer fishing better?
Jansen will turn the car around, drive right back. I said this to Doug before the show. I think maybe one of the main reasons that you despise winter is because you have the longest commute to get.
Well, that
to work.
doesn't help at this point. But Gator, at this point, it's beating me down. This is like not just one day. This week's been bad. It's going to get worse cold-wise. I feel like we're in The Revenant. I almost got raped by a bear this morning, okay? I'm going to find a dead horse on the side of the road and probably carve out its stomach and sleep in it to get through this winter. I feel like Tom Hardy's going to show up somewhere and be like, this way, and lead me to, like, where other people are in warmth.
Sure, I get it. I have 2 dead tauntauns in my backyard. I mean, I know what it's like to live on Hoth, and it's not fun. It's no good. But and for me, it's about. I think King is also onto something here. The last couple weeks have been particularly brutal, and the amount of snow shoveling that people have had to do, or plowing that has to get done. If you've got a service and you see, oh my God, is the truck back again already? Then weren't you just here like 2 days ago? Like, yeah, they were. Weren't you just here yesterday? Yeah, they were. You know, it just becomes a little too much. All of this is too much sometimes. It's like, not necessarily even for me. It's not even in moderation. It's just like, again, I like it on my terms.
Right.
If I don't have to drive in it, great. You know, when I'll go driving when the streets are clear and there's snow all over the place, but the streets are clear. Awesome. If it's going to be in the 15 to 31 degree range, great. I can take that. And then at some point I'm going to be like, enough, which is usually the middle of February. I get fed up with it, not, on January 21st. And I'm not fed up with it like Kang's fed up with it.
Well, the thing about Kang is that I think he's probably one of the better athletes at the station, and I can totally see him being really good on skis or a snowboard. And I think if he did that, he would enjoy this more. And look, I'm guessing there's a small minority of you out there that are like me, that have outdoor winter activities that they absolutely love and are like, yeah, preach. But I think most of you are like, F off. I don't like this. And look, the driving is a pain in the ass. There's no doubt about it. But, I don't hate shoveling. I think shoveling to me is a way to get exercise, to get outside in the wintertime. And I was up there this morning at 6:55, shoveling the driveway, thinking how long I'm going to be doing the same thing when I get home. But I don't mind. I guess, King, I just want you to be happier in the winter.
I want to be happier in the winter too.
But
maybe in Florida.
Could you imagine? Well, there's always that. You can always leave, but I don't want you to. Do you think you would ever get on skis or a snowboard?
There was a time for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. Snowboarding seems fun. It seems very difficult, but I would have tried it. But I think we're beyond that, Doug. I think at this point,
but we're not.
It's there's that one guy that skis in my neighborhood, right? Maybe I could ask him.
He's looking for his klobberbacken.
King doesn't look like he's ready to try it.
No, he's not.
I think he's done with it. No matter what you want, how much you want him to do it,
well,
and how much you think he'd be
miserable.
good at it because he's athletic or
stop
whatever.
Trying to compliment me. All right?
He doesn't want
it's not
to.
working.
He doesn't want to do it.
I don't know. Maybe somebody can help me, or maybe nobody out there likes winter. I just don't want you to be miserable, my man.
We got to take a text. Kang don't buy into Doug's winter propaganda. It's all lies.
Fake news.
Here's the one thing that I totally believe is that everybody have their own authentic feelings. But if you are miserable here and this weather gets you down, I encourage you to find something, because there's a lot of people that like outdoor winter activities. Maybe not a lot, but there's a percentage of us.
You openly say you look forward to shoveling your driveway.
I do,
How many
yeah.
people say that? That's tough, man.
Maybe it's I'm like making the best of a bad situation where I'm like, okay, well, this is my exercise in the winter.
It's like, I can't wait to go home and salt.
248-539-9797. We're all dealing with it together, and it's just going to get colder as the week goes on. There'll be snow throughout, but this weekend there's going to be high temperatures in the single digits. And trying to help people out. What can you Gator? Is there anything you like the aesthetics?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
From the inside of my house looking outside, I enjoy that. I mean, there are times like I said, if it's warmer out, I can enjoy it a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I've been to the Plymouth Ice Festival, and I've had fun with that. I've gone downtown.
Yeah.
For Winterfest that they've had there. They've had Winterfest in Royal Oak. I need to go see bands play and stuff like that, or just to be outdoors in the whole thing and see people's ice skating in campus marshes. Going down Woodward in Detroit when it's in the wintertime and they've got the huts set up or the yurts or whatever, and it's great. That part I like.
Yeah.
But if it's too cold, I don't want to do it.
So, Cousin Brady out in San Diego, who I've talked about a little bit throughout the show.
This should be interesting.
Cousin Brady loves this. He's come back and learned how to snowboard.
Good for Cousin Brady, who lives in a perfect environment out in San Diego. Glad to hear it.
But he
to get it. I can't wait to come out for a weekend. I can't wait to come out for a weekend and enjoy snow for 3 days and then get back to paradise. Good for Cousin Brady.
248-539-9797. Can anybody help me out, or is this a lost cause? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Okay, look, I'm not trying to pressure our guy Kang, and I'm not
sure?
I don't. I hate seeing him miserable, and I think there's many people out there that it just goes straight to misery with this weather. And yeah, it's
the winter blues, man.
Driving into work, can be sketchy and scary and dangerous, and we all agree on that. And, extreme temperatures either direction can be dangerous and can be like, when it's too cold to be outside, that's one thing. There's also times it's too hot to be outside. People complain a lot more about this than they do extreme heat in the summer. But my point is his misery. I feel bad that a coworker that I respect and like so much is miserable, and I am excited. It gets me fired up. I can't wait to get out and get skiing. And look, there's people love to snowshoe, people love to ice fish, people love to snowmobile. And I know there's like the weather hasn't been great for snowmobiling lately, but are the snowmobilers, like, are you fired up about this? How can we turn around our guy Kang, who incidentally does not want to change? I don't think he want to change.
I think it's too late, man.
Yeah, it might be.
I'm not asking you to change, buddy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, I
can't afford to get hurt now. A lot of that stuff.
I mean, the other thing is, like, we talk about the weather and how much it plays a role in the commute. I mean, in the summertime, there's nothing with it.
Oh,
It could be,
Gator,
110 degrees and you're driving into work. And,
well, Gator, have you ever seen me text you guys, hey, guys, I'm going to be late. It's too nice out on the roads?
No.
And it might not make it. It's like 75 out here.
But my point is, and for someone like Kang who's got two young kids, and Doug, you can appreciate this part of it, is that it takes more of his time away from his family because it takes extra preparation instead of, a 50-minute drive in. Now it's a 2-hour drive in instead of a 50-minute drive home. It's a 2.5-hour drive.
I have the exact same challenges, and I still.
But you're past it.
Yeah, but throughout that time, I was like, okay, I'm leaving.
Yeah, but
earlier.
you enjoyed it to begin with. He didn't.
Yeah. Let's go to Lee in Garden City. Hi, Lee.
Hey, you guys. Hey, Kang, instead of learning a winter sport and breaking your ankle or something, what you can do, the easiest thing that you can do is get yourself a nice Jeep Wrangler, 4-door for you and the girls. At least that will make your commute, that'll make your commute.
That doesn't
nice.
change anything. Do you know how many SUVs I've seen in a ditch because they thought they could handle the weather and they can't?
Yeah, put in 4-wheel drive and let it rip.
They all have 4-wheel drive.
Well, just because somebody isn't good driving their 4-wheel drive vehicle doesn't mean it's a bad idea. There are some cars that are better.
You're still going to slide in the ice.
Kang, when you bought your vehicles, did you ever consider how does this car drive in the winter?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I make sure to have either all-wheel or
So you've already
four-wheel.
done that?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Alex is next on 97.1. Hi, Alex.
Just wanted to give Kang a different perspective. See, when you constantly have like the negative thought, then you're going to always have negative things. So maybe switch your mind up and say like, hey, I'm going to find something to do with my kids during these winter times that are winter activities that create happy memories for you. And the second thing is, as a person that is a skier, snowboarder, the big difference between just normal people and us is like I walked out today, and even though I'm working, I was actually bummed because I lifted up the snow and saw that, man, this was actually some really nice powder today. It'd actually be really nice skiing and snowboarding weather. So just like when you get into that mentality, it changes for you, especially if you ski or snowboard.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I am programmed to love this, even though I'm not skiing today. And Alex, it sounds like you are too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like it's just one of those things. Like when we see that snow like this, it's like, ooh,
let's go.
This is nice. Because like if it's rainy, if it's wet snow, all of us are like, man, it's poopy.
It sucks.
We don't want that. But when we like pick up the snow and throw it in the air, and it's like beautiful and like nice light dust, you're like, oh man, this is the day. This is the day when I want to be out like 8 hours on the mountain and just hitting powder.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
And you drive your 3.5 to 4.5 hours away and do that.
Yeah, I get it, and yet the point is, this weather gets us amped up. This weather gets us fired up to go do that.
To leave the area and go do that. Yes, yes.
248-539-9797. Now, you can't ski and snowboard around here. To me, it's not.
There are some, you could, I guess, Pine Knob and Mount Holly or something like that.
Brighton.
But
Danny and Sterling.
Dump or whatever.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, gang. Hey, how you doing? King, think about joining the local school ski club. Now, if you're a chaperone, you get to go for free. You have responsibilities. Like mine was, if somebody got hurt, I had to take them to the hospital, which thankfully never happened. But maybe, it'll be a fun thing and your 4-year-old will like you. But Doug could tell you this too. You go up north, like ours was Crystal Mountain. The kids ski for virtually free up there for some reason. So it's
Well, they're trying to get them
cheaper.
hooked. Yeah, kids, they're trying to get the kids hooked.
And King, I'm going to tell you this. I drive a truck. I'm up in Clarkston, and I love this stuff. I'm driving 15 to 25 miles an hour. I'm way behind, and I couldn't be happier. I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to be funny. You learn to love it because you know you can ski. So it's true, man. Give it a shot. It's pretty good.
Doug, have you ever been a chaperone or done any of that?
I haven't.
Joined the ski club?
No, I haven't.
Never was a chaperone?
Never a chaperone on a ski trip. No. I have been a
He just
chaperone.
lingered in the background.
All these kids.
Well, I mean, we would.
There's a fine line between chaperone and creeper.
So we got a place up north, right? And we would go up there with other families, and I would go and help all the kids. I mean, look, it would take 2 hours to get the kids geared up. And it was, from the time you say, let's go skiing, to the time you're standing at the top of the first run, 2 hours. But the kids freaking love it. And Kang, your daughter says she likes it. Like, I know you're such a good dad and family guy. You could create like some great winter memories with them and share stuff with them. I mean, look, let's face it. You got an uphill battle with the young one. This is a way to get in her good favor.
Doug, you're right. First of all, you're right. I would do almost anything for them because I'm a sucker like that.
Yep.
But so the other day, was it maybe last month, December, we had a big dump or whatever. That's right. Gator, keep your mind on. We had the corner lot, right? You speak of. So on the side of my house I have a lot of grass over there.
Yeah.
So I actually took the shovel and did like a path, like a maze. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like a foot, 2 feet of snow, whatever. At least on the grass, it was just piling up. So I did one of those. I mean, that's about
good for you. Yeah.
As far as I've embraced the snow and try to make my kids like it. I don't even have to make them like it. They just think it's fun.
Watch this. Doug.
Yeah.
If you went over there, you can help him make his ice rink.
I wish Doug was my neighbor so he could shovel
Dude,
for me.
well, I would.
The epic ice rink he could put in his backyard.
If you put an ice rink in, do you think your kids would learn to skate?
Dude, I don't want to tie up their skates. We already talked about this.
Tying up the
lacing of the skates.
That's an excellent
hockey
point.
parents, Kang's not wrong,
point.
is he?
Dude.
Tying your kids' skates.
I've got cuts on my fingers right now thinking about it.
There is a line of delineation when your kid gets old enough to tie their own skates, which I think parents rejoice.
Hasn't Bauer come up with a way that like Velcro does the same thing? You can get it as tight as you want because you've got the Velcro strap. You just tighten it as.
Well, if they have, it's a recent.
come
it's a
on.
recent.
Let's go, Bauer.
How are we gonna get these winter haters to embrace it? 248-539-9797, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gator, Kang behind the glass. Kenny's there as well. Jansen has sounded off on the topic about ice fishing versus regular fishing. And I don't know that Jansen speaks for all outdoorsmen, all big lumberjack types.
Rugged real men.
Yes. But he texted in all caps, mind you, shouting at us. Ice fishing is way better.
Well, I sent a reply message, Gator.
The reply message was, sure, John.
With 2 girls in a bikini on a boat.
Oh, that's true.
Regular fishing's better.
Yeah. Jansen then sent a picture of the most badass winter vehicle.
That is pretty badass.
Yeah,
that looks badass. That looks like something, like I said, Tom Hardy's going to lead us to warmth. We got to get on this vehicle.
Yeah.
And
so that's not ice fishing. That's just
I don't know
driving
what
a
that is.
vehicle.
That's like a winter vehicle that he has. It's outfitted to.
It looks like something the Dark Knight would ride in the winter.
It looks like something. It looks like something that could get up
I
Everest.
may have something in applied sciences. Morgan Freeman goes on. We built this for the military.
I'm such a fan of winter, and I hate that our guy Kang is miserable. And I'm trying to figure out how we can get a breakthrough moment where he doesn't hate the winter. 248-539-9797. And maybe there's other fishermen out there who could tell us ice fishing versus regular fishing. You know, because Jansen was emphatic. Ice fishing's way better. Jim is next. Hi, Jim.
How you doing? Good.
What's up?
Calling to tell you I really enjoy winter. As long as the snow is falling, I love it. As far as fishing, any kind of fishing is great. Love it. The driving doesn't bother me. I work midnight shifts, so when I'm coming into the city, they're leaving. When I'm leaving the city, they're coming in. So the traffic my direction is good. The drivers could be better. When you see a Jeep, it's like you could do a little bit more than 25. You have four-wheel drive. But other than that, and plus the snow hides the ugliness of the city. But once it starts to melt and turn to slush, it really then it's disappointing when it no longer is snowing. But that's my personal opinion. I don't know how you guys feel.
I mean,
about
that. Look, everybody again has their own feelings. I love all 4 seasons. When the winter is done and the snow starts to melt and it starts to warm up, and you know March Madness is going on, and we're picking up Tiger Spring training games. That time of year is great too. I enjoy that. I enjoy the summer immensely. And when the leaves start to change and it starts to cool off, I lean into that type of year. And so that time of year, and it's not for everybody, but I really do love all 4 seasons. And I think there's many of you out there that like 3. That's okay.
I like 4.
I just hate seeing Kang miserable. How do we turn this around?
Tell me it's going to end soon.
I mean, we've been working together for a long time now. We're going into 19 years. I think it's just Kang hasn't changed. He'll be fine.
Has winter changed?
He'll get. We'll get over it in a month or 2 when this is hopefully done.
I don't know. It feels harder every year, Gator, at this point.
Yeah.
Natalie writes in, I love snow, Kang. If you have a large window and a fireplace, turn a chair or a love seat towards the window with a hot beverage or an adult beverage. Pretend like you're in a cabin up north watching it snow if you don't want to be outside in it. Next text, Kang, I grew up in the 60s and 70s when winter was much more brutal than it's been the last 20 to 30 years.
Well, I'm glad I didn't grow up in the 60s and 70s then.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we were kids and it snowed, it was different because you were kids. And if you had a neighborhood that was full of kids, you would go out and do fun stuff.
Like this one from an unnamed texter, backyard tackle football in the snow is the best. That and snowmobiling, could you get into snowmobiling?
That sounds fun. It's also dangerous. I hear a lot of accidents every year.
Dude,
man.
when I was working TV news and I did something called Scanner Patrol where you just listen to police scanners, 2 things that stunned me how often they happened. One was car fires. I couldn't believe how many car fires there were, and 2 were snowmobile accidents. They're scary.
Really?
Yeah, that's when you learn the word impale, and it's not a good word.
Next text, has he tried ice skating or curling?
I've tried ice skating. I cannot skate. I know it takes time and you got to practice, but first of all, we talk about tying up your skates. That already sucks. My hands are cut up by the time I get my skates on. And then when I do, I'm hugging the rail. Like I don't know what it is. Maybe because I'm not used to it. I'm like a baby deer on ice.
Here's the problem with winter in Michigan. We really don't have the hills, so in terms of skiing, you're 4 hours away from someplace decent to even do it. There's truth to that. God bless our local ski areas, but I do make the 4-hour hike, and yeah. But this weather gets me in the mood. Like, I'm amped up today.
Is it about time someone did a man-made hill that was closer to Metro Detroit? Like,
Think about
a better one.
Think
better
about
ones.
what it would take.
Mount Dump. I thought that was going to happen.
Well, like the best we got, I think, in terms of man-made, I don't know. Actually, I don't know this is the best. I do know that Mount Brighton was used. It was like dirt removed from 96 and 23 construction, and they came up with Mount Brighton.
I mean, hills are great for sledding. Sledding's awesome. At least it was when I was a kid. I love sledding. I can't remember the last time I went sledding, but it was probably closer when I was 20.
I went sledding with the kids a lot.
Yeah, that's fun. The downside of that is then you got to walk back up the hill and go on another sled run. Whereas skiing, you've got tow ropes and you got chairlifts and all that. So,
Rosa in Waterford, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Rosa.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
Thanks for
Great.
taking my call.
Sure.
King, I hear you. I don't like this one little bit. And as I get older, it gets worse. And what I do is I space out trips to get out of here so that you have a countdown. So I know a week from Saturday, I'm going to be in Florida for a few days.
You must be talking
I
to
know
my
in
wife. She does the
February,
same thing. Yeah.
Go with her.
Well, yeah, I'm
because
not
when
staying.
you have that, yeah, when you have that to look forward to, at least you know. I say the first time down, I thaw out. But I'm telling you, it doesn't. These ski ideas are great, but when you're so freaking cold, who enjoys that? Like, nothing about this is fun to me either. So I'm with you. I hear you. Try to, book the flight when you're looking at the snow holding the adult beverage in your fireplace.
There you go.
No,
Book
my
the
wife
flight.
actually does do that. She tries to always, like, every winter, she's like, I got to plan a trip.
Vince is next on 97.1. What's up, Vince?
Man, oh man, do I feel your guys' pain. Oh my goodness.
I'm feeling
Kang, I'm on your side. I recently just moved down to Pensacola, Florida, and it's 55 and sunny right now, and I feel your pain. But, there's a lot of perks to moving. I don't want to take Kang away from this show that I've been listening to for 10-plus years. And I'm sure Gator and Doug don't want to hear that. But if you ever get a chance, move down south, and you don't have to deal with it.
Oh, don't do that.
Right now, there's no snow. It's going to be 63 and sunny. I'm going to Fort Walton Beach, but there's other perks too. Number one, I'm on Chicago time, so now sports are all on an hour earlier, so I get to watch sports an hour.
What, in Florida?
An hour earlier, yeah, I'm in Pensacola, which is on Chicago time. I'm all the way by it's by Mobile. I'm basically in Alabama.
Yeah, I
Teach their own, Vince.
understand. I didn't realize that they had a different time zone there.
I'd be miserable in Florida. I
do not
yeah,
like
you would, Doug.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, Doug enjoys the four seasons. Doug enjoys summer. Florida is, in the wintertime to be in Florida is great. But then once it starts to get like the summers in Florida, are you kidding me?
The strangest thing happens to me in Florida. I get more cold in Florida than I do in Michigan. It's totally psychological, but it's 100% true. The coldest times in my life have been in Florida, and it doesn't make sense. But I swear it's true.
I wouldn't encourage anybody to live in Florida.
There's so many reasons that Florida sucks. I don't even want to go into it.
Just I'll take Vegas over Florida every day. Single
I'll
day.
take about 49 states over Florida.
Both places have air conditioning. You can go inside.
Yeah, well, I can still do stuff outside in Vegas when it's 110 degrees. If it's 100 degrees in Florida with all that humidity, absolutely not.
Jay in White Lake, you're next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, fellas, how are you this morning?
Good.
King, I got this whole thing figured out for you. I don't think you're getting any really realistic ideas what you can do with your family that's, not learning a new sport or going and buying skis or tying up laces. If an old fat guy like me can have this set up, you can knock it out, no problem. Long as you got a backyard, you set up a backyard curling strip. You just smooth out about 20, 25 feet worth of snow, wet it down overnight, it'll freeze. You take a can of spray paint, put your point circles on either end, Go to the grocery store, buy 6 jugs of water, put blue food coloring in 3 of them, red food coloring in 3 of them, leave them out overnight. They're frozen by morning. Those are your curling stones. And then they even got handles. You will be having tournaments with your neighbors in your backyard within a week. Your kids will love it. You don't have to do it. It's so much fun with your family that you won't even remember how cold it is because you now have a curling strip in your backyard, and you just slide these jugs down, just like, the Canadians do. It's hilarious.
I love it.
It's so much fun.
But here's the challenge, though. Flat backyard. Yeah. I didn't really, my backyard looked flat until I tried to make the ice rink. It was so far from flat. I don't know what your backyard looks flat to me.
You're absolutely right, Doug. Same as you. It looked flat to me, and still we started like putting in the swing set, or when you're mowing the grass. No, it's tilted so the water goes away from the house, so it's definitely not flat.
Well, you can make it as flat as you can with the snow on the ground. You could do that, but I think you would be bored out of your skull if you did what that guy said. After a couple weeks, I think, are you kidding me? I got to do this again.
This isn't anything other than I want to help King out. I want to get him to not be miserable this time of year. I'm not trying to necessarily recruit you. I'm just the listeners are doing a good job of offering up some suggestions.
Yeah, they are. I appreciate all the suggestions.
Yeah.
The best way, probably, if I'm just thinking about this out loud, is get me through my kids. It's the only way you're going to get me on this one, because if it was up to me, I'd be inside.
When we were
Xbox, man.
My parents' house I grew up on was on a hill, where the house was halfway up, the backyard went straight up. We built our own luge run from the top down the side of the house all the way down the front. And the kids, the whole neighborhood would come over. Now, obviously, every house isn't equipped to do this, but if you can find a hill, you can even kind of shovel the path. The kids get in the little tube. I'm telling you, man. That was probably the beginning of it for me. But 248-539-9797. Piston trade talk. We got a Twitter question out there regarding the Pistons and the trade deadline. We'll get to that today at 11:02 on 97.1. It's clearly not for everybody, and I get it. I just hate seeing Kang so miserable. And we're trying to get a way for him to embrace it. The winter and the idea that it goes through entertaining your daughters, get them out there sledding, get them out there maybe skiing. You guys could take lessons together. That way you're kind of all in it together.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I definitely have thought about the whole like snowboarding for them and stuff like that. I know that's really popular. But,
Sure.
Go back to that one text though. Like you have to. It takes a while to get somewhere.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That kind of sucks.
It takes effort. Like you don't just hop on a snowboard and start zipping down the hill. No.
But the thing is though, like right now they're in dance, right?
Yep.
We get them in the car. It takes 15 minutes to get to dance class. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty simple.
I warned you. It takes 2 hours between the time you say let's go skiing and the time you're standing at the top of the first hill when you have kids.
It's crazy.
Now that they can like get themselves ready, it's 35 minutes. But the great thing about almost all places, skiing, kids are free because they're trying to get them hooked. And almost all ski shops have like Sun and Snow, which is in Plymouth, Ann Arbor. They have something called the DOTS program, Don't Outgrow the Snow, where you buy the skis, whatever you put into it, when their kids grow out of them, you return them and you get that much store credit. So I think it costs like $350 to outfit them. When we went back to upgrade, it cost us about $60 to get the next sizes up because you return the skis, you get $350 of credit. You buy the new ones, $410 to $60. And we did that with our kids all throughout, and it makes it more affordable. And they reuse the equipment. It definitely they try very hard to make it easy to get your kids involved. But
how expensive is it just to ski? Forget the equipment part, but to
well, I mean, it depends on where you go. Again, kids are free, but you're looking at somewhere between $75 and $110 for a lift ticket, depending on where you are.
Per day?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. But there's ways to save money, right? I mean, there's the big thing we do is most places will bring like a crock pot and plug it in and have some sort of food ready so you're not spending all kinds of money at the hill. And, they got tables laid out for you to do that kind of thing. Bring your own drinks, bring your own food. Helps you save money.
How much for Irish coffees?
There's no price on how
about just the whiskey
you'll
part?
Spend on that. Yeah. Let's go to
the Irish.
George in St. Clair Shores. Hi, George.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, for Kang, you already touched on part of it. I have two girls. When they were young, took them sledding. Either that or making snowmen in the backyard, snowball fights, making angels in the snow. You don't necessarily have to drive anywhere to enjoy the snow.
Yeah, you could build like forts for your kids, because here's the thing: you've got the natural place to build a fort is next to your driveway, where you keep throwing the snow when you shovel. You get these piles, and you can build a fort for your kids. Look, I'm all this stuff takes work, and I look behind the glass, and you look not enthused.
Right now we're in the middle of like one of the coldest stretches, all year, right?
Mm-hmm.
All winter at least. Like me and Gator were checking the weather for Saturday. Depending on where you are, the low could be -10. That's right. That means at some point during the day, it's going to be negative to 10 degrees outside. You could start feeling each nose hair. I don't know if I want to be outside building forts in this type of weather. It's just not appealing.
Carrie is next on 97.1. Hi, Carrie.
Hey, yeah, down in Detroit. It's not going to help out too much, but get some winter tires for your car. I heard these people talking about four-wheel drive and everything, but the only part of your car that touches the road is the tires, and it'll just make you feel better about going everywhere that you have to go.
Well, we've never done that, but I've heard great things about it.
They are incredible pieces of technology.
Yeah, game changer, huh?
It really is. Really is. As a lot of engineers in this town, I did it for a long time. Like I said, it's the only part of your car that touches the road.
Thank you for the phone call, Carrie. We go to Bob next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Well, a couple things, Doug. The one thing about ice fishing is it doesn't require a boat, so you're not spending $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 to get a boat in the water.
Yep, that's true.
You can buy the equipment fairly cheap, and fishermen are usually very friendly. They'll help you out if you're a novice. Now, I'm not proposing this for Kang. The one thing, if we have a very nice Metro Park system in southeastern Michigan, they have all kinds of activities. They have snow hills. They have nature centers. They do nature walks even in the wintertime. Get you outside. Kids could see birds and other animal life, and just do something like that. I mean,
what you're
I'm
suggesting is true, and I like to we do some snowshoeing up north, but you can do all that stuff in the summer too, right?
Yeah, you can.
You don't need the snow to do it.
I don't see any appeal, and I understand lots of people love this, but I don't see any appeal whatsoever to ice fishing.
Don't you?
How it's an advantage over fishing. I mean, when
Well,
you're
the
fishing,
the boat point is a good one. You don't have to have a boat.
No, you don't have to. I great, but now I'm gonna sit down in a shanty, which I understand. Hey, shanties are warm. You can make them 50, 60, 70 degrees. It's really warm. Well, I could also stay inside where it's that too, and I'm not just sitting holding a fishing rod, waiting for some fish to for a sunfish to grab a nibble of it and then pull it up.
Do you like fishing?
I enjoy fishing, but the reason I enjoy fishing is because I enjoy being on the lake, hearing the sound of whatever I'm casting into the water actually hit the water. I like to hear the other boats on the lake. If I feel like taking a dip in the lake, I can go overboard and take a swim if I wanted to do that. I mean, yeah, there's fishing. Fishing is great. Ice fishing, I don't get it. And I think it's for people that love fishing and can't get enough of it, and they don't want to stop, and they're finding ways to really enjoy that even in the wintertime. And I think even the ice fishermen will tell you it's about the camaraderie, hanging out with somebody that you like.
And you're drinking beer in a shanty. Is what it is.
Exactly. When I can drink beer in my living room.
Let's go to Marvin. You're on 97.1. Hi, Marvin.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Yeah, there's a couple of mentions about snowshoeing, and I know that, hey, it's that much different than walking in a park in the summertime. But, Doug, you would appreciate it. It kind of is because some of the local parks or golf courses let you get out there, and it's quiet, it's serene, and it's just a cool vibe.
It's pretty as hell. I mean, it really is.
Yeah. You can make it an exercise day by going for it or just chilling out, and it's pretty inexpensive. So it's something to consider.
Hey, Marvin, thank you for the phone call. What's clear is there's a lot of people that do a lot of things here. Ultimately, I want to ask Kang, did this move the needle at all? We will get his answer at 11:02. Plus, Piston trade talk right after that. They're in a very, very interesting situation. We had a Twitter question about it. You can go vote and comment there. Comments will be right on the air about what they should do next with the trade deadline just over 2 weeks away. That coming up at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Tigers signed relief pitcher Phil Bickford to a minor league contract today. Evan Petzold of the Free Press reports. Bickford spent last year in AAA with the Cubs and Phillies organizations and mustered a 3.52 ERA in 46 relief innings. The Tigers invited him to spring training as a part of the signing. Pitchers and catchers report to Lakeland in just 20 days. And the NFL today, how about this jarring press conference from Bills owner Terry Pegula and GM Brandon Beane? Pegula is quoted as saying he decided to fire McDermott based on the playoff loss to Denver and the scene in the locker room after. He continued and later said, quote, "We hit the proverbial playoff wall." He also interrupted an answer from GM Brandon Beane on Keon Coleman to clarify that McDermott and his staff pushed Beane to draft the once Michigan State wide receiver and that Beane did so by being a, quote, team player. Wild stuff as the Bills continue their search for a head coach. We also have Pistons and Red Wings in action tonight. The Red Wings will take on the Maple Leafs at 7 o'clock in Toronto. For those that struggle geographically, that's in Canada, and that's good news for the Wings, who are 11-2 against Canadian teams this year, which includes a 6-game win streak against teams from north of the border. Furthermore, the Wings are 3-0 against the Leafs this season. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. We'll be live with pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:45. Then at 8 o'clock, you can catch the Pistons on WWJ News Radio 950 as they tip off in New Orleans against the Pelicans, who have lost 13 of their last 15 games and are dead last in the NBA standings this year at a 10-35 record. At the Corwell Held Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. All right, look, this wasn't about trying to be right. This wasn't to try to be about really anything other than how do we make Kang less miserable in the wintertime? Gator, you don't like it either, but you're not as miserable as...
I'm not hostile about it like Kang is, but, I mean, in fairness, I think Kang's biggest problem is he's got this commute. It sucks. And out of the three of us, I have the shortest commute. Mm-hmm. So I can't really... I can complain about it to a point, but it does no favor to anybody when you guys both driving way further than I do.
Yep. So to put a bow on it, did this even slightly move the needle?
So I do want to thank all the listeners and all the texters and callers for giving the suggestions. I think they really wanted me to try to embrace this, because, I mean, it's Michigan. Winter's going to happen every year. I totally get it. I've lived here my whole life. With that being said, it did not move the needle at all, because here's the thing. I'm going to get in my car after the show, and it's going to take me God knows how long to get home. And then I'm going to have to shovel, and God knows I'm going to have to shovel again at some point this week, who knows, whatever. So that is just not going to go away. And I've got to learn to deal with it. I got it, people. I live here. I chose to live here, okay? I get it. But I always say this. You only can complain about one part of the weather all year. Don't complain it's too hot. Don't complain it's too cold. You can't do both because everyone's going to complain about everything. Mine is the winter. I complain when it's too cold and too much snow. And when winter's over, Doug, you get a happier Kang. And I'll go back to, just being myself and getting to work on time.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the things I hope that happens is when one of your daughters says, "Dad, I want to learn how to snowboard," I hope you go along with them and learn how to snowboard.
Well, I will probably go along with them. Whether I try to learn to snowboard too, we'll see.
I almost want to like buy you a snowboard.
Doug trying to buy my love again.
I'm trying to buy your happiness, but anyway, we aren't going to do this all day, although we could. Thank you, everyone, for all your suggestions.
Thank you.
All right, so we talked about this yesterday a little bit and decided, all right, let's get right down and crystallize a big question that's facing one of our teams that is messing around and acting like they're the best team in their conference, and that is the Detroit Pistons. Pistons, and we're at the midway point of the season. I don't know that there's any other way to put it than the first half has been nothing but, it's been a resounding success, has it not?
It has been. They're on pace to win 62 games. Which is incredible. Mm-hmm. The growth of this team from 2 years ago to last year to now is amazing. And J.B. Bickerstaff and Trajan Langdon have done an amazing job of cobbling things together. And really, it's not even cobbling. It's the growth they've gotten is from the players that were on the roster. It helps that they went out and brought Tobias Harris back. It helps last year that they made some trades that that made some sense. But really, it's about the players that they had in-house and developing those players. And you're seeing it full time. You're seeing Cade Cunningham turning into a superstar before your eyes. Jalen Duren turning into perhaps an all-star before our eyes, and other guys improving their game. So I really love what we've seen out of this team. It's been an excellent transformation to this point.
Do you know how many teams have won 62 games in the last 7 seasons?
I don't think there's many.
4. In the last 7 NBA regular seasons, 4 teams have won 62 or more games.
It would be great if they could do that. I mean, look, all that matters is playoff wins.
Mhm.
We all understand that,
Yep.
but to see there is a reflection there. Betting the 50 game mark. If you win 50 games, that's like, okay, you've done something pretty good there.
Yep.
That was a kind of a standard that Rick Carlisle had gotten to, but then there were issues with Rick Carlisle and the team, and he had to go, and then Larry Brown pushed him, and they went over the top. It's a nice benchmark to get to. If you can get to 60, that's rarefied air.
Yep. And look, I am waiting for that postseason stamp of validation, like, because that's you're right. That's really all that matters. If the Pistons follow this up and win 62 games, their first half, if they double the total, win 62 games, it'll be the 3rd best Piston regular season of all time. The 2005-2006 Pistons team won 64 games, and one of the bad boys teams, the 88-89 team, won 63 games. We're staring down the barrel of reaching a mark that is, a stamp that is often associated with greatness. But the question is, do they need more? Guy called yesterday and was adamant about them getting aggressive right here, right now, and adding to this roster. And his reasoning is the teams that are in a trail position currently in the East are going to add to their rosters. Pistons have a relatively healthy 5.5 game lead as the number 1 seed in the East. It's a valid point. Like, I think in particular the case of teams like the Knicks and Toronto, like Boston has a player that can come back and help them a lot, and they could just sit and wait for the return of Jason Tatum. The Knicks and Toronto are teams in a trail position that might be looking to add. And I've seen more rumors of Toronto, I guess, than the Knicks. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong places, but it's a valid point. Like, nobody's just going to sit there and go, you're the best team in the East, and we'll just sit here and be fodder for you.
Right.
So, but it's a tricky situation, because when you talk about any big move that they make involves almost assuredly Tobias Harris, because of his contract. It's so big, so to get a quality player back, you have to match contracts and come close. And Tobias would almost assuredly be involved in any trade. And quite frankly, he's playing like a guy who does not want to get traded, and making very tangible difference on the court, and I think the intangibles off the court. Then you probably have to throw in either Jaden Ivey or Ron Holland, a young player that motivates a team to move a good player. And you're probably going to have to throw in a future first-round pick, which is fine. I think that's easy to part with, given what the NBA draft is and given where you expect to be drafting. So it's not going to come cheap. There's really, the way we see it, 3 things you can do. You can make that big move with Tobias, Ivey or Holland, and a number 1 pick. You can kind of go in between and make a smaller move, which would likely be like draft capital for a role player, like Dennis Schroeder was last year. Or you can roll with this crew and say, I like the way they're playing. I think it's real. I think they are the best team in the East, and I don't want to mess with the chemistry. And if you roll with this crew, where do you even strengthen your case for the best team in the East? You strengthen it through continuing to allow patience to let Jaden Ivey turn into the shooter and the player he looked like he was turning into last year before he got hurt. Ron Holland has a very high ceiling, and there's no question he's got some dog in him. And maybe a Chaz Lanier or Dennis Jenkins, like there are players that can contribute and get better moving forward. I think Asar's game on the offensive end is something that still has a lot to give. So there's if you stick together, it's not like you don't think you're going to get better. There are reasons to make a case that you will get better. So the Twitter poll is basically, do you make the big move, do you make the small move, or do you roll with this crew? Big move, Tobias Ivey or Holland in a 1. Small move, draft capital for a role player. Roll with the crew, you just don't break it up. 248-539-9797. What is the best move moving forward as we're moving in on 2 weeks to the NBA trade deadline? I want to get your thoughts on it.
All right.
Kang, big NBA guy, want to get your thoughts on it. And we want to talk to the people at 248-539-9797. Please feel free to vote on our Twitter poll at DougAndGator971. We can get in big move, small move, or roll with this crew. Comments will be read on the air, so make your vote and comment, and we will get to some of what you have to say, as this is Trajan Langdon's first crossroads moment. And you want to play the right card here in the best short-term interests with an eye on the long term. Like, if the whole sole purpose is to win the NBA title this year, you know, you can go for it. And future ramifications be damned. But it feels like this group is getting more out of it than they should, which speaks to a team chemistry and how the parts fit together. It makes this a very difficult decision. And I'm sure it's something that they talk about down there at the practice facility all the time. 248-539-9797. We'll get to you next. Vote and comment. 97.1. All right, so real crossroads here for the Pistons. We're at the midway point of the season. They essentially start the second half tonight against New Orleans, but they are 31-10. They are the best record in the East. Pays to have the third best Piston regular season of all time. Only 4 teams in the last 7 NBA seasons have won 62 or more regular season games. Maybe they'll get there, maybe they won't. I suspect they probably won't. I'm not sure they're the best team in the East, but they're acting like it, and there's some metrics that would support that based on the way they play both ends of the floor, that they are the best team in the East. But at the end of the day, Trajan Langdon has a decision to make. There are trades that can be made without question, both big and small. The Tobias Harris contract, the young players that are playing roles on this team, like Ivy or Holland, have appeal, and you could give up future draft capital. You can make a big move. You make the medium move, which I did last year with Dennis Schroeder, and probably not have to give up anything from the core and give up maybe future draft capital. Or you could stand pat. What's the best thing this team can do? We have a Twitter poll. Go vote and comment at DuncanGator971. Gator, what is your gut telling you on this one that they should do?
My gut tells me they should do is probably a smaller move, similar to what they did last year, because they are playing awfully well. There is chemistry there. I'd be interested in any deal that's going to come across the table. You answer the phones for sure. And you might even pick up the phone and inquire about guys who would make a big difference on this team, just to gauge to see what the price is. But it's hard for me to fully embrace jumping on that when this team is growing together, and I don't know if I want to disrupt that. You know, I think you can still get some. You might still be able to get something. Let's say a big move that's done doesn't include Tobias somehow. It includes Jaden Ivey, Karis LeVert, and draft capital of some kind.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's probably not going to land. It's not going to land your Lauri Markkanens of the world or Michael Porter Jr.'s, but it might land somebody of substance to knock down a 3-point shot. And that's maybe more than just a little move. I could see something like that. I don't see them making the big move. And I don't think it's necessarily the right thing to do is to go make the big move. I don't want to make the big splash here. I like this team the way that it is right now. And, if something brilliant comes across your phone, do it. But if not, I don't think you have to work too hard for it.
It's the one thing that we're probably overplaying and setting up this topic is Tobias's play recently. I mean, just because he's had a good few game stretch here and played critical roles and wins over Phoenix and Boston doesn't mean you don't trade him. And what our eyes showed us last of Tobias has looked damn good. We're probably overvaluing him a little bit based upon that. He is what he is. It's not like he's finding a new gear. I kind of want it for him, though. He's a good dude, seems to be, and has been here twice. But, Kang, what do you think the best move is here?
So, first of all, I do want to reflect just for a second. When you brought up that the Pistons are on pace to win 60-plus games, 2 years ago, this team won 14 total and lost 28 in a row. 2 years ago.
Crazy, huh?
And this year, they might win 60-plus. Amazing turnaround. As far as what I think they should do, I think they should make the trade for Michael Porter Jr. If the offer is Tobias Harris, Jaden Ivey, and some future first rounds or second round picks, I think you have to do it. There's two reasons why. One is only Trajan Langdon really knows this, but if you're not going to bring Tobias Harris back and you're not going to offer Jaden Ivey when he becomes a restricted free agent at the end of the year, then don't lose him for nothing, and you might get a lot better with it as well,
I would agree with that part. I think the part where I bristle is when you start to talk about Ron Holland or Asar Thompson. Then I'm like, I'm not sure. I mean, those are two young guys that really seem to embrace the defensive side of the game, and I really embrace the defensive side of the game because I think that's what has made our teams in the past champions. So I don't want to do that. But I guess to Kang's point, if that's what it is, if it's Jaden Ivey, Tobias, and like draft capital to acquire a player of like Michael Porter Jr., I would do that.
Now, yeah, you're right. It's going to be more difficult if they ask for Asar or Ron Holland. Now, I'm not going to give up Asar. I'd be more likely to give up Ron Holland. Of course, to me, I'm giving up the lesser player. It's easier for me to say, you know.
Yeah.
It'd be more difficult, but in the end, push came to shove. I would, If they really wanted Ron Holland to get the deal done, I would ultimately do it. It's weird because, guys, every time the Pistons have been good and won the championship, I felt like they crashed the party and did it their own way.
Yep.
They did it in a way where the rest of the league was like, you can't win like that. And they did. But they also made trades, those 2 championship runs that they had. You know, the 03 team and the Bad Boys. Is this the trade they need to get them over the top? But they still keep their identity and core. The culture's still there. If you have Bickerstaff, Cage, Stu, Duran, Asar, those guys all play defense. You're not gutting the team by any means. But to get better on the outside and add that secondary score, I think it's with how good this team can be, I think they need to.
248-539-9797. Vote and comment. We'll tell you where the voting sits today and what the Pistons fan base thinks they need to do as one move is starting to take a bit of a lead here. We'll get to that today at 1:31. Should it be a big move, small move, or do you roll with this crew and don't make any trade at all? Trajan Langdon certainly thinking these things through, scouting other teams, making long-term decisions and short-term decisions at this hour. You know that these are the big move, the big things that they are talking about as we're moving in on 2 weeks to the trade deadline. We go to David in Clinton Township. Hi, David.
Hey, fellas. So the one thing the Pistons have that is the best, other than maybe OKC, is depth. And I don't want to mess with it. You got a long season. You got a long playoff run. Depth is going to be important. I mean, 3 weeks ago, we lost 4 starters. Look what happened to Indiana. If we didn't have depth, we would have been the Indiana Pacers for 3 weeks last month, and a week this month. So I wouldn't want to mess with it. And also I'm a little bit of a homer. I don't want to get rid of guys that want to be here. I know Jay Knive, he's always wanted to be here. I don't know if he still does. But he's got some roots, you know. So maybe that's why it's best that you play this game with your head, not your heart.
Yeah,
but
David, I'm with you. It shouldn't have anything to do with it. But it feels like we've got a core group that is doing everything they can to win. They all know their roles. They want to be here. You know, the Ivy question is valid. And I think he's, getting him back up to speed hasn't been exactly smooth and a straight line up. But there are moments like the second half the other night against Boston where you're like, that's the Jaden Ivey can help this team win big.
Right, and here, actually, guys, another question real quick.
Sure.
It's been 10 years since the Pistons were relevant, so I've been watching a lot of other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if this has been a shift or not. It just seems that has there been a improvement in league-wide free throw shooting? I remember there being a time when there was like 70, 75, but it seems like the free throw shooting is really getting league-wide has improved.
I don't know. And the Pistons are right at just under 75%. It's a good question. I'm not sure about that, if it's gotten better throughout the league.
Well, we can probably figure that out.
My guess offhand would be like yes, because there's such an emphasis on shooting now, whether it's from the free throw line or 3-point line. Guys that you never thought would be shooting threes before, and Isaiah Stewart being one of them, are being forced to work on it in the offseason, which makes their form better overall. So and they got rid of Hack-a-Shack, all that stuff, so you don't have the bad free throw shooters at any game. So percentage-wise, it probably has gone up.
See what we can figure out here. 248-539-9797. Carl is in Southfield and next.
Yes, good afternoon.
Carl! What's up, Carl?
Hey, listen, the Pistons don't need to do nothing, man. I think the only thing that they're really missing is that 3-point shot and their free throws. And the league is holding up Malik Beasley. The FBI has cleared him. I think we should just hold on, keep playing like we're playing. We're winning games. Our defense is good. We can play the half court. We can run with anybody. You don't need to make no changes. Just try to see how we can get Beasley back so we can have another 3-point shooter to go with Duncan. And we're good.
Carl, I personally don't think it's wise to even be thinking about Beasley impacting your decision making now, because they might get him back, they might not. Like there's no. If they have word,
you're going to make a trade for somebody because I mean, who can we get that can shoot better the three than what we got so far with Duncan?
Michael Porter.
I mean, maybe Michael Porter Jr., but he's injured all the time.
Yeah, but here's the other thing too: is it's not about shoot better than Duncan; it's shoot along with Duncan.
Right, I believe that's right. That's true.
Yeah.
But other than that, our core is solid.
It is solid. There's no question it's solid.
So just to make a move,
Well, that I
we
don't.
should make a move.
No, I think when you get into make a move to make a move, to me, when you start talking about, I don't care who you have to give up, you're making a move just to make a move.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I think you make the moves to improve your team, period. The 2014-15 basketball season, teams shot 75% from the free throw line. It has improved most years, and to the point where this year it's actually 78.6%.
So it's gone up 4% in the last 12 years?
Yeah.
There you go. 2-4. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say everyone's worried about chemistry. I get it. And the Pistons, like the diehard Piston fan in me, wants to see this current team win it all. That'd be fantastic. They were here from when the times were rough and horrible, and to see them, get the fruits of their labor would be awesome. But the business side is, on paper, it just makes way too much sense to add a secondary scorer that can shoot the three. And if you have that available, you kind of have to do it. And I want to say this, team chemistry, because they're so deep, we see all these players.
Yep.
In the playoff basketball is different than regular season basketball. You shorten the lineup. You just do. The rotation gets way shorter. And that depth that you had, the advantage you had, doesn't necessarily come in play in playoffs.
Okay, so we've asked the people, big move, small move, or roll with this crew. So we're moving in on 2 weeks of the NBA trade deadline. One answer is starting to pull away from the others. It was very close there for a minute. We'll tell you which one that is. Plus, read some of the comments that came in via Twitter. If you did, there's a chance. If you made a comment, there's a chance we'll read it on the air. But at Doug Gator 971 to go vote. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Talk a little Pistons. I'm fascinated with something that Tom Izzo said last night, and we want to play it for you, and we will today at 12:20. See if you can relate at all. Today at 12:20, 248-539-9797. All right, so here's the updated voting on the Twitter poll. What do you think is leading the way here? Big move, small move, or roll with this crew?
Small move.
Okay. Right now, a distant third is roll with this crew, 14.9%. Small move leads the way, 45.6% of the vote. Big move, 39.5%. And it's what Trajan Langdon has to decide. Here's some of the comments that have come in. Pat writes in, Pistons, it's ride or die with this group. Maybe they've overachieved, but the chemistry is right for this moment, and I don't want to add or subtract anything. Here's Patrick, another Patrick. A small move doesn't make sense. We already have a ton of depth. Moving multiple pieces to get a star makes sense for this team in particular, especially if he's controllable. And I'm not going to stress about a post-25 first-round pick, especially with this team's young core. Tobin tweets us, keep the chemistry. Do not chance bringing in someone that might be toxic for this team. These guys are building greatness and step up when it's time. I mean, are they really missing their Rasheed Wallace puzzle piece? I did like the addition of Schroeder last season, though. So one thing, you're not trading, you know the player. You also will have a good scouting report on the person. And Michael Porter Jr. seems to be in a good place right now in the locker room he's in Brooklyn. In terms of, like, the career arc of him and the ups and downs, whatever. Right now, he seems to be in a good place. Now, does that mean he's in a good place because he's in Brooklyn and he's getting all the shot volume he wants on a bad team? Or is, he a mature guy that'll come in and seamlessly assimilate to this locker room?
Well, they'll know whether or not he's a bad dude in the room or not, if he's a fit or not. They're not going to bring somebody in who isn't a fit.
One would think that they do that scouting report, right?
But he's a jerk. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to happen. If I think back to the time when the Pistons acquired Mark Aguirre, Mark Aguirre with the Dallas Mavericks back in the day was a guy who was averaging like 25 points a game. He was just a stud scorer. And Adrian Antley, whom the Pistons traded to acquire him, was roughly the same thing. But when the Pistons got Aguirre, they didn't need him to be a 25-point-a-game guy. And he wasn't. I think he was like an 18-point-a-game guy. It dropped significantly. But he filled the role that they needed. And that's what the Pistons be looking at. Like, if they get Michael Porter Jr., I don't think they're expecting him to keep scoring 27 a game.
Yeah, you're not going to get, what is he getting, 20 shots a game right now?
But
no, he's 18.8 field goal attempts a game, which is the most in his career by far.
So, that's going to go down, you would think, if they were to acquire him. And if they were to acquire him, then again, they're not asking him to score 27 a game, but probably 20 a game. Mm-hmm. And that would be perfect for this team, as long as you don't have to give up too much to acquire him, which is going to be the big ask. And there's 16 days until the trade deadline or whatever it is, 17 days before the trade deadline. So we'll find out soon enough, but it seems like that's a guy that has to be moved.
810OG tweets us, somebody in this town needs to make a big move. Pistons are first in the East. May as well be them. I think this is such flawed thinking. Somebody in this town needs to make a move is not a reason to make a move.
No, but that's a fan being impatient, wants to see something happen. It may not be prudent to just do it, but I can understand the impatience.
If you think about what you're arguing, I think those teams made a mistake. So I want this team to do, those teams should have nothing to do with what this team does, right?
Correct.
Charles tweets us, do you think we're playing LeVert so much in order to trade him, and would any team want him? No, I don't think they're playing him that much to trade him. Detroit Sports Fan 12 says, all the Ducks are in a row. Wide open East, first place in the East, pacing for 60 wins, movable contract, young assets, owning all future draft capital, and a guy in Michael Porter Jr. who fits like a glove and is shooting 40-plus from three. 9 attempts a game. Be bold, make the move.
The Porter Jr. thing just makes so much sense. And I understand the chemistry concerns by fans, but I got to tell you, man, this team they embrace everybody. And with Michael Porter Jr. specifically, he was asked to play basically the third role in Denver, and he played that role. He gets traded to Brooklyn. He has to be the number one dog. He's been the number one dog. I think if he came here, he would know Cade's the one, you're the two. You're the Robin to his Batman. And as far as chemistry, going back to that as well, there's been some rumblings online. I don't know if you guys seen this. Jaden Ivey's body language, people are looking way into this. I'm not saying I don't know what's going on, but I think that they'll be fine with or without Jaden Ivey. I mean, he doesn't play a ton of minutes necessarily. He's just a rotational bench guy, basically.
Yeah, at this point, he has not been a contributor, and I'm not sure what's going on, if it's just that he's just slow to get up to speed or if he's got lingering effects of the injuries he's had to his legs.
My best answer to that question is slow to get up to speed, and that we're just doing what we do with everybody. We're impatient. And if a guy doesn't look great his first 4 games in the league, he's a bust. And now Jaden Ivey has a slow comeback. People get impatient, and he does, but he's not playing the volume of minutes he did. And you're always kind of looking for that turnaround moment. And when he's starting to figure it back out. But let's go to Philip in Detroit. You're next on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How you doing, Doug? How you doing, Gator?
Phil!
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, look, hear me out real quick. Now, I don't mind trading for everybody that's like, keep the team where it is. That's a possibility, but I think trading for Michael Porter would be a good move, providing that you only have to give up Harris and maybe Ivy and a couple of draft picks. That's fine for me because everybody's talking about the team chemistry, but the team does have an enormous amount of depth. We can go 5 deep. I mean, we've already showed that we can really handle teams. It may not happen in the playoffs, but we can handle teams because when we had 4 starters out, the backups really played well.
It's crazy.
But here's another trade proposal I was thinking of. I know you may not like this. Both of y'all might not like this. But I was also thinking that, because it'd probably be that trade that could put us over the top also, I would probably offer Milwaukee Jalen Duren and Tobias Harris and a couple of draft picks just to get Giannis. Now, I know everybody's like, well, Jalen Duren is young. Yeah, you want to hold on to him. But realistically, what does Jalen Duren do?
Philip, I'll just say this. If I'm in Milwaukee and I'm doing this show and I'm a Bucks guy, that doesn't get it done.
I mean, I respect that. I understand what you're saying. I was just thinking along those lines and whatnot because, I mean, like, what is it that Jalen Duren does that is so great that we wouldn't want to get Giannis? But I respect exactly what you're saying because it doesn't see the only attraction would be is because Jalen Duren is so young and you can have him under team control for as long as as long as you could. But I see where you're going.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask for Jalen Duren and Asar Thompson, but and those picks.
It doesn't stop. I mean, if you're Milwaukee, you got the golden ticket there.
Yeah,
exactly. That's true. But that was just something that popped in my head. But thanks, guys. I'll holler at y'all later.
I appreciate the phone call. Thank you. 248-539-9797. I mean, the path to Giannis includes pain. Like what you'd have to give up is I think rather significant, and it should be.
Yeah, what Duren has done is he's just improved as a scorer. I mean, last year was just under 12 points a game. This year it's just under 18 points a game, and he's become a steady influence. He's always been a rebounder, always been a double-digit rebounder, and he's a guy that loves to play defense. I think he's one of the guys. He could go down if he stays a Piston if they give him an extension. He's a fan favorite. Fans love guys that can dunk, right?
Yep.
So he does that.
248-539-9797.
Jalen Duren has been one of my favorites for a while. I was actually really upset they didn't extend him and offer the extension before the season started, but they obviously didn't feel comfortable for whatever reason, and they wanted to see what they got, and now it's going to cost them. I hope they extend, they come to an agreement at the end of the year because I think he's a core piece to this. Right now he is the Robin to Cade's Batman because they don't have anybody else, but he's a good pick and roll guy. He's obviously found his offensive touch.
Well, I wonder why they wouldn't have extended him, right? Because it seemed like that was an obvious guy to extend, and they didn't. Is it because they wanted him to prove it, or it just made more sense at the time for the cap to not rock that because they want to be able to have some flexibility come the trade deadline? Or is it because at the trade deadline they envision perhaps he could be part of some massive deal?
It's a good question. Good question. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Next hour, Tom Izzo said something, and I wonder if you can relate to it. We'll get to that at 12:20 on 97.1.
Looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Well, head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of an all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT for just $199 a month with only $999 down. Want even more options? How about this? The 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT, they can be yours for just $249 a month, again, with just $999 down. That's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today or online at sarahchevrolet.com and see why so many drivers choose Sarah. Together, let's drive.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feedback regarding the Pistons and the trade deadline. I don't think the Pistons are re-signing Tobias or Ivy, so I'm fine with exploring the best deal for them. I refuse to touch Ron or Asar. Anthony in a mail truck says, I think it's a small move on the margins. The Pistons are really deep, and if you get better at the 7 or 8 spot on the roster, it'll be a move. The bench production is very high for the Pistons. Next text, I wouldn't make a trade as long as they keep winning like this. If it's not broken, don't fix it. I will be heartbroken if we let Jaden Ivey go. 248-539-9797. From Biscuit on Twitter. Really would like to see another volume 3-point shooter on this team. A Duncan Robinson-esque type would be, but maybe a little worse shooter and a little better defender. Omar says a small move might help solidify your chances at reaching the Eastern Conference Final, but a big enough swing in this wide-open East could be the catalyst of getting to and being competitive in the finals. Michael Porter Jr. or Lauri Markkanen make you as dangerous as anyone. Well, being as dangerous as anyone is ideal. I mean, it's hard when they're playing this way. You don't want to give guys up, but I think we're probably overreacting a little bit to Tobias's recent games. The thing about Markkanen is, yes, he's under contract for 3 more years after this one, but his cap hit is 46, 49, 53, and he's an expensive player. MPJ is cheaper and under contract for 2 more years with a number closer to 40. But let's go to Dwight, who's next. Hi, Dwight.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, sir.
All right. Now, I don't think I would do Michael Porter simply because he don't fit our culture. Defensively, I think he's kind of soft. I would go after Max Christie out of Dallas. And I think Ivy and maybe Sasser would be something that they would be interested in. And I think he's a good 3-point shooter. He's like 46, 47% from the 3-point line. He plays defense. He's young. And I think he can grow with the core.
Well, the word out of Dallas is that they like their core being Cooper Flagg and trying to build around him. So, he could be a trade piece, and the Pistons and 76ers have been linked to him. So, that could be the small move that we're talking about. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
No, he shot very well for 3-point land in his career, almost 40%, just under 40%. And this year he's lights out at 46%.
Yeah. And he's only 23. He's only 23.
Thank you for the phone call, Dwight. 248-539-9797.
He's only 22.
There you go.
Turns 23 a few days after the trade deadline. But, yeah, nonetheless, that's a young fella.
Unnamed texter writes in, they should definitely make a trade. Ivy Harrison picks. We've won for a year without Ivy, and we're not paying him. Harris has missed half the season, and the picks will be at the end of the first round. Maybe Harris gets bought out and comes back anyway. LeVert can also go. Jenkins deserves his minutes. Oh, there you go. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. NFL playoffs. Got a question for you.
Okay.
Of the 4 teams left, and I realize this might be an obvious question, but who do you most not want to win it? The Rams, the Seahawks, the Patriots, or the Broncos?
It's the Rams.
Okay. And is that McVay based, or is that Stafford based, or is it just a combination?
It's a combo, but the combo, it's way in favor of McVay, why I don't want it to happen. I mean, Matthew Stafford's a really good player. Loved his time here in Detroit. I was happy that he got a Super Bowl when he left here because I was happy where the direction the Lions are going. Do I need to see him win a second one? I don't know. I don't know if I need to see that, but I really don't need to see Sean McVay do it. Don't like him.
Yeah. I got to tell you, I'm having growing disdain for this New England Patriots team. And it's not really because of anything necessarily the Patriots have done. It's the fact that Boston has won 13 major championships since the year 2000. And, the Patriots, there was a sign, it was some fan held up a sign at their playoff game this weekend about, like, it's good to be back. I'm like, oh, well, those are rough 4 years. Did you really struggle with that?
Yeah, it sucks. I understand that. Because I'd actually I don't know if I'd be happiest if the Patriots won because it's a team I really like. I like Drake May. I like Mike Vrabel, the head coach. There's a lot to like with that team. But yes, there's a big downside to it. The downside is that they didn't have to go through anywhere near a rough patch that other teams have had to go through, let alone what we're going through here in Detroit.
Right.
So that part of it sucks. Absolutely sucks. But again, I like Drake May. I like how he plays the game. I like how he plays the position. And I really like Mike Vrabel. And, going between that and you look at that matchup against Denver, I don't have my rooting interest for Denver anymore because Bo Nix broke his ankle. So I don't care about Denver anymore.
It's clearly not anything personal against the current core of Patriots. I'm with you on Vrabel. I've always been a Vrabel fan. And I don't dislike Drake May. And I think it's a cool story how they put it together. It's an overall enough with Boston kind of attitude.
I totally get it.
That's where they have been so spoiled rotten. And that the idea that they've had a couple of years here that have been tough for them.
I'm not going to be happy with any of these teams winning. I mean, the Rams, for obvious reasons. I don't want Seattle to win because I've been so vocal about their quarterback situation. And Seattle's already won, so I don't want to see them win again. But all these teams have already won.
Mm-hmm.
But the Patriots just getting it back after, they got the quarterback right again. I mean, that's brutal. They had it right before Tom Brady.
Right.
And then Brady comes along and, upsets the apple cart there. And then they really got it right. And now they got it right again. It's like when we talk about Green Bay and what they've done with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. And now do they get it right again with Jordan Love? Ugh. Yeah, and I've always despised Denver, but I like Bo Nix. But Bo Nix isn't playing, so I don't care. It's I understand it. This is a tough Final Four, and yet I think it's going to be an amazing Final Four.
I told you guys I don't want the Rams to win. I didn't want them to beat the Bears because no one thinks the Bears are good. The Bears are no threat to win the Super Bowl. That's why if the Bears beat the Rams, they weren't going to beat the Seahawks.
I'm not sure that premise is true. That nobody thinks the Bears are any good. I think it's funny.
I think they're like the Vikings a couple years ago when they won a bunch of regular season games by close ones. And coming from yes, exactly. And then it was just gonna catch up to them. That's why I wanted them to beat the Rams because there was no way the Bears were going to beat the Seattle Seahawks. The Rams have a legit shot to beat the Seahawks, and I don't want to see McVay or Stafford win another one.
See, I want to throw the Seahawks in that group.
Well, you hate Darnold. That's on you. So you know what I mean. That's you, dude. But on the other side, Doug,
but if
with
Seattle,
New England,
okay, but if Seattle didn't blow out, who'd they blow out? San Francisco.
Niners, yeah.
All right, a beat up Niners team. If they didn't blow them out, would you still think that this is this unstoppable force of
no,
Seattle?
I never said they were unstoppable. I just want them to beat the Rams. And then with New England, by the way, Doug, they've had the easiest schedule, the regular season and the playoffs. They played a beat-up Chargers team. Now they're going to play a backup quarterback to go to the Super Bowl.
You're right. 248-539-9797. Have we reached a tipping point? Somebody is saying yes. Plus, Tom Izzo said something last night that many can relate to. That at 12:20 on 97.1.
Some interesting NCAA news today. Former Alabama basketball player and 3-year NBA G League participant Charles Bediako has been granted a temporary restraining order after suing the NCAA. He is immediately eligible to rejoin the Crimson Tide and is expected to play for them soon. Bediako left Alabama in 2023 for NBA aspirations. He went undrafted but has since played in 3 G League seasons. This year, he suited up for the Motor City Cruise, most recently playing on December 12th. He averaged 5 points and 5 boards in 15 minutes per game in 10 total games this year for the Cruise. Bediako's temporary restraining order is good only until January 27th as of right now. Alabama has 1 game between now and then against Tennessee this Saturday. Pistons and Red Wings coming up tonight. The Wings are on the road to face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Patrick Kane could make history by tallying at least 2 points. If he does so, he will tie Michigan native Mike Modano's 1,374 career points, which is the most in NHL history for an American-born skater. Puck drop in that game is set for 7 o'clock tonight. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 6:45. Also, the Pistons are on the road at 8 o'clock to take on the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pistons are primarily healthy as Karis LeVert is listed as questionable with an illness. He's the only key player in the injury report for them. New Orleans will be without Jose Alvarado and former Michigan Wolverine Hunter Dickinson. Herb Jones is also questionable with a right ankle sprain, and Zion Williamson was just added to the injury report this morning. He's questionable with an illness. That game at 8 o'clock on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks for being with us on a Wednesday. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. College basketball last night. Michigan got out of the gate quickly, looked like the team that they looked like earlier this year, and really took it to Indiana. The DeVries kid got white hot in the second half, and they cut it down to, I think, 14, which is where it ended. But Wolverines rolled IU, of which Indiana fans give 0 Fs about. Hard to imagine, but I would imagine that if you're an Indiana fan, you don't particularly care what happened to your basketball team last night. Michigan State just concluded the Pacific Northwest trip with a 2-0 sweep of Washington and Oregon, as those two teams head for a showdown a week from Friday, first game at the Breslin Center. Between now and then, Michigan's got a big showdown with Nebraska, who remains undefeated and ranked in the top 10, and they are legit under Fred Hoiberg. So, but Izzo said something last night we want to get to today at 12:20. In the meantime, lots of Piston talk to open the show. Midway point of the season, 31-10. You could continue to vote and comment on our Twitter poll about what they need to do at the trade deadline. Make a big move, make a small move, or stand pat. There's some details included if you want to go vote and comment. Follow us on Twitter at DunGator971. I don't know if you caught this, but there's a story in The Athletic today.
Okay.
About MLB owners enraged by Kyle Tucker Dodger deal will push for salary cap, quote, no matter what. Just reading a little bit from the story from Evan Trellick. Major League Baseball owners are raging in the wake of Kyle Tucker's free agent agreement with the Dodgers, and it is now a 100% certainty, that's in quotes, 100% certainty, that the owners will push for a salary cap. Quote is, these guys are going to go for a cap no matter what it takes. More here. Owner frustration has reached a boiling point. 2 other ownership sources took a bit of a softer approach, positioning the Tucker deal as validation of the longstanding position that revenue and payroll disparity in baseball needs to change. Again, reading in part from the story, owners still have to determine what a salary floor and ceiling they're comfortable proposing, a discussion that is expected to be a topic at next month's regularly scheduled owners meeting. The floor in particular could be a contentious issue for smaller market teams. It would take at least 8 owners of 30 to effectively hold up a labor deal. Look, the biggest problem I have with baseball's current structure is apparently this Dodger TV deal that's grandfathered in, that they don't have to share a whole bunch of their TV revenue. And it's given them a competitive advantage, not only over the small market teams, but over everybody. And honestly, I don't know how that can be continued to be the case.
Well, I think they would have to stop the grandfather clause, and then that changes things dramatically, and then you can get to a cap more easily. It's not going to be easy. I said in the crosstalk with the guys, I got a feeling that we're not going to have baseball in 2027.
Yeah.
When the CBA expires effectively January 1st of 2027, after the stroke of midnight, I just don't see them getting a deal done anytime soon. They don't act with any sense of urgency in baseball, and it's maddening because we've seen the other way to do it, like the NHL. Just get it done. The NHL had a work stoppage, and it was brutal. But what they emerged from that work stoppage was a business model that made all the sense in the world. Everything tied to revenues, and everything's out front and transparent. Everybody knows what's going on. And the cap will rise and fall based on the revenues of the league. And everybody signs off on it. Everybody's happy about it. That's why it was easy to get ahead of their next deal by over a year to get it done.
Bravo, NHL.
Bravo, NHL. So, I mean, that's out there. Can Major League Baseball do it? Major League Baseball's got bigger hurdles to get through. And they need to get through this. There absolutely has to be a floor. You got to hold the teams accountable, the smaller market teams that aren't spending that much money. If you're not going to spend the money, then you frankly shouldn't have the franchise because you're trying to compete with 29 other teams at this point.
They're setting up a system that allows a smaller market team, and we're not talking necessarily here about the Tigers. Let me be clear about that.
Right.
But that allows a smaller market team to actually compete in a bidding war against a bigger market team is when it feels like an equitable way to do it, because half the league shouldn't exist just to be mere fodder for the big market teams. And that's what it feels like the system we have that's set up. Like we got this convoluted, complex arbitration system, but it's the only way that the Pirates can hang on to Paul Skeens.
Yeah, and they won't.
And they won't when eventually the clock strikes midnight and his service time allows him to be an undrafted or an unrestricted free agent. And the players should have those rights as well. But the issue is that the disparity between the haves and the have-nots is so great. And the Dodgers have such a built-in advantage with $1 billion TV deal that they don't have to share a portion of it because of previous, by the way, misdeeds of previous ownership.
Right. They had to go through bankruptcy.
And
how ironic is that? Previous ownership had to go through bankruptcy. The next group buys it up, and where we're at now, this team has an insane payroll. It's like it never happened.
Yeah.
Because there's no penalties to them for it.
None.
It's crazy. And you look at the models like, okay, the NFL. Every owner in the NFL is completely satisfied. They're making money hand over fist. The players make more money every year. The salary cap goes up every single year. We don't hear about smaller market teams in the NBA complaining too much. They got a salary cap in the NBA. They got luxury taxes, and you could go above and beyond. And, the league is set up pretty well. NHL, we've already talked about. Why can't baseball get there?
I don't know.
I don't know what it's going to take. Is it because baseball plays twice as many games as any other league? The seasons are just as long, but I'm not sure how you get to where they have to get to. But there have to be major changes to their salary structures and setting up a salary cap and floor.
Yeah, probably the NHL and I don't think comparing football is the same because football has a national TV contract that everybody's under the same umbrella. That's not going to be the same as the other sports.
No, but this is what I'm wondering about. So does this mean that, okay, because now you've got this deal, like there's the 9 teams and the Tigers are one of them that are affected because of the problems with FanDuel, that Major League Baseball might take over for those markets. Okay, well, baseball is going to take over for those markets and the money's going to be spread out equally. Is it possible that baseball can work out a deal with markets like New York and Los Angeles, because New York's another team that's got this big advantage because of the TV contract. Yes, they have to give up money to baseball that the Dodgers apparently don't have to at the same percentage, but the Yankees are still pocketing a pretty good sum out of that money.
Yeah.
So is there a way where baseball just oversees all of the TV deals, spreads it out equitably, and then you can still have a luxury tax if those teams want to go crazy and spend money, okay. But now it's dependent on not because you've got an advantage with a TV deal, but because you've sold more tickets. So you've done the other stuff that you're supposed to do, that you're willing to part with that money.
248-539-9797. Jeff in South Lyon. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, I have a question about the salary cap if they instituted that in Major League Baseball. And my question is, so say they make it $250 million as an example. What happens to all the teams with the players that force them over that limit? I don't remember what happened in the other leagues when they.
In baseball, I mean, they have this now. In baseball, there's a threshold that if you go beyond it, there's a luxury tax.
But his point is, if they put it in this year, I think your point is, Jeff, if they put it in this year, what about those teams that are already over that? Do those contracts get grandfathered in if they've already committed more than what the cap would be?
Wouldn't it still be a luxury tax paid on it?
Well, not if it's a hard cap.
Well, I don't think you're not going to get a hard cap.
I think that's what the owners
and
want.
Tucker is an example. For the next 4 years, they're going to be over for the next several years if they don't sign anybody else. Just as an example. So I was wondering, are they forced to offload players or not?
I don't know.
I wouldn't. I think that if you're baseball, you're probably going to have to go with an NBA type model as opposed to the NHL model or the NFL model. Well, the NFL model is wild because you can manipulate the salary cap in ways that other leagues don't do it. So I would imagine it'd be like the NBA. That yes, you have this. I don't even know if you can call it a hard cap in the NBA. There's a cap for sure, and then beyond that, it's luxury tax money. I would imagine baseball is going to try to fall into that because there are way too many contracts that would be affected by this.
Mike is next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Does every team have a TV deal?
Yeah, I believe so. There was a time I seem to recall somebody's TV deal went under. Well, the Tigers didn't there for a minute.
Well, and they're having problems with it now.
Yeah.
Now there are 9 teams that are in the same boat here.
Well, my thought is why can't Major League Baseball step in and say, okay, well, every team's got a TV deal. So what they do is they take that money, every team's money, and they divide it by all the teams. Instead of the Dodgers getting $1 billion, instead of the Yankees getting what, $1 billion.
Teams might bristle at that, but you know what? You need, if you're the Dodgers, you need opponents to play. Like you need other teams to play. Unless this league is going to be the Yankees, the Mets, the 2 Chicago teams, the Rangers, the Dodgers, unless you're going to make it an 8-team league, you need opponents to play. So I have no issue with what you're talking about. But of course, everybody's got to give a little. If they don't want a cap, okay? If players don't want a cap and the owners, well, what are the owners going to get then? All the small market owners would love that kind of revenue share.
Yeah, they also need to have some kind of agreement between the players and the owners about, is there a way that they can agree, which I doubt, but is there a way they can agree to try to slow the rate of which the salaries are growing? Because they're growing exponentially at this point, which is, when and this is why the whole impetus of the article was Kyle Tucker signing a $60 million a year contract.
Yep.
He's Kyle Tucker. He's good, but he's not a $60 million a year player. But the Dodgers can spend more than anybody else because of the aforementioned TV deal.
248-539-9797. Let's get to what Izzo said last night and whether or not you can relate. That is at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. They're Michigan's most experienced law firm. When clients are treated with dignity and strength, insurance companies take their cases seriously. That respect leads to results. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so we just talked about last night, Michigan State improving to 17-2 with their win over Oregon. Michigan improved to 17-1 with their win over Indiana. Games were on back-to-back. Michigan on Peacock, Spartans on, I think it was FS1. But anyway, one of the more interesting things that came out of last night's game was the cameras during the broadcast caught Tom Izzo in a spirited sideline conversation with a player, which has been known to happen, telling Kurt Tang that he couldn't guard. Izzo said, "You couldn't guard my mom." After the game, Izzo was asked about it, and he did not in any way back down. In fact, if he did anything, he doubled down. As the question was asked of him, does your mom have game? And here's what Izzo said. Okay. The question we have for you is, what's the worst thing a coach ever said to you? Like, what is the most, in coaching you hard, what is the worst thing a coach ever said to you? And I have one example of something that happened when I was playing in high school where a coach in front of me dropped a $20 bill and said, "Pick it up." And I kind of looked at him, and he picked it up and said, "I knew you wouldn't pick it up because you're not aggressive enough." And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I was confused more than anything, but he wanted me to go like snatch it right away. And he thought that was my problem, is I was too busy thinking or whatever, which go figure, right? But that wasn't like particularly insulting. Like the great Herb Brooks line.
I think it's very insulting.
Do you? Okay. I didn't take it that way. I just thought.
I mean, I take it that way because I think you and I think alike sometimes, where I want to know why I'm doing something.
Yeah.
Like, I'll do it, but tell me why I'm doing it so I can understand it and I can be better at it. Pick up that $20.
Yeah, I think the point he was trying to make is quit thinking, just react. And maybe it's a crappy way to do it. Whatever.
It's a crappy way to do it.
One of my favorite lines of all time is when Herb Brooks told the 1980 U.S. Olympic team, "You're getting worse every day, and right now you're playing like it's the middle of next month." But what's the worst thing a coach ever said to you? 248-539-9797. Now, you've had some great coaches' quotes, but I don't know if there's anything that stands out.
Don't disappoint, Gator. No pressure.
I mean, one is horrifically insulting, and I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
It wasn't to me. It was to it. Well, because it was.
He's not here.
Yeah, it was horrible because it was racist and it was a terrible thing to say.
Okay, well that's bad.
So no, I won't go there. But I mean, the other ones I've joked about before, where we're watching game film and our coach noticed that we weren't really paying as much attention to game film on this particular Saturday morning after another loss, and he's called out by my buddy Brad Grava. And insulted him right on the spot and said, "Hard drinking, hard driving, hard loving man. King of the rednecks." Hick. Said all that. Wow. And then Grava just kind of laughed. We all kind of like, really? Okay. Hook 'em. Although we didn't have the hook 'em phrase back then, but that would have been the attitude. I had come off a knee injury in practice. Incidentally, where Grava and I bumped knees, but Brad's a couple inches taller than I am, so his knee hit the top of just above my knee, and it swelled up huge. And that's when famously went into the trainer's room, and then the coach, "Is it the meniscus?" And the trainer said, "No, it's just a bruise." "Oh, it's just a bruise. Andy, you're fine." Because he would call me Andy for Anderson.
Right.
So I didn't practice for 2 days because the swelling was so bad. And finally, I returned to a practice on a Thursday, which was the day before a game, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll come to practice, but I'm limited. I can't do anything really. I can suit up and I'll do some of the stuff, when we came time to do the sprinting at the end of practice, I'm like, you really want me to? I can't run. And like, well, you're part of this team, aren't you? Yeah, okay, fine, I'll run, but it's not going to be. I'm going to be way behind. Not that I wouldn't be way behind anyway because of the sprints, but I'm literally half a field behind people because I cannot move because of the knee. And the defensive coordinator at the time just starts making fun of me and how long it's taking. And he's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And I thought, well, that's, and I yelled something back at him that was not.
So wait, he was calling off your time by days?
Yeah. So that was the insulting part to me. And I'm like, dude, I can't. I literally have a knee that's the size of a basketball right now, and you're going to give me crap because I'm running slowly.
That's funny. 248-539-9797. All right, so what is the worst thing a coach ever said to you? Kang, anybody ever say anything to you?
One time at basketball practice in high school, we were doing like a half-court set or something, 5-on-5, and the ball got loose on the ground, and I grabbed the ball, but I was in like a long snapper position. It was like between my legs and the ball, and I grabbed it with two hands, right? Instead of just picking it up like a normal person in front of me, I decided to hike the ball to someone I thought I saw cutting across the paint. And as soon as I did that, the coach blew the whistle, stopped it, and said, leave. Oh. And I knew in the moment I did that, like, that's not the right basketball play. You don't do this. Is, by the way, like, before, like, you couldn't even allow to, like, do all the fancy stuff now. Everything was, like, regimen, like 3 passes before you shoot, all that stuff.
Right.
I did that. Dude, the gym stopped.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell are you doing? I don't know why, like,
just leave.
One
leave. Word, leave.
So I left the court.
Not get off my court, just simple. Blows the whistle, leave. That's brilliant.
248-539-9797. Well, you heard Izzo tell Kurtang you couldn't guard my mom. What's the worst thing a coach ever said to you? Let's go to Doug. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Doug.
Hey, how you doing? Calling from Windsor. So in high school, I played for 2 seasons with Joel Kenville. Joel was just before he played for the Spitfires. Our coach his nickname was Father B, Catholic guy, and he used to take us into his office and give us individual coaching. So my last one that I had with him was he brought me in the office and he says, I really like your grit, you're tough, you get the puck out, you blah, 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 but I got 2 more instructions. You have to do these 2 things. First thing is, whenever you get the puck, give it to Joel. After you give it to Joel, stay out of his way. Oh, yeah. Highly motivated.
Love it.
Feed the beast.
248-539-9797. What's the worst thing a coach ever said to you? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. something big happening in the world of football for this show. For this show more than any other show. We'll get to that today at 12:50. 248-539-9797.
Look at it outside, Doug.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't it just pretty with all that snow falling?
Well, first of all, it is pretty.
Yeah, it is.
You don't like winter, but you think it's pretty.
I do.
The aesthetics appeal. Kang?
I just know the mess it's going to create.
Can you just grant that? Do you think that snow is pretty?
I like snow globes. I don't want to be in one.
Okay. Kenny, you are also a winter hater. Do you think snow in any way is attractive? The aesthetics, are they pleasing in any way?
They are pleasing during it's time for a white Christmas time of year, but after Christmas, the snow can just bleep right off.
Okay. Well, we tried earlier in the show to make winter more appealing for those who despise it. Kang was in a bad mood when he arrived today, and I was just trying to help him out.
This is one of the few ways that I'm on your side with the winter thing.
Yeah.
Is because like I could see myself sitting in a lodge in front of a giant fireplace with some kind of beverage and just watching the snow fall like this and enjoy it.
Well,
because I'd be safe, I guess, inside. When I have to get outside and drive into crap, then that's a whole different story.
Right. Okay, so we're talking about the Izzo line doubling down after the game, but he said during the game that Kurtang couldn't guard his mom, and then said my mom doesn't have game.
She's 99 years old in a nursing home.
Yeah. So we're, what's the worst thing a coach ever said to you? We go to Franco and Clausen. You're on 97.1. Hi, Franco.
Hey, guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
So I grew up probably the same time you guys did with coaches, and I didn't make the basketball team. I got cut. Was a manager. Had a player out. I kind of joked with the JV coach. Said, hey, I guess you're going to have to put me in. He says, Franco, stick to your managing job. Your basketball days are over.
Wow.
Well, needless to say, the next year I made the team, and I was his leading scorer and leading rebounder.
Nice.
So it was a good ending. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
It did remind me when I was a swimmer. I swam for my first 2 years in high school.
Yeah.
I only swam because my brother swam. He was great. He was a high school record holder and All-American. He was great. So I swam because I enjoyed it, and I had friends and everything. After my sophomore year, and I knew that I wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't improving that much, and I really wasn't that good. So I went into the coach's office and I sat down with him and said, "Hey, just wanted to let you know that I've decided that I'm going to end my swimming career here. It's been a great 2 years, and I was glad that we got to win a state championship and all that. That was awesome. But I'm done swimming." And he goes, "That's good." He said, "Best decision of your life." That's good. And I'm like, okay, all right, fair enough. That makes sense. All right. I think part of it was that at that time when I had just gotten into radio in high school, after my sophomore year, I was part of the radio staff there, and I knew that was something I was going to want to spend more time with. That led into my decision, but that's good. So you can imagine my surprise when about 10 years ago, I got a phone call out of the blue, completely out of the blue. There's a voicemail on the phone here at work, and I answer it and I listen to it, and it's from my old high school swim coach.
Yeah.
"Hey, Scott, it's your old coach, Mike Lane. Just wanted to let you know I've been listening to the show. I think you do a great job. And, hey, I know you golf. If you wanted to golf, I wanted to see if I can get you out in the course." I'm like, what? I told my brother this. My brother was so pissed. He's like, "Wait a minute. I'm the guy who was good. He was a 3-time All-American, and you're the one who gets a call about playing golf with the guy?" Like,
that's so great.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, that's great. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
So I got a couple, but the one I told Kenny, so when I was a kid, we got the opportunity to go be camp counselors at like the Little Caesars hockey, hockey camps. And so Barry Smith was one of the guys that was running it, it was there at least. And he comes up to us the first day, a group of us. He's like, all right, so where you guys play hockey at? It's like, oh, well, we play high school. And he takes one look at all of us and he goes, I thought they're going to give us real hockey players, and then just skates off.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, whoa. And I'm like, okay. And then come to find out all the stories about him being a little bit of, you know what?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All kind of came to fruition.
You can believe it.
Yeah. But I was a goalie, so I heard from coaches, one time in the middle of a game, it was, you're on your back more than Paris Hilton out there.
Wow.
That was a bad one in front of the whole team. I was like, oh, okay. and then I had another coach when I was a kid. They brought in the backup, and I was out there, and they were mad that they had to play the backup, and he yells, Neil, he looks like a beast whale out there, like loud enough for everybody to hear, and the poor kid is like on the ice, like not very good, but he's a kid, and it was brutal.
Well, it's part of coaching. Unnamed texter writes in, I could not wrap my head around defending outside zone in high school. My coach stopped practice and asked me if I realized we were better off with 10 on defense and me on the bench than having 11 with me on the field. Eric and Chelsea, watching film as a junior in high school, while I was blocking someone, I fell to my knees right in front of the other player. I'm not going to say what he actually said, but you can guess based on what position I was in.
Oh, boy.
Sandy writes in, I had a defensive line coach at Northwood University that would say whenever we got pancaked by an offensive lineman that it's cheaper than going for a ride on a mechanical horse.
Oh, horse?
I'm a ice hockey goaltender. Coach, after the first intermission, said another beach ball game. That was high school. I'm 37 and it still bothers me during a bad game, meaning I couldn't stop a beach ball in net. I had a youth football coach who I can't repeat most of what he said to me, but when I get pummeled several times by a bigger, better player, he repeatedly alluded to me as possibly making arrangements with a priest for my last rites. Lake Orion High School baseball coach Andy Schrammick called me a cancer on the team.
Oh, jeez.
Tony in Grosse Pointe Farm says, Fritz, you're like a hot water tank. Sometimes you're hot and sometimes you're not. William in Royal Oak says, Bill, you have two speeds, slow and slower.
Oh.
I played Division I baseball. Al in Detroit, my high school football coach told me I fart harder than you hit.
Maybe I get that checked out.
Unnamed texter, varsity basketball. I was going to steal the ball from our point guard at half court. As I did, he spun and his shoulder smoked me in the head. I fell to the ground instantly and was knocked unconscious. After what I assume was a few seconds, I came to and I was lying there and I heard him say, he better be dead. That was from my coach across the court.
Wow.
248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, guys? How you doing, man?
All right. Good.
Hey, so to show you how lame I am, man, I'm literally sitting here thinking of two of them. And one of them, I'm so lame, I'm sitting here in my car crying, laughing, because I'm thinking about this moment that one of my coaches told one of my former teammates.
Yeah.
So I got two for y'all. So we in the ninth grade in high school, man. We lifting weights. And rest in peace, Coach Figg, because he just passed away. So we lifting weights. And we 14, 15 years old. So this guy named Jason get on the bar, man. I'm talking about just the bar. And he almost chokes himself trying to just lift the bar.
Right.
Coach Brian Figg knew, said, my God, Jason, you about the weakest kid I ever seen in my life. Can you go to the bathroom and piss and hold your Johnson without leaning forward? I said, what? I said, what did you say? Me and my teammates messing stuff like this. What did you say? He said, my God, Jason, can you hold your Johnson without falling forward? I said, oh, my God. So listen, hey, dog, 30 years later, me and my boy Dario still crying laughing.
I think they said the same thing to Kevin Durant at his combine.
Wow. Hey, dog. Hey, so look, that's number one. That's the funniest one. But number two is, I played basketball out here at Detroit Cooley for Ben Kelso, right?
Yeah.
So we in the game, we hooping, man. We playing Sam Hoskins, who ended up playing, I think it was DePaul. We playing Bishop Borges. So this is embarrassing. So, man, Sam Hodgson scored like 8 points in a row, man. I'm checking Big Hoss. So I look over to the sideline. Kelso run up and down. Hey, time out. I mean, so he pulls us all over to the side. I mean, here. I mean, this is just bad, Mr. Jackson. I mean, hey, guys. Until Darnell Jackson decided to stop letting Sam kick as you know what, it ain't nothing I can call. I mean, he literally looks at the ref and say, hey, refs, I'm just calling this time out because I don't have no play or no defense because Mr. Darnell Jackson decided he don't want to let Sam stop kicking as you know what. And all my teammates just sit there and look at me, and I'm just saying, like, did he really just say this? He
called you out. That's fantastic. Thank you, DJ. We go to Andrew. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Andrew.
What's going on today, fellas?
Hey.
Now, the thing about my coach with his quotes is my coach had a real bad stuttering problem. His name was Bill Hill, coach at Detroit Renaissance. And the thing that made it funny was when he talked to you regular, he would stutter. But as soon as he started to cuss you out, every word came out clear. So, we used to go to a team dinner every Thursday before the game, and more times than not, we got kicked out of Ponderosa for being a rowdy football team. Our coach's favorite line was, I've been kicked out of better places than this. And his second favorite, most quotable line, when we talked about football and somebody had a disagreement, he will always say, this team is a dictatorship, and I'm the one with the you-know-what.
We do appreciate all your stories, and certainly coaches, they usually mean well.
Usually.
Yep. And I'm not gonna, that bathroom line was the best.
It's pretty great.
We have something that this show loves. We call it Fresh Mel.
Oh.
And we will get to that at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Well, head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of an all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT for just $199 a month with only $999 down. Want even more options? Of course you do. How about this? The 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT can both be yours for the low price of just $249 a month and each with $999 down. Now, that's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today or online at sarahchevrolet.com and see why so many drivers are choosing Sarah. Together, let's drive.
I'm going to make a declarative statement. I'm going to declare something.
I'm going to make a declare. I'm going to declare something. Why don't you just tell me what you want to do?
Sorry, it's my first day here. I think that the worst stadium in sports is hosting this year's Super Bowl.
Where is it? San Francisco?
Levi Stadium.
Not San Francisco, but wherever the
Oh, it's an hour from San Francisco. Yeah. It's in the middle of an industrial park. I've never been there.
Is it Santa Clara? Is that where they play?
Yes. I've never been there. The place looks horrible. It has all the ambiance of a storage unit facility. It's literally next to an electrical substation. It looks horrible. How the hell does it get a Super Bowl? How does San Francisco, they held Super Bowls at Stanford Stadium, which was run down and outdated. How does San Francisco keep getting Super Bowls?
Well, probably because the stadium is not nowhere near as bad as you think it is.
No. Because
hold on, never been there.
Hold on, I've never been there, but I've seen it on TV.
Uh-huh.
It looks terrible. It looks awful. It looks to me like what Comiskey Park is to baseball.
Just boring.
Just boring, completely missed the mark in an era where everybody was doing it right. Although I think Comiskey was the last one built before sort of the retrofit ballparks became the rage. But doesn't that place look terrible?
I've never really paid attention to it. I just know that it was a newer build, and when you get newer builds, and you know, how does it function? Does it function well as a stadium? Are the amenities great? Are there wide concourses? Are there no bathroom waits? Can you buy a foam finger without waiting too long? Is the beer line? Is it not congested?
I absolutely love that you used foam finger as the.
I love foam finger. Sight lines, are the sight lines good for people in the stands?
It looks.
How's the drainage? Is the drainage good? Drainage, is it good?
I have no idea about the drainage. I know that it better be good if you're an hour away from the city that you represent.
Well,
it's got, you know what it is? It's a modern day Silverdome. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, Jerry World is not in Dallas either.
No, but Jerry World is spectacular.
Well, Jerry World is its own thing.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just saying about the distance away from the city.
I can't stand the Dallas Cowboys, and I think Jerry's terrible. But having been to that stadium, what a sight to behold.
But you haven't been to this one. But you're going to
I've
judge
never been
it.
to this one.
You're just going to judge it based on the surroundings.
That's all I need.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's all I need.
That is a declarative statement.
Yes. Gang, you want to push back on this one?
No, man. I have no idea. I know it's hella far from San Francisco, as the locals say, but I don't know. Yeah, I can't judge it, Doug. I don't feel as strongly about it as you do.
It looks terrible.
It looks okay. I mean,
it's in the middle of an industrial park.
I like outdoor stadiums, so the fact that it's outside, I already like it.
You're aware that real estate is kind of crazy out in California.
I am aware. Yes, I'm aware. I don't care.
I guess Los Angeles said, "Yeah, we don't care either," and they built a beautiful stadium.
They did. Anyway, all right, let's get to some fresh Mel. It's Mel Kyper 1.0. Now, if you do not know how this works, if you're new to the show, we find mock drafts, and Mel Kyper is, one of the foremost authorities on all things draft. And we run down the scenario that he has laid out for you, and when we get to the Lions pick, we tell you who's still on the board, and you tell us who you would take. So let's work our way down to the pick at 17. With the first pick, according to Mel Kyper, the Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
No surprise.
At number 2, the Jets take Arvell Reese, linebacker, Ohio State.
Again, not really a surprise.
At number 3, the Arizona Cardinals take Francis Muiaga, the offensive tackle from Miami.
Which would be a smart move to build an offensive line.
So as we work our way down the draft board, we won't do every pick, but we'll tell you ones that Detroit may have interest in. At 4, Tennessee takes Outside linebacker David Bailey.
He's really good.
At 6, Cleveland takes offensive tackle Spencer Fano from Utah.
Well, again, smart move to build on the offensive line.
At 7, the Washington Commanders take Reuben Bain Jr., edge rusher, Miami.
He's great.
Other picks at Detroit, Mike Covett. At 10, Cincinnati takes Caleb Downs, safety Ohio State, rather.
Big fan of his.
At 11, the Miami Dolphins take Keldrick Falk, edge rusher, Auburn. 12, Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State, goes to the Cowboys. 13, Jamal McCoy, corner, Tennessee, goes to the Rams.
The first corner of the draft.
Yep. And that brings us to the Lions pick, because a bunch of quarterbacks and wide receivers go in between there. And
so who goes right before the Lions pick?
Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
So, and that's the Jets.
Yep.
So, okay.
Here's who's on the board. Akeem Messidor, edge rusher, Miami. Mansour Delane, cornerback, LSU. Pierre Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson. Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle, Utah. And Olivai Vavenga Owane, interior offensive lineman, Penn State. We will tell you that one of those 5 is the pick. Who would you want it to be? The edge rusher from Miami, Messidor, the corner from LSU, Delane, the defensive tackle from Clemson, Peter Woods, the offensive tackle from Utah, Lomu, or Owane, the interior offensive lineman from Penn State. Gator, I ask you, who would you want it to be?
Well, I have a feeling the Messidor is available in the second round. So I'm going to wait, and I may have to move up to get him in the second round because I really like him, but I think it's too early to take him at this point. This is dependent on what the Lions do in free agency, right? Yep. Are they going to sign a center? Are they going to sign a tackle or a guard? I mean, you got to look at that group. I like Ione, but he's a guard, and I feel like they have the guards to work with. Tackle is a different story. I'd lean to whoever the best offensive tackle is at this point in the draft. Go take him. That'd be my pick. And for this purpose, I guess that would be
Caleb Lomu, tackle from Utah. Yep. Kang, if this scenario plays itself out, which player would you want?
I'm not going to try to declare his name and butcher it, but I'm going to take the guard from Penn State.
Olivai Vavenga Owane?
That's right. Okay. I think that's just so important to the Lions this year to get that right. And if he's the best, and I've said this for a while, Doug, I think you can grab a potential starter in the first round for the Lions on the offensive line. So if he's the guy, he's the guy.
Okay. 248-539-9797. What would you do knowing that one of these guys is the pick? Messidor, the edge rusher from Miami. Delane, the corner from LSU. Peter Woods, the defensive tackle from Clemson. Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle from Utah. And Olivai Vavenga Owane, the interior offensive lineman of Penn State. You can call as well at 248-539-9797. It's part of a grand scheme, Gator. You said something I thought was very smart, and that is it depends what they do in free agency. I'm going to lay out my full-scale Detroit Lions off-season dream plan and how it pertains to this draft.
You already got that formula.
I think I do. I think I've gone all in.
Ken, we got fresh Doug.
I guess we do have.
Or Doug Fresh.
Well, I'm hoping for fresh Doug every day.
We got some Dougie Fresh today.
Well, I've got the plan to make it better just like that. 248-539-9797. I'll tell you, my pick is at 102. Get your pick in. And then coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we'll tell you exactly what Mel Kyper chooses to do with the Detroit Lions first pick at 17. But first, we want your opinions. Which of those 5 players that we just mentioned would you take? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson Mock Draft. We will get to that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Also, mix in some Red Wing talk. So they're back on the ice tonight. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Aman Ra St. Brown took to his podcast with his brother today to voice his feelings about the reaction of Lions fans to the team's hire of largely unknown Dan Petzing as the team's newest offensive coordinator. Here he is from the St. Brown Brothers podcast. Petzing is the fourth offensive coordinator hired by Dan Campbell and the Lions in the last 6 years. His hiring came after Campbell was forced to usurp play calling duties from an OC in the middle of a season for the second time in his tenure in Detroit. Also, the Red Wings will be live here on 97.1 tonight as they're in Toronto to take on the Maple Leafs. The Wings have been hot as they've won 6 of their last 7 games and are just 2 points out of first place in the Atlantic Division and Eastern Conference. They're 3-0 against the Maple Leafs this year. Tonight's game starts at 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:45. The Pistons will be on News Radio 950 tonight against the Pelicans on the road. New Orleans is dead last in the NBA this year. Injury report update for both teams. Zion Williamson was added this morning as questionable with an illness. That's been Karis LeVert's designation all morning. And just moments ago, Cade Cunningham also possibly coming down with an illness. He's questionable for tonight as well. That game tips off at 8 o'clock down in the Big Easy. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so fresh Mel today. Mel Kyper's mock draft 1.0. We laid it out for you who's on the board for the Lions at 17. If it plays itself out this way, what would you do? Your choices are Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher Miami, Mansour Delane, cornerback LSU, Peter Woods, defensive tackle Clemson, Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle Utah, and Olavenga Owane, the interior offensive lineman from Penn State. Gator, you went Caleb Lomu, and Kang, you went Vavenga Owane. Here's the thing. As you pointed out so astutely, it depends on free agency.
Mm-hmm.
I think the plan should be as follows. I think they should sever ties with Taylor Decker, which would save them $12 million on the cap.
That's if they were to cut him now.
Yep.
If they wait till after June 1st, isn't it a bigger?
I don't know. I guess the dead cap money right now is $12 million.
Is it the morning show was talking about this idea as well, at least with Decker, and I think if you wait till June, it's an $18 million savings.
Well, that will help. Then I would also move on from Graham Glasgow, which save you another $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
And I would take all that money, maybe a few million more, and throw it at Tyler Linderbaum,
the
center from Baltimore. Then you move Penei Sewell from right tackle to left tackle. And with the 17th pick, the Detroit Lions select Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle, Utah. So now you have highly regarded, given it's a rookie, right tackle. You've got a number of players to choose from, all with promise to play the guard spots for you. You have a guy that immediately elevates to one of the best at the position, at one of the most important positions at left tackle. And you've got one of the top few centers in the game anchoring that offensive line. And I think then you start getting back to, now it's a lot of resources, it's a lot of free agent money, and a lot of high draft capital to put into the offensive line. But if your cap situation at the far end of this is roughly the same, and by that one draft pick, and you can dedicate the rest to the offensive line, how do you feel about that plan?
Well, I endorse the plan. I mean, I think you have to find out from Taylor Decker where his head's at. And if Taylor Decker is like, yeah, dude, family means too much to me right now. I'm missing out on too much, and my body's just breaking down. I'm going to call it a career. Great. Let's make it as mutually beneficial as we can. Find out when that time to cut is right. See, I agree with that part. In the Glasgow, you don't need to bring Graham back. He had a nice career in the NFL and time to move on. And I agree. Linderbaum, 100%. Give the money to him. He's an excellent center, and you lock him up for the next several years. I fully endorse that. Penei Sewell to left tackle, that's a no-brainer. Absolutely. Protect the blind side. It's where he played his college career. And it's just a matter of time before we thought that was going to happen, and that should happen. Expect him to be as good at left side, if not better, than what he's been in the right side. And then you could draft the offensive tackle, both you and I agree on, and put in there. And whoever it is, whether it's Caden Proctor or if it's somebody else, whoever you decide is the best right tackle for this team, then go ahead and do that. That makes all the sense in the world.
248-539-9797. Aaron in Muskegon, you're on 97.1. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So, real quick, Karsh, you're a great play-by-play guy for Michigan football. I love everything you do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm so glad you guys are on the west side. First time I can call in and actually hear you guys and talk to you guys without using the app.
Great.
I want to say I love that plan. If Brad will go ahead and do it, I mean, last year Taylor was even thinking about retiring last year. So you got to think that he's possibly going to say, yeah, it's enough. I'm done. Now, if Lomo is there or Proctor, honestly, I've watched some film. I want to say Lomo is better than Proctor. But if Lomo's not there and Proctor's there, I say take him. Move Panay over to left. Put one of those two tackles at right. And then say, Linderbaum, what's your number? And just throw him the bag and say, let's do it.
I think, it's a plan I think we can all get behind. And I think that the knock on Caden Proctor comes from like his first game of the season where he looked bad. Was it Florida State where he looked bad? And then after that, I don't know if he gave up a sack the rest of the way. Like he was a stud the rest of the way. So it was just one bad game. The problem with the Dougie Fresh is that there are a couple of things that can absolutely torpedo that.
There's no question.
Baltimore can say, yeah, we're signing him. We're signing our own guy. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Taylor Decker can say, yeah, I'm coming back for another year. I mean, you can still, but your plan is to cut him.
You can still cut him.
But, is that what would be best for the team at that point?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Decker, and to be fair, Decker could come back after some offseason rehabilitation, be a better player next year. And that's something, he played banged up. That guy gave us everything. Yeah. And if that's the case, then certainly I have no problem with paying him and playing him if he can be a better version of himself. The other thing is that Linderbaum, who's probably going to make a push for him is John Harbaugh with the Giants. Like there's a number of roadblocks for my plan playing itself out, but those would be big ones. Here's a feedback coming in from the people regarding Mel 1.0 at 17. I take that interior offensive lineman. That's from Tim at work. So if you take Olavenga Owane, and as you mentioned, he's a guard, the question is, does Ratledge become your center? And then Owane, Frazier, and Mahogany are in the battle for the starting guard spots. From Dave in Milwaukee, I take Lomu, the offensive tackle from Utah. Next text, Penn State interior O-line. Let's keep in mind Ratledge was drafted as a center of the future. He may still be that. It's actually from Dan. I take the best offensive tackle in that spot. That's from an unnamed texter. Next text, all the talk is for an edge rusher or an offensive lineman, so that's my pick. Penn State offensive lineman. Brian says, give me the OT. I'm with Gator. We're fine enough at guard. And an unnamed texter says edge rusher from Miami, which you like. You just don't like him. You don't like him in the first round.
Yeah, and I imagine that after the performance in the national championship game, where he had a couple of sacks in that game, and he's just a disturber. He's in the backfield the whole time. He's got that. He's got the size that the Lions like, and so is Bain. They're both very similar in size, but Messidor is like 6'3", 275. That seems like that's that guy that he can play inside, he can play outside, wherever you want to play him, and that fits to the Lions what they like to do. I just question it at 17, is that the best place to draft him? I think he's a guy that if he gets to the second round, and every mock draft that this is one that he doesn't. He goes number 20 to the Cowboys. But most mock drafts I've seen has him going in the second round or definitely in the second round. So I'd try to move up if I had to in the second round to get him, but I'm not going to take him at 17.
248-539-9797.
Do you like him?
Messidor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what he did against Indiana was against NFL prospect tackles.
Yeah, the other thing is I saw something on Twitter today that gave a review of Messidor as a player, and apparently there's some injury concerns about that, which might be the reason that he is a second-round grade by most people.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mel indeed makes a pick for the Detroit Lions, and we will share with you who it is today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows anywhere in the United States. Also streaming with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. You can watch the show that way and participate in the streaming chat on those sites. Our website as well, 971 A Ticket. That's where you can actually stream the show and keep up with all the fine content put out there by Birchie Kid and Station Doofus Evan Jenkins. 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up the winter with hot deals. Like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it right, $239. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. A little bit of Piston news here. Jeremy Otto from the Update Desk just tweeted out that Cade Cunningham has been added to the Pistons Injury report, questionable with an illness. So just a heads up there. Scott.
Doug.
Mel Kyper 1.0. The pick is in. And with the 17th pick in Mel's first mock draft, the Detroit Lions select Olavivenga Owane, interior offensive lineman, Penn State. He writes, Detroit took guard Tate Ratledge in round 2 of the 2025 draft, but there are still issues on the interior. The Lions were 31st in pass block win rate at 55%. With all their skill on offense, that has to be fixed. And while taking a guard in the first round isn't the most exciting pick, Owane is extremely talented. Jared Goff would appreciate Owane's ability to sustain blocks, and he hasn't given up a sack since 2013. And Jahmyr Gibbs and David
2023.
2023. My apologies. And
I was
Jahmyr
wondering
Gibbs.
what about that middle school tape.
That talent.
Yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery will love the way Owane gets to the second level and moves defenders in rushing lanes. Just so you know, Mansour Delane goes with the next pick, the corner from LSU to Minnesota. Akeem Messidor goes to the Cowboys at 20. Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Clemson, goes to the Chargers at 22. And was a Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle from Utah, goes to San Francisco at 49. Caden Proctor goes with the next pick to Houston at 28.
I think he's got 3 straight tackles going at that point. And, that's why they got to do their homework, figure out who the best tackle is.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's where you're looking.
One or the other. You got Lomu at 27 and Proctor at 28. So he thinks he'll be on the board. Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, well, and Mel doesn't do you're right. It's with the players. Mel doesn't do trades in these things, so it's straightforward, and I like that. And offensive line, whatever they're going to determine is the more pressing need or who the better player is. I guess it's not about need, it's about the player. But they have need at both guard and tackle and center, frankly. So do what they're going to do. It's going to be dictated in somewhat by the offseason and by free agency and by perhaps some trades or whatever. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the Lions finally decide to do once we do hit free agency. The public decision from Taylor Decker about his career.
Yep.
All these going to help shape what that offensive line is going to look like.
Okay. I want to replay, if you missed the update there at 1 o'clock, Aman Ra St. Brown charged to the front of the line to defend the pick of Drew Petzing as the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator, which I found to be very intriguing. From the St. Brown Brothers podcast, the topic came up because there's some backlash because not a household name exactly here in Detroit. Here's what Aman Ra said. So what's interesting is I don't know that he had to go there right at the end.
Well, yeah, but players talking about the league, and we hear outside noise, and if it's going to be, I imagine that through their social medias, there's probably some saltiness coming in, and they're not having any of it.
Remember when Sean Payton last week made the comments to the reporter? Oh, you'd like to get him running downhill? What do you know about running downhill? And we kind of discussed how.
What do you know about ball?
The veneer cracked a little bit, and he said something that we think players and coaches probably want to say to the media all the time. What do you know about zero blitz? What do you know about play calling? What do you know, right?
Yeah.
And I think Aman Ra did the same right there. You guys don't know what you're talking about. But I think what's pretty clear is Aman Ra approves of the hire. Does that make people feel any better, do you think?
Well, what was pretty clear is Aman Ra trusts the Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he offered an opinion on the hire other than he trusts Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. So
I think his defense implies that he's happy with it. Maybe I don't want to read too much into it, but that's what it feels like to me. Kang, what do you make of him charging to the front of the line to defend the hiring of Drew Petzing?
I think he said the quiet part out loud. You never win when you. Well, the first part is, I think he trusts Dan Campbell. Obviously, that's the first part. The last part of that is the quiet part out loud, where he kind of tells fans, "You guys don't know, you don't know ball." And so for me, I don't care. I don't care. I think all players and coaches think this way.
You don't care what he said.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that part. Yeah, of course. The Lions have more information than we do. I think some Lions fans are in uproar because they never heard of this. And honestly, this is one of the best jobs you would think that were out there, offensive coordinator for the Lions. So they expected a little bit more. Whether this works out or not, we'll find out. But I think you should ask Kenny. Actually, he is very upset about the last part of what St. Brown said.
Really? Our station's Kenny is mad?
I'm pretty hot at it. Why would you admonish your fans? Like, whether what he's saying is true, I'm not even arguing, because a lot of fans, most fans even, you could say, don't quote, know ball, right? That's a fair statement to be able to think in your mind. Don't admonish your fan base. That's annoying to me.
Is it?
Whether it's a coach, an athlete, if you're one of the people that make the millions of dollars, that these fans have a wait list to buy your season tickets, don't admonish them. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, like I said, he didn't necessarily need to go there, but I try not to let these kinds of things bother me necessarily. I think on many ways, on principle, you're right. And there's a reason why players don't do that. But I guess I'm at a point in my life where it takes a lot to really piss me off, and I'm not going to let that, I've chosen not to let stuff like that bother me. But on the surface, I think you're right. It's kind of a no-win thing. What would be interesting is I always wonder if there is a particular amount, some sort of feedback that he got that he's talking really to one person.
Right. Yeah. I wonder how specific it is. And I didn't watch the whole podcast. I've seen the clip. But who knows what was said before that or what led up to that, or if it was just off the cuff from him. And if it's off the cuff from him, I don't completely agree with Kenny on that, but I understand that viewpoint, and I'm not thrilled with it either. I don't think that's the way to approach things. You don't have to go that extra step. You can just say, yeah, well, we trust in Brad and Dan. We know what they do inside the building, and it's worked out pretty well so far, and we're expecting this to work out too.
Well, and then, I mean, that's right. So he's saying, you should trust him too. I trust him, and you should too.
Well, yeah, but the problem is he went the extra step.
Yep. Now, with that said, since we were last on the air, we come back the next day, and Mike McDaniel's reportedly heading to the Chargers.
To be the OC.
Yep. So he gets Justin Herbert instead of Jared Goff, and he gets Jim Harbaugh instead of Dan Campbell.
Careful what you wish for.
I got to tell you, I spent a good portion of time around Jim Harbaugh. He is one of the most unique individuals on the planet.
That was kind.
And Mike McDaniel has a reputation for being eclectic in his own way.
Mm-hmm.
This is a reality TV show.
How weird is your weird? 248.
I mean, wow.
Well, I think this is interesting. Okay, out of all the OC jobs that are out there, and by the way, now there's an OC job open in Buffalo to work with Josh Allen. There would have been an OC job in Baltimore working with Lamar Jackson. OC job in Philadelphia. Now, it's a bit of an S show there, but if you're the right guy, you can corral that and bring him back to the Super Bowl. OC job in Detroit with all the weapons we have here, mess on the offensive line, but they can fix that in the offseason. But you chose to go with Harbaugh with a mess of an offensive line, with limited offensive resources. You've got a quarterback to work with, but outside of that, the skill positions aren't anything special. That's where you chose to go. Now, did you choose to go there because were you cut off from the others? Were you too unique or too weird? I mean, the one report was the Lions deemed he wasn't a fit in Detroit to be their OC.
If you had a choice, and look, I know for a fact, this is documented, and it's a fact. Every guy thinks they could be an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
This is a fact. If you had the choice, would you choose that job? Would you choose the Charger job over the other jobs that are available?
I mean, I wouldn't choose the Charger job over the other jobs.
You are not a Justin Herbert fan. I knew exactly what you'd say.
Well, it's not about Justin Herbert. I admit Justin Herbert's got talent. He just once you get to the postseason, he like Cinderella in the.
But who the quarterback is would matter. Wouldn't that be a factor?
It would matter. But I think the whole package matters there. I mean, these other teams have a lot going for and they're winning teams. So is the Chargers are a winning team, but you don't think you can do wonders with Josh Allen? Now maybe they're like, yeah, because they don't have a coach yet in Buffalo, right? So they're waiting still. But I don't know. I might just hang on to this because you would imagine a lot of teams would covet Mike McDaniel, or is something off, right? And that Philly job would seem to be pretty good, but Philly hasn't been able to land their guy yet either for an OC.
248-539-9797. There's a lot of feedback coming in on what Aman Ra said. We will get to that today at 1:31 as he came to the defense. A very enthusiastic and perhaps over-the-top defense of the Drew Petzing hire, which included a bit of an assault on the fans, saying that they don't know ball. We'll get to what people are saying next here on 97.1.
That's too much. Wish you hadn't have said that.
Yeah, it was unnecessary. And look, I'm not that mad about it. You just when you say that, you're going to upset some people. But
the other thing is that
I like that he's defending the hire. I don't think Aman Ra is not. He gives his opinion, and I don't think he'd charge to the front of the line defending this hire if he didn't truly believe it. He might not say anything at all.
No, but he's also not without his own warts. And after this past season, I think maybe that helps to get prickly about it because I'm sure that he's gotten some social media about the drop passes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the first part is that he asks a question, then he answers his own question about the trust in Dan Campbell. And yeah, I think there are some hairline fractures to that trust. There are from fans based on what they saw this year. And for a variety of reasons, but I think by and large, the fans believe in Dan Campbell, believe in his team. But yeah, there's reasons to be skeptical in some regards.
From an unnamed texter, he's 1,000% right. The only reason people are disappointed is because he's not McDaniel, which is a name people have heard before. That's from Jerry.
It's a big part of it.
Next text, I hope St. Brown had that same energy when they hired Morton. I actually don't hope that. Kind of undermines his credibility, doesn't it? Wasn't John Morton supposed to be the ultimate guy to replace Ben Johnson? I think we're going down the same road here. But if the Chargers offense will be awesome, though, they spent the money and got the guy.
I don't know. I mean, that could be those two. I mean, would you be surprised if you found out that at some point during this season that they had to split ways because these are just two weird guys that can't figure it out?
I wouldn't be surprised if we found out during the season that they had to split ways because they're two eclectic guys that were like oil and water. Yes.
Oh, you went with eclectic instead of weird. Okay.
I don't like, I feel like what we think is normal might be other people's weird.
Gotcha. All right.
I know some people think it's weird that I like winter. Think about that for a second. They think that's weird.
That's the bottom of list of reasons why they think you're weird.
Aman Ra's statements are funny. Campbell missed on 2 of his previous 3 OC hires, but we're just supposed to assume he knows what he's doing. Valid point.
Yeah.
I agree, Kenny. I love St. Brown, but you got to be careful talking to fans like that. Saying anything but, quote, the fans are great. St. Brown is asking for backlash, especially from a guy like me who thinks it's stupid he's podcasting in the middle of the season. Dan Campbell so far has a 33% success rate hiring OCs. That's from Will. 248-539-9797. Black in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hello, Black.
Hey, how you guys doing? You guys all right?
We are. Thank you.
Very good. And I like winter too. So I'm not weird. That, I don't know. What is going on? He's protecting not only himself. That guy's a lion now. The new OC is a lion. What should he not say? Oh well, no, guys, he's going to be good. What always gives the fan the right? Well, we pay your tickets. I used to sit floor side at them Piston games in the Palace. They would bring up the players' mama, their dad, how they were raised. It was crazy stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, because you said in high price tickets, you get to say what you want to say because you're a fan? No, it doesn't. So, and because I want to hold you accountable, and no, we don't know what we're talking about. We're speculating, as always, that we're more smarter than the player, smarter than the GM and coach. So it's just an opinion. What his is probably based on fact of him being in the game. It's like we know more than they do. We don't.
Well, look, I think it's tough, and we do appreciate the phone call. I think it's tough to sit there and bite your tongue all the time. And I know that there are times where players don't understand, hey, I'm a reporter, I'm working on a story. I need a quote from you on how good Jared Goff is. And sometimes players want to say, you can't tell for yourself how good he is, or something like that. That may be a bad example because first Goff has somehow become polarizing. But the point is, we're asking for questions for help to have you support a theory or whatever. And sometimes players don't get that. And, we could write the story without your quote, but it's better with your quote. And I'm getting kind of sidetracked on how the relationship between the media and the player works. But, I think the guard came down a little bit. And as you said, and you pointed out very astutely, that's one clip from a podcast, and there might be a greater context for, here were the specific things that were said that bothered me. And then he followed it up with that statement. So we became aware of that during the show, haven't had a chance to listen to the whole thing. Or it might be specific to one or two texts or tweets or whatever he got from people that were over the top and criticizing the Drew Petzing hire. Greg in Detroit, you're next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. Really, really quick. Coming from a 0-16 fan and a Monty Clark Prayer fan, a Billy Sims happened to retire because of an injury fan, I didn't take that hard at all. It's the new fans. It's the fans who booed Matthew Stafford. It's the fans who said F. Ben Johnson. It's those fans he was talking to. They don't know. It's the fans that says put an Indian hooker in, for Garrett Goff. It's those fans. No, the fans who's been here, that was word off our back. We didn't even take it offensive at all. There was those fans who just got here, just got on the bandwagon, and don't know anything. They don't know. every time something happens, they want to extreme.
So this is your approach to this is, hey, he's not talking to me.
No, not a real fan, not a diehard fan. No, he's not talking. And then I think people took it out of context. If you keep it in the context of what he was saying, it's really about the new OC. That hey, trust the process is basically what he was saying. Probably with a little grit, a little bite to it, but hey, trust the process. These guys been doing a good job. We hadn't got here for nothing, So trust the process. Yeah. And these guys kind of know what they're talking about.
And let's be clear too. Amon Ra's a great receiver. Aman Ra is a great receiver.
Yes, he is.
And, we hadn't heard that soundbite before it got played in the update. Nothing should come between Aman Ra and his greatness for the Lions. That's what matters most. Now, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and maybe that's where he doesn't need to go as far as he went. You can say that I really think that the people that I've been hypercritical of this hire. I mean, another way to put this, people that have been hypercritical of this hire don't have the insight that we have gleaned in talking to the individual, understanding what he's bringing to the table.
Well, look, we can craft a PR way for him that he should have responded to that, or he could have responded to that, but he said
he didn't. Yeah.
So I don't think it's a big deal. I think it will rub people the wrong way, some people the wrong way. Obviously, it got Kenny's ire, and that's fine. And I'm sure it's got the ire of many people here. And I think that there's legitimate reason, because it's insulting to a fan to assume that they don't know. Of course they don't know it like you do. You're in the pros. We got it, okay? But it doesn't mean that fans don't know about football. And the fans, we're supposed to forget that you had to fire the offensive coordinator halfway through the season, that you fired the offensive coordinator back the first year when he took over. It's not a slam dunk that all of your decisions work, all right? We can still have faith, but don't tell me I should have blind faith.
Brad in Commerce is next. Hello, Brad.
Oh, not too. And I'm just kind of wondering where this newfound arrogance from, the Lions head coaching staff as well as the players now seems like it's rubbing right off onto them. I don't know if Amon Ra knows this, but they missed the playoffs this year. I'm not really trusting coaches who got us to the playoffs, are not filling starting positions, are not addressing immediate needs on the team, and then missing the playoffs. And on top of it, someone who's podcasting midseason and dropping passes, maybe get your focus back on the field, get that grit and get that drive that you guys once had, and let's make the playoffs and actually show, that the coaching staff and the team is actually working and producing and progressing instead of just regressing every year. That's why I don't trust in this, the current regime and a lot of the attitude of the players and the people that are on the field at the moment.
Give me an example, Brad, of another, when you say attitude of the players. This is an example of something you don't like. Is there another example?
Yeah, I can think of one or two. When McLean came out and said that his whole role has changed. He was once producing at an extremely high level, and now the coaching staff has got him doing all kinds of things that he didn't originally do.
Who's McLean?
And kind of showing the hostility amongst, I'm sorry, not McLean. God, I'm brain farting on his name. Rusher that came on, got a ton of sacks right off rip.
Muhammad?
Yeah. Not Muhammad. God, really, really chalked this call, but
there was someone who started off producing extremely high at the beginning of the season. He said that his role had changed. He was starting to have to read defenses a lot more and do a lot more in his role, and then he wasn't producing nearly as well.
Do you mean James Houston from a year ago, or do you mean?
No.
Look, Brad, thank you for the phone call. Again, this is two things about that call. One is, I think it might have been a gross overstatement that the player's attitude. We have one soundbite. I don't know what the second part you're referencing is.
Lee McNeil, maybe that's what he means, instead of McLean.
Oh, okay. Did Lee McNeil say something that sounded arrogant?
I don't recall.
I don't either. Kang, did we miss something? With McNeil, did he say something that was perceived as arrogant?
Evan was just trying to tell me right now. I was just trying to get some background on it.
Okay. And then the other thing is with the podcasting, you know what people want? They want their players to sleep all night, get up in the morning, have the healthiest of breakfasts, work out, go get treatment, work out some more, and go to bed early.
I think I'm not worried about Aman Ra's routine.
No. 248, I mean, he's one of the best receivers in the league.
Yeah.
Yes, he had more drops this year. Seemed pretty clear he was battling some sort of injury, but hey, the Sam Bernstein law firm, they have been respecting customers for over 50 years. Sam Bernstein Law, 1-800-CALL-SAM. When clients are treated with dignity and strength, insurance companies take care of them and take them seriously. Respect leads to results. Get respect, get results, get experience. That's the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. I think it was pretty enthusiastic and sincere because it's one of two. You don't run to defend the hire of Drew Petzing like Aman Ra St. Brown did on their podcast this week if you don't believe it. On top of that, given the fact that he called out some fans while he was doing it that said, you don't know ball if you don't like this hire. I mean, it isn't that you don't know ball, it's that you don't know anything about Drew Petzing, I think was his point. But he's not afraid to say that. I wonder if that means he wouldn't have been afraid to be critical of the hire if he didn't like it. At the end of the day, what matters most is that they got somebody that can do the job and do the job better than it was being done. And Aman Ra seems to believe that, which should be encouraging. 248-539-9797, right? I mean, it's a guy on the inside and a guy that has a very much vested interest in that this dude gets the job done. If he didn't believe what he had to say, he either A, would have said it, given what else he said, or B, said nothing at all. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think what he believes is he does believe in the coach and Brad Holmes, the GM. I think they're 100% he believes in those guys. And they've got reason to believe in that. But, I mean, there's also reasons to be skeptical because not everything has worked. Not every draft pick has worked out.
Nope.
Not every hire has worked out. So it's...
Yeah, from a fan point of view, it's easy to point that stuff out. I think from players, they just want players that are all in no matter what, right? So I appreciate the fact that he's supporting the decision.
He needs to buy in,
For sure. He needs to buy in. He needs to support it 100%. What he did was he just went a little over the line at the end. He just didn't need that last part. He went over the line, supporting his coach. Like, hey, I trust this guy so much, man. He's going to make the right decision. You don't know crap. What? That last part, I didn't need to say that, right?
It's like he almost called the Lions fan a jive turkey.
Well, don't go
little over the line. A little over the line. That's all. Nobody called anybody a JT.
Called you a...
Such a great movie.
But yeah, I just think he went a little too far in supporting his guy. That's all.
Yeah.
Semi-pro?
There you go.
Yes.
Have you seen the whole thing or
no?
no?
No, I've seen that scene, though.
Movie's good.
Yeah. Let's go to Joe in Grocelia on 97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. I have zero problem with what Aman Ra said. First, he prefaced it by saying he trusts Dan Campbell to make good decisions. And then he said most. He didn't say all. He said most fans don't know ball, which equates to most fans don't know the intricacies of what it takes to hire an offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions to be a good fit. That's it. Don't read too much into it. He was just taking the shortcut route to saying most fans don't. And most fans don't know everything that it takes to make that hire. That's a key hire.
I think he was being very specific to people that may have called him out on some stuff. And
You're talking about, you think Aman Ra this is a direct response to social media feedback he got about the hire?
100%.
You might be right.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
Joe, it's great in that sports talk is fun. Like it's all about, we all have the same vested interest here in Detroit, right? We want the Lions to win the Super Bowl. And the only differences we have is how do you get there? And at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. I mean, sometimes some people would rather be right than be wrong and their team be successful. And we've seen that. And that's a little weird. But, if you can if Aman Ra believes in this guy and goes with the full-on defense of the hire, I think it's encouraging. I mean, do we think Aman Ra has some insight onto what will work and what won't?
Yeah, I do. I have no idea if he's talked. I mean, like I said, I didn't listen to the podcast, so I don't know if he has actually talked with the new OC or if he's talked to Jared Goff about the new OC or
we
Dan
didn't
Campbell
listen
about
to
the
it
OC
because this came out during the show.
Yeah. So I don't know.
248-539-9797. Jeremy in Detroit, you're next. What's up, Jeremy?
What's going on, boys? How y'all doing?
Good, sir.
Good. I know it's the end of the show, so I'm going to try to make it quick. I just feel like I hated Aman Ra's comments, especially when it comes to the fans. I feel like this team is arrogantly taking an approach, and I love the Lions. Lifetime Lions fans, support them. I back most of the stuff they do. But when Jared got mad at the fans, when the GM's saying, "Hey, do they want two defensive ends? Hey, we got Hutch, we're good." When Dan Campbell comes out and says it, I feel like it's a lot of you guys should be happy that you have us coming from the Lions.
Oh, Jeremy,
and I hate that because
I got to be honest.
ultimately,
I don't interpret that way at all, and I'll let you finish. I think Goff seeks out things to be upset about, and we've seen it in our interviews with him. I think he wants that stuff. And I think the "we're good" line is you're publicly sending a message to the players that are on your roster. I believe in you. I don't think it's
okay.
And I think you should do that.
But do you not agree also that you do have to worry about the public perception that you're putting out to your fans? I will say this, and this will bring it into a better context. You go to a restaurant, they got a new cook, and the waiter comes out and says, "Hey, be patient, man. This new cook, he's really good." You're like, "Man, I'm spending my money. I don't want to hear that." That's the same thing. Aman Ra telling us to be patient. You're making money. We're spending money. Don't tell me be patient. Like, why can I not question where I'm spending my money at? Lions fans fly around this country to support this team.
Yes, they
we
do.
We go everywhere. We spend Jared Goff play. So that's why fans get offended.
There is a requirement to eat at a restaurant to spend money. You do not have to spend money to be a fan.
But the whole thing
you
is
just
this,
watch on
and
TV.
That's an arrogant approach too, because it's like, oh, well, you don't have to spend your money with me. That's showing no appreciation that we spend our money.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't go to a restaurant,
Jeremy.
I wouldn't go to a restaurant that told me that. Hey, you don't have to spend your money here.
If I had that kind of reaction, I would wonder if I'm being too sensitive.
And I mean, but just like he can have his opinion and then tell people, why do fans have to be too sensitive when they say their opinion? Like, Matt Millen knew more about football than me. It didn't make him good at his job.
I think Jared Goff is sensitive, and I think he feeds off it.
But what I'm saying, and in my opinion, but I hate because even fans, people come in and defend it. And it's like, you don't have to, you can defend your new offensive coordinator without bashing and telling fans.
He could have done that. He could have done that. And look, I think one of the most perhaps insightful feedback we got was from somebody on Twitch that said, if you're offended by this, he's probably talking to you. And that is someone who hates this hire. Now, look, I'm not saying our guy that just called here, I'm not saying my opinion's any more important than his. I would ask myself, am I being overly sensitive? But, you know, people do spend a lot of money on the product, and you can choose not to. You can choose not to. You can choose not to eat at a restaurant. You can choose not to listen to this radio station. But everybody has their choices what to do with their disposable income, and that's a risk you take when you come out and say what he said.
Well, I hope this is just like a 1 hour topic. We're done. I hope this isn't something that.
Well, I don't want to create something that's not there.
No, I'm saying you or me. I'm just saying I hope this isn't something that is brought up constantly, and something that that they would have to address again.
Here's one of the messages we're getting. There's some people out there keeping receipts.
Yes.
And
when you take a step back, it's going to happen.
Yeah, when the team takes a step back. Yeah. And that's, I mean, you can do what you want. But I think the "we're good" thing was nothing more than a public belief in who they've got. And that's what you should do. But anyway, the polling is done for what should the Pistons do to the NBA trade deadline. Make a big move, make a small move, or roll with this crew. Small move wins with 45.3% of the vote. Big move, 39.4%. Roll with the crew, 15.2%. So there it is. Rico Beard is in studio. What's up, man?
Gents, what's happening?
15 seconds.
We'll be continuing the conversation that you guys had on the Aman Ra Brothers podcast.
All right, there you go. Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everybody. And, of course, we'll do it again. And be safe driving home with the roads being what they are. And we definitely would wish everyone a safe commute home. Stay safe as always. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Pistons on the road tonight in New Orleans. Cade Cunningham is a recent add to the injury report with an illness. He's questionable alongside Kyrus LeVert. Zion Williamson also questionable for the Pelicans. Tip at 8 over on WWJ. The Red Wings have won 6 of their last 7. Tonight they'll look to sweep the season series against the Leafs as well. Begins a 3-game road trip. John Gibson will start in goal. Detroit rolls with the same lineup as last game. Hear the 7 o'clock puck drop right here on 97.1. Lions receiver Aman Ra St. Brown says Lions fans should trust Dan Campbell's hire of offensive coordinator Drew Petzing. That from the St. Brown podcast. Former Motor City Cruise player Charles Bediako has been granted a restraining order against the NCAA and will return to his former college program, Alabama. The courts have ruled him immediately eligible despite playing for the Spurs, Nuggets, and Pistons organizations. He has not appeared in an NBA game. Yeah, according to Tony Garcia, the Free Press, Michigan running back Bryson Kudzal is returning. Cody Bellinger is also re-signed with the Yankees per Jeff Passan. The deal 5 years and $162 million. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Gather round, kiddies. We got a hell of a good show for you guys. I tell you, Rico and I shifted what we were going to do to open 3-4 different times, including David having a psychological break. Like, Rico, he woke up and just discovered he lives in Metro Detroit. We can get to that later. But you operating the drop board today has me feeling a certain type of way that I know what we need to start with. So why don't we do that? Because it's clear the Aman Ra thing is a thing, and I don't want to make an accusation, but I thought I heard Doug say he hadn't listened to it, and they were reading the print version. Mm-hmm. We have the audio, and I want to play that for people because I think the tone matters. Yeah. And I also just want to remind everyone the sheer idiocy that we have to talk about a player's podcast. Here's an idea. The season's over. No. The season's over. Go away. That's it. Go enjoy your life. Mm-hmm. You don't need to do this. It's not a part of your contract. You're not a content creator. You're my favorite receiver in the league. Go do that. And then go enjoy the beach. And then go catch footballs. And then go enjoy the beach. And then catch more footballs. And then the beach. Football, beach. You don't call out the fans. I don't even care if he's halfway right in what he's saying. You don't call out the fans. Just like you don't yell out bomb on an airplane. You just don't do it.
Well,
fire in a theater. You don't do it.
Yeah. Mike, you don't call out the fans a year later after the fans bought into what you were doing.
And
a year later when the fans said, oh, okay, John Morton, we won't miss Ben Johnson. Okay. And halfway through the season, he's quietly let go. But this time, it's for real.
It's like the movie previews. All right, let's play the audio for the people, and then we will unpack this, and we can just throw the number out, 248-539-9797. And I will tell you, 2 to 6 is safe harbor. If you're upset, it's okay. I'm not going to call you sensitive. I think it's pretty dumb when people make $30 million a year who knock the fans. And even if you're right, it's dumb. I mean, it would be like Apple calling most of their customers stupid because some of their products are hard to use. They're still paying for the product. Mm-hmm. Just thank them. Play the audio, David. all while they're spending their money. First of all, you can miss me with the, I stepped in it. Well, I love all Lion fans, but stop. You already said the truth. You already spoke your piece, bro. You can just leave it there.
When his brother was like, wow. He knew,
Yeah.
he knew instantly, like, you went there. Wow.
Uh-oh. I was our sound effect. Whoa. Whoa. So, where do you want to start with it, Rico? You want to go first? Because I know you're fired up. I'm not offended by it. I take up for fans because I think athletes are just totally detached from reality. They love getting their ass kissed. They don't want accountability. They want to make all their money. And it's like, first of all, Aman Ra, why are you on social media? Let fans be fans. Yeah. You don't need to cape up. You got your money. But go, Rico, you start. I'll play off of it.
Well, here's for me, when I heard that, it was like Rieger sent it to me, and I was like, well, Jeff, please don't oversell this thing. And he didn't. I had to call and apologize and say, wow, he actually said all of this stuff. Mike, I found it problematic because when you just hired an offensive coordinator last year that Lions fans bought into, John Morton, he's coming back. He was one of us, and he's going to get this offense going. You won't miss Ben Johnson whatsoever. Fans bought into this thing. And then middle of the season, 10 games in, he's quietly told, yeah, we're going to go ahead and unplug your headset. Dan Campbell's going to take over the play calling. And now when a new coordinator comes in, and I've been told that, hey, this is the offense that every coordinator's beating down the door to come and be the OC for, and yet you didn't get the guy that you wanted in Mike McDaniel, and instead you get this guy from the Cardinals, which it could work. I don't think it's going to be a good fit here because I think that what he's going to do and what you have personnel-wise won't match. But to come out and say, well, you guys don't know ball and, you just want to complain and, don't you trust Dan Campbell? It's like, no. Why should we trust Dan Campbell? This is yet another offensive coordinator that he's hired. He's fired 2 of them already. What makes me think that this one's going to work, that I have to have blind faith in believing in that? See, that's what bothered me is like, how dare you question us? How dare you? Dude, the reason why you're doing your podcast, you're not in the playoffs. Newsflash, you didn't make it. So to sit here and ask for blind faith, I think that's so disingenuous.
Yeah, I'm there. I mean, look, I defended the hiring only that I thought people, gutting Drew Petzing like a fish when they didn't know who he was 10 minutes ago. But that's let me help you with that. Look, I'm fine if Aman Ra wants to take up for the new hire, be a good soldier for the team. I'm good with all that. You need to keep the fans' names out of your mouth. Mm-hmm. You just got to stop. Aman Ra, the nerve, the pendulous balls you got to have after you guys floundered this year. You didn't beat anybody with a pulse, and you missed the playoffs. And now you're going at fans. Yeah, I'm going to defend fans on that one. Fans are fans. Mm-hmm. Like, Rico, when you and I battle with fans, that's what this is. We're fans. Mm-hmm. But I never understand athletes doing this. No. I'll leave it to the people because, look, Aman Ra's my guy. But I've said it to you from the beginning. Ain't nothing good coming from a podcast. You're only going to step in it 2-3 times a year. You just stepped in it. I don't know. Rico, it just, where I'm going to go with this. There's an arrogance about the Lions that is unwarranted.
Yeah, your quarterback and now your wide receiver.
Well, it's more than that too.
No. I'm just saying, right? But when Goff got angry because people didn't think they were going to make the playoffs, well, they didn't. Still waiting for that apology, and now for this, like, well, you guys don't know ball. Like, what? Like, you're not a brain surgeon, okay? This isn't like this complicated thing. And put it this way. Are Lions fans just broken up that John Morton is going to probably go back to Denver? No, you're not. That's how Cardinals fans feel right now, just to put things in perspective. And, yes, I've seen a ton of Cardinal football.
Oh, as have I. And I'll throw the number out because I know this is going to be a little bit more of a long-form conversation. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I'm kind of done. Look, our teams in this town have a little bit of an unlikability problem. Not all of them, but I think the Lions and Tigers kind of fly in the same circle. There's a bit of an arrogance about it, and it's like, guys, Lions haven't won a title in damn near 70 years, and the Tigers haven't won a title in over 40. You may want to power it down. For Aman Ra, stop. You're never winning against the fans. Cut it out. And look, it's Brad Holmes, it's Dan Campbell, it's Aman Ra, it's Goff. There's an arrogance. Guys, you haven't even played in a Super Bowl, much less won one. I think the only time I would allow this type of arrogance is if Rico and I were doing the Chiefs Kingdom podcast, or in years prior, like Rico's dressed as a revolutionary soldier and we're doing GoPats.net. Like,
or we're doing the Eagles stuff. Like these teams have won. You
and
haven't.
multiply.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it, but what's your reaction as a fan? And look, if you're fine with what Aman Ra said, I don't think it makes you a bad person either. But I don't think people that are pissed, I don't think they're sensitive, I don't think they're irrational, and I don't think they're wrong either. Like, I mean, Rico, we've talked about this. We've now created this Lions roadshow in this town. Fans are spending a lot of money on this team. Hey, Aman Ra, have you felt the pinch of ticket price increases? No? Raise your hand if you spend money on Lions football and it's Aman Ra versus a fan. Dude, you're not winning that. Don't do that. Right. You're better than that. Right. And Aman Ra's a really smart and thoughtful guy. But, Rico, you know it. Hell, we'll go. This happens all the time to me. I joke with you about it. Is like Evan will show me like a post-edit of some of our YouTube videos. Or you've played stuff for me where you're laughing, and I'm like, damn, I went that hard on that? And it's like, I don't think about it in the moment. I'm doing my job. So it's like when you're a player and you're not, like, if you don't do this every day, bet on it. You're going to step in it. He stepped in it.
Man, you knew it was bad when Equininius was like, oh, boy. Because he knew the second it came out of it. Wow. Okay.
Just played a drop. Whoa. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. And I think all reactions are warranted. I think Rico makes a great point. I share in it. Don't ask for more trust when Dan has butchered two OCs right away. John Morton was a total dud. And I'm fine if fans want to question Drew Petzing. I'm like, look, Rico, you're going to bring something up later in the show. And it's like, look, if the defensive coordinator conversation. You have Kelvin Shepard, who might be a lot of things, and then you have guys available that are those things. The idea of, should you have done something like that? I don't know. I think Aman Ra can be right in some of the messaging, but it's never right to attack fans unless they have involved your family, unless they have threatened you. I just think you can't do it. It's a bad look, and for a team that missed the playoffs, ain't nobody trying to hear it. That's where I'd leave it. 248-539-9797. We will get to you, the people, next. And again, you don't have to worry about it. You ain't going to get yelled at. You can be pissed at your teams between 2 and 6. We're here for you. 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet and start the new year off right with great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Trax LT, $239 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I always say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
That was Aman Ra on his podcast. And let me be clear. It takes a lot to offend me. I'm not offended. He can do whatever he wants. That's a losing strategy. And I think fans have a right to be pissed. And I'll tell you this, he would never do that if he was in Philly, New York, Boston, or Chicago. He wouldn't. I think the Lions have gotten a little bit too comfortable, and that resume is a little bit light. Let's check that playoff win hotline. Yeah, we haven't won one in 2 years. And you hired a bum of an OC last year. Aman Ra, maybe want to log out. But it's up to you guys. You're the paying customer. And I'm okay if you're pissed because it's pretty insulting. Even if it's true, you don't say it. It's not the fans' job to have a PhD in football. Fans are short for fanatic, Aman Ra. Their fanaticism makes you. Because without fans, let me be unequivocal about this. Without fans, Aman Ra, you're nothing. You're selling tile for a living, okay? Without fans, there is no league. Without fans, there is no CBA. There is no advertising. So in essence, you are attacking the people who have made your life fiscally. Like that's the stupidity when athletes go at fans. It's just not bright, okay? And Aman Ra is my favorite Lion. I'm the guy who got made fun of by Mr. Rico Lamar Beard 2 years ago when I go, dude, he's top 5 receiver.
Yeah,
so right. I can separate my worlds as just log out, baby. Log out.
Well,
Rico, go ahead, buddy.
Mike, it's just the audacity because coming off of the whole John Morton thing, if you would have said that last year, I was okay, you know what? You did find Ben Johnson, and we'll go ahead and we're going to trust in Dan Campbell and what they're going to do. But to follow it, you hire John Morton, and it was an utter disaster. You fired him, but then you came out and said, no, he's not fired. He's just been relegated to doing other things. Well, Dan, you fired him because you took over play calling, and he was on the first thing smoking as soon as the season was over. And now, no. But this time we got it right, and you guys need to just trust us. You don't get the blind faith, not after what you just did. Guess what? You kind of have to earn that back because as of right now, this is your fourth OC, and 2 of them, they got let go. Not because they got head coaching jobs. They just weren't good at their jobs.
Kenny, this is for you. David, what do people have to say on the line where they text us?
On the line?
It's on the line.
Every day proves ASB's point. Most fans don't know ball. Relax, and we will see what happens. That is Brian in Clarkston.
Brian, if I could just say one thing to you, that's a pretty lousy way to watch sports. I mean, essentially, that may as well have been sent from John Jansen in his Deer Blind. Let it play out. That's cool. I guess we'll talk next December about it?
Yeah. And if nothing happens, well, who knew what was going to happen?
Yikes.
I'm a Brad bot. I've agreed with what the Lions have done 90% of the time. What St. Brown said offended me, though. So does that mean I don't know ball? Someone else texts in and says, I want athletes to be arrogant. Don't put a lot of value in this podcast. Thoughts, so not sure why fans would. And we have this. Great Big Nothing Burger. Anyone offended looking at you is displaying the arrogance to believe they have no clue who would be the best OC for the Lions. Ra is spot on and has nothing to apologize for.
I promise you that person. I bet you that person was also saying, well, Mike McDaniel's going to come here. He's going to run the show. Because we got the best offense. Why would anybody else not want to come here? Cutscene. He's in L.A. He chose not to come here.
But nobody's arguing what St. Brown has to say. A lot of fans don't know ball or whatever. Cool story, bro. That's not what we're talking about. Don't admonish your fans. Mike, you said you're allowed to be pissed off about it. I'm actually pretty pissed off about it.
He is.
Don't talk down to your fan base. This fan base has created a waiting list for freaking season tickets for your team. Don't talk down to us like we're lesser than when you make millions of dollars to do this. It's a nonsense comment.
And Kenny, I'm with you. And look, I spent the last 2 days providing a level of nuance to what petsing is and why I'm not going to freak out and why I think there are there are things that make sense. But I can also look at this and go, I understand if people are a little concerned. I understand if people look at this and go, wait, what? Because it is 2 years in a row, and it's a little bit off-brand. And let's face it, it's the dead of winter. People are passionate about this team, a team that, Rico, you did point this out. You're not in the playoffs, dude. It's open season on this team when you don't make the playoffs, and it's 2 years without a playoff win. You know, and I would say to Aman Ra, like, as far as the Dan Campbell thing, and Rico, I want your opinion on this, because obviously you weren't here yesterday or Monday. You know, we're in a league now where Sean McDermott made the playoffs 8 straight years, and Mike Tomlin makes playoffs every year. And, you know, Kevin Stefanski was a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year, and John Harbaugh, you know, Super Bowl champion, playoffs, like, 12 of 16 years. They all lost their job. So, no offense to Dan Campbell, but I have said this, like, Rico, if he doesn't get this hire right, it's his ass in the jackpot. You don't get to hire and fire coordinators endlessly. That's not how the league works. So, I mean, and again, no one's firing Dan Campbell. I'm saying Dan's closer to the hot seat than you know, bulletproof status. Or how don't any of you trust Dan Campbell? And it's like, well, yeah, but here's the data.
Yeah, the data is the team's going in reverse. It's been a while since you made the NFC title game to nothing. And now we're just sitting here, but we're supposed to have the blind faith. You can't question it. And if you question it, it means you don't know ball. I'm kind of with Kenny on that. It was like, you could sit here and say, guys, be patient. I think this will actually work. You know what? You got to give them a little bit of time. But to say, well, I just don't understand. And you got, you know, some of these fans don't know ball. Like, no, you don't.
That's the only part of what he said. That's the only part of what he said where he crossed the line.
Yeah.
He's right to support Dan Campbell. He's right to ask for the support of his head coach. He's right to say, I like this guy. I don't care. That's all well and good. Just don't do the fan thing. Yeah. Let's get to the people. Let's go to Mike. He's going to bat leadoff today, 97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
Hey, buddy. Hey, I just want to say thanks. I found you guys out in Grand Rapids. Used to live in the D and finally got some good radio out here. But as far as I'm concerned with St. Brown, if he did know football, this guy runs a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets. Well, guess what? Let's trade St. Brown to the Browns. Let's take his money, sign Linderbaum as center, have our 2 first-rounders, grab a defensive end and another tackle. The O-line's rebuilt. We don't need St. Brown. We run with Tesla. We run with J-Mo and pick up someone else and send that money and use that money for the O-line. We do know football, St. Brown.
All right. I'm going to say no to getting rid of him. I think that's a little bit of a knee-jerk. Let's not do that. But I hear you. And as far as the comment about 12 personnel and 13 personnel, i.e. 2 and 3 tight end personnel, Pat Singh is top 5 in 2 tight ends and number 1 in the league with 3.
Yeah.
Now, does that mean there's a direct, translation here that that's what you'll begin to do? Not necessarily. But you do want to run a little bit more multi-tight end stuff. And Ben Johnson runs multi-tight end stuff. This is a Ben Johnson guy. I think if anything, it makes you question the Tesla pick a little bit more, but that's where I'm going to leave it to Rico to do his dance and have his receipts.
No, Mike, it's not even the Tesla. No, it's not the Tesla pick. It's the re-upping of J-Mo. Like, you can have one, but not both. One would have made sense. Both, I don't know. Because Brock Wright and Laporta are probably the 2 happiest people because they're going to see a ton of balls thrown their way. You're going to be able to run the ball. Unless he comes out with some radical new offense here in Detroit, if he does what he did in with the Cardinals, yeah, the wide receivers, this is where you gave up way too much capital for Tesla, who now even looks like he's on the further outs. Like, I don't see how he's going to be a part of this offense. I don't, but hey.
Well, that's the part I'll let play out. You're not wrong to think it, but I think it would just be, I'm not going to act like the Lions are never going to use, 11 personnel here and go 3 wide. But I hear you. How about this? It'll limit upside. Mm-hmm. And for that purpose, it's never been about the player. It's been about what you gave up to get him. Correct. And I have always understood your point on that. We got a lot of people who have a lot to say, so I'll keep it timely and try to be a responsible radio host. Your phone calls next, 97.1. All right, we're going to get straight to the people. Aman Ra, we've played the audio. You do what you want with it. Never a good idea to attack fans and basically going at fans saying you don't know nothing about nothing. And while that can be true, dude, without these fans, you don't exist. It's a bad move. Let's go to Rodney, 97.1. Rod, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, gentlemen?
Hey, Rod. Good, Rod.
Well, Same Ron was one of my favorite lines until that comment. And I played ball since I was in school. When I played at college, I played a year with Kirk Gibson. I had 2 friends that made the pros, so I know ball. And he should talk. What did he do last season? He dropped some passes that could have helped us win games. So he's better realize he's not going to play ball all his life. So he's going to need that podcast later on after he's through playing ball, and fans don't forget. So that comment tells me someone had a different opinion of him before he made that comment. So I think if he's smart, he'll make an apologize to the fans of Detroit. And just like that, I don't have much confidence in Campbell as I did the last 2 years. Just like Holmes, I have less confidence in him than I have since his last 2 draft choices. So, when you get in a position of money and power, people change. And that just told me something about his real personality.
I will say this, Enrico, I don't know where you're at with it. Rodney, appreciate it. I do think the lines have changed.
Oh, yeah.
And when TJ has sat in that studio, and TJ's a former player, TJ has said it. I don't think they play harder than their opponent. I don't think they were the tougher team. They've gotten a little Hollywood.
They've gone very Hollywood, Mike, and you can hear it just in some of the things that they do. And I think we've said it before. It comes from the top down where they almost, it's like a sense of entitlement. Like, well, we were almost at the Super Bowl, so that should mean something, and it doesn't. It doesn't.
Where do we put that banner exactly?
Right. It's like, oh, well, I had 4 numbers of the Powerball. That wasn't 6.
And Rodney does bring up something, and look, I try not to go too far with it, but yeah, Aman Ra, not only in volume of drops, but at critical moments, yeah, he didn't have a great year. And I love him, and I'm happy to have him. And as far as playing the game, he never goes A.J. Brown. He does his damn job. But, yeah, the podcast thing and going to fans, I'm sorry. It's just where I end up. Like, I'm never going to have a player's side on that. Right. Unless fans attack your family, get personal, threats, that's a different deal. You do what you got to do.
Right. But
this? No.
And when your brother, when you said that is the equivalent of this.
Whoa. Oh, yeah.
Hey.
He knew. Oh, he knew. He goes, uh-oh. We'll go to Jake, 97.1. Jake, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Jake. Good. What's going on?
I just got 2 quick things. I feel like he just took just put his pants down around his ankles, took a huge crap on all the fans. Like, don't know nothing, and then they don't know ball. And if you know ball so much and y'all know ball so well, what happened to the last 2 offensive coordinators? And possibly, the last 2 fired, not Ben Johnson. And probably we're going to lose a defensive coordinator. But y'all know ball. I just think it's a generation where they can take praise, but they can't take people having an opinion that ain't giving them their flowers. That's all I really got to say about it.
No, I'm not going to argue it. You've just described the celebrity social media thing. They want all the good and none of the bad. And it's like, first of all, he invited the bad. Everything he said was fine up until the fan part. But it's like, Aman Ra, look, he blasted Anthony Lynn in 10 minutes and took over. He blasted John Morton in 10 minutes and he took over. And now it's like, okay, you've hired a guy that, yes, Aman Ra, most fans don't know a lot about. People like us do. And Rico, and yeah, we're both idiots. We've watched plenty of Cardinal football. We can give you the stats on usage. We could talk about the characteristics, run first, heavy play action, multiple tight end. And then, look, I defended the hiring of Petzing, Rico, because you know what I know. Everybody died in Arizona. Kyler got hurt. Top 3 running backs got hurt. Marvin Harrison Jr. at football's bouncing off his skull. The O-line stinks. I'm not going to hold it against him. Got a top 10 run game the previous 2 years. I can work my way to this hire. I'm not going to throw a party. But, yeah, man, you're on social media. That's That's for insane people. Of course, those are the people you're running into.
Right, and just you guys don't know anything. Like, okay, this is really complicated. Okay, all right, because if it doesn't work out, then what does that say about your coach? If it doesn't work out, what does that say about the management? And we'll have to see. I don't think it's the best fit for the Lions, but it's the fit that they chose to go with. But to get angry because fans question it, to get angry because fans don't have a blind loyalty based off you brought in somebody last year and told us how everything was going to be fine. Just wait and see what he's going to do. And then he got pretty much whacked in the middle of the year. He's gone. All right, we're going to unplug that headset, buddy. I'm going to take over play call.
We're going to give you that Brady Hoke edition.
Right.
Kids Bop. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Well, is that? Oh, good job on the audio. We're going to need that on the drop board. Sean, how you doing, bud?
Good. How's it going? Yeah, it's like the scripture says in the Bible. It's best for you to be silent and people think that you're intelligent than for you to speak and to remove all shadow of a doubt. Now, to me, it just showed who he really is deep down inside. I don't hold it against him. I'm not going to be like this long-term hater of Aman Ra, but, dude, just shut up. I agree with what he said in the beginning until he just threw poo at the fans. I'm like, come on, man. There are some people that are emotional about and they've been that way. There's people that have been fans of this team longer than he's been alive. He wasn't a fan of the Detroit Lions when he was growing up. He became a fan when he got drafted by them. So don't just respect the fans' feelings. Understand that, yes, we do have proof on what has happened over the past few years. You know, just say, hey, let's see what happens, because that's all we can do is see what happens anyway. I'm optimistic about it about the hire. I mean, but what else can I do? Oh my God, fire him again? No, we're going to have to wait and see. That's all I have to say about that, gentlemen. Enjoy your show.
I appreciate
it. You know what? And I think the thing that gets lost, and like Rico, I've always joked with you about it, is like X or any social media platform. It's not real. Like the vast majority of Lion fans, they don't even have social media. The vast majority of Lion fans, they got kids, a mortgage, a job. All right, we hired some bald dude from Arizona. Cool, check me in August. Like, you're dealing, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're dealing with a finite number of very passionate, fanatical fans. But what ends up happening is you label the rest. Mm-hmm. And that's problematic. And we're all guilty of it time to time. The difference is when you're an athlete, you can never go there. I'm not going to sit here and hate on Aman Ra. I just tell you screwed up. You stepped in it. Don't do that. Yeah. Now, there are going to be some other people who are going to be more pissed.
And that's where it came in, because he tried to backpedal almost instantly because his brother was like, David, we got it? Yeah, that was his brother. Instantly knew you just committed. You're in trouble. Go ahead and apologize now, or we'll have the emergency podcast saying, this was taken out of context. You know, people took my words and ran with them. No, these were just your words. So I hope to God we don't get that. Oh, well, people just twisted what I said. No, we didn't.
You know why we wouldn't need an emergency podcast? If you didn't have a podcast to begin with, dude. Stop it. God, I hate this.
No, this is good. No, Kenny, speak. It's radio. Your passion's warranted. I'm not judging you.
I hate the idea that a guy can come out here after missing the playoffs and admonish fans for having doubts. What are you talking about, dude? Are you serious? You're going to go on your podcast and chirp to fans? That's the solution here? Get out of here, man. When I heard those comments, I was pissed, and I still am.
You know the other interesting thing? It's a bold strategy. Who downloads your pod? Oh, wait. The fans.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
I'm just...
The weird thing is people defending him, though. Is like,
I'm his brother anytime I read anything about the transfer portal. Oh, Duke's quarterback is getting sued by Duke.
Oh, Mike, That's
Oh,
so.
George is paying high schoolers.
No.
Oh, look. Michigan State has just signed Telly Savalas to play college basketball.
No, that means nothing. The news that came out last night topped all of that. So.
Oh, I can't wait for that later. That's going to be so exciting. We'll get more of your calls. We got to do a football today. Hey, Mike McDaniel landed a gig, and it's not where anyone thought he would go. Also, yeah, well, I want to shout out. There, we're all. What? No, don't, because I'll tell you this. Anyone who's in a room with Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel having a conversation, their reaction is they got the they got the market cornered on weird, no doubt. 97.1. Wow. All right, touch table on a little bit of football. A lot of news around the league, a lot of news in college. Let's see where the music takes us. David? Also, I'd like to say, those bells can be heard every Sunday at 11 a.m. Mass at Greater Life on Tireman.
All right, Mike, we just finished talking about this, so I have a question for you guys. Is the Chargers offense better than the Lions offense? Why? Because Mike McDaniel is now going to be the OC for the LA Chargers, not here in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, I could say yes. Again, I think evaluating the Chargers offense this year, Rico, is as faulty as evaluating the Cardinals with Petzing. They lost 2 Pro Bowl elite tackles in Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater, and they never recovered. 4 of their 5 offensive linemen, for people who love the PFF, were bottom 2 at their position of all qualified players. Mike McDaniel took Raheem Mostert and scored 18 touchdowns. A year later, Mostert's out of the league. I think McDaniel reinvents things, and that reinvention is probably why he's not here. The Lions want to do what they want to do. I'm going to say yes, because of it, and here's what I'm betting on. I like Jared Goff. I love Justin Herbert. If Mike McDaniel can't bring it out of him and can't have a meaningful playoff run, then we're going to have to think differently about Justin Herbert. So I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say yes for a little bit of a different reason, and I know they need some wide receivers. They need some weapons on the outside there to stretch that field for them. But I'm saying it only because Slater and Alt will return. It's a difference here in Detroit where you have to kind of reshuffle some things and maybe bring some different guys in. Those guys, we know who they are. They'll come back healthy. Offensive could be really good. They get some weapons. It could be really, really good.
Guys, there's a rumor going around that the Ravens may be trading Lamar Jackson to the Raiders.
Where's the Kenny moan? That's me right now. It is a dream sequence for Lamar to be shipped out. Whoa. Look, if I'm the Ravens, I hire Brian Flores. That's right. I hire Brian Flores, and I trade Lamar to the Raiders to take Mendoza and start over. Lamar heading towards 30, you can have it. I want nothing to do with it. I don't think it'll happen because they'll burn that stadium down, but I'd absolutely be thinking regime change.
See, I don't think they would burn the stadium down. I think that Lamar going out to Las Vegas, Raiders fans would be like, wait, we don't have to wait for Mendoza. I
was talking about Baltimore. Oh. I was talking about Baltimore's fans burning the stadium down.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I think they're in full. You know what, David? I'll let you go.
Well, we had this conversation pre-show, and I don't think it happens, but I'm intrigued by this for Baltimore because while I don't like Mendoza a lot, like everyone else does, you have Henry, you have that offensive line. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all.
Just saying, new coach, hit the reset button. Expectations will be lower next year. Let's stick with quarterbacks. Mike, I think it's a no-brainer. The Houston Texans will re-sign Will Anderson. I don't think he's going anywhere. What do they do with C.J. Stroud?
I got you. Look, and I like Stroud, but I'm not here to defend it. 2 of the worst playoff games you'll ever see. I know they had no Dalton Schultz. I know they had no Nico Collins. I know they didn't have their starting right tackle. It doesn't absolve 4 turnovers in the first half and looking like you've never played the sport. So here's what we're going to do. I'm now treating C.J. Stroud like Bryce Young. I'm going to pick up your 5th-year option, and it's all or nothing. He either plays well enough next year that I'm happy to sign him to a $50 million a year deal, or I'm getting rid of him. No in between. That's what I would do. That's where I'm at.
Look, I know the GM spoke today, and Nick Caley, or Caley, however you pronounce it, their offensive coordinator, he says they expect him to return. But here's the thing. The Texans, DeMeco Ryans, they have to have a come-to-Jesus moment. They have to put the right guy behind C.J. Stroud because it is...
And they got to give him some... He's gone through a lot of injuries.
Nico, Tank Dell, they have weapons.
Yeah. So Joe Mixon, Tank Dell finally comes back next year.
We'll see. Probably not.
Guys, where does Buffalo go from here?
Oh, boy. I think Josh Allen picks the coach, whether it's Joe Brady. I'd also keep an eye on Brian Daboll. I'm not kidding. I think they go from a defensive guy to an offensive guy. And Rico, ultimately, they're going to have to ask a Josh Allen question because while this team wasn't great, I thought he was horrible in the Denver game by Josh Allen standards. So I think it's getting a number one wide receiver this offseason, getting an offensive coach, and clearly they got to get Ed Oliver healthy on defense. That to me is the only place they can go. Unacceptable to blow this opportunity.
Well, what they have to do first is they have to get a GM with a backbone. Because how dare the owner speak today and say that Keon Coleman wasn't the GM's choice, that was the coaching staff's choice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did he write the name on the card and send it up there? Because that makes it the GM's choice.
Yeah, but David, a lot of times it's I'm doing this, but just so we know, put it on the record, not my choice. I got outvoted. I didn't want this kid. Let's hope it works.
Yeah, it was wild to watch the owner cut the GM off and kind of go inside the room. And
it was wild.
It is. But I do think it's positive Beans getting kicked upstairs with a raise. The new coach can have a GM that he wants to work with.
All right, guys, real quick, is Eric Bieniemy the answer that the Chiefs need?
No,
not even close.
I don't even understand bringing him back. So you can miss me with that one. I have no idea.
They flourish.
I don't understand them bringing them back when Nagy was still out there. Just bring him back. He wasn't going to be a head coach this year, but whatever.
All right. That's just a few NFL questions I have for you guys. 97.1.
Illness continues to run through the Pistons locker room. Kate Cunningham is now questionable to play, along with Pelicans star Zion Williamson. Karis LeVert joins him with that same designation. Here if they go tonight over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8. The Red Wings skate against the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight at home, or on the road, I should say. Patrick Kane, 2 points from tying Mike McDaniel for second place on the American-born players list. He spoke about the curiosity about potential trades, given how well the team has played. Here at the 7 o'clock face-off right here on 97.1. According to Tony Garcia of the Free Press, Michigan running back Bryson Kuzdal is returning. Former Motor City Cruise player Charles Bediako has been granted a restraining order against the NCAA. He'll return to his former college program, Alabama, and according to the courts, is immediately eligible to play. Central Michigan will match up against Eastern Michigan at Ford Field the next 2 seasons. The Yankees have inked slugger Cody Bellinger to a 5-year extension worth $162 million. And Buffalo Bills owner Terry Bakula said today he's decided to fire head coach Sean McDermott in the locker room. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, side note, I know we're going to get back into the Aman Ra stuff. Kenny, I love those remarks from Wingsland. Little crumbs being dropped from inside the room by players. You know, I hope we've put ourselves in a position to be a buyer, add some players. It's similar to what Larkin gave us at the deadline last year of how much it hurt the team that they didn't.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, looking at you, Stevie.
I like it. Listen, we're all happy with what the Wings are doing. But I don't think anyone's going to take them serious until they decide to jump in the water. Make a move. And no, it's not any one particular name. No, it doesn't have to be the bread man. It just, I like the comment. It's a window into the room. And I know Kenny needs all the positivity he can because he's furious at Aman Ra. And if you're wondering, what the hell did Aman Ra do? All right, we'll play the audio. It's from his podcast. And there are elements of truth in this. But he loses just about everybody in the room when he attacks fans. That's just silly. Don't do that. But take a listen to it regarding the new OC, Drew Petzing, and what he's seeing on social media. Play the audio, David. So what do you make of it? I'm not offended by it because people are like eternally offended, Rico. I just think dumb idea. Don't go with the fans. You missed the playoffs. You just hired an OC that was less than stellar and got whacked. I'm on right. You guys haven't won a playoff game 2 years. It's a newsflash. I'm on right. Log out. Shouldn't you be in Cancun right now? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Season's over.
Or working on your craft, doing something.
But it's up to the fans. It's up to the people that spend their money. It's up to the people. You react to it. I'm not yelling and screaming about it, but I'm never going to take the side of a player going after fans. Now, unless you're responding to fans doing nonsense they do in Philly, going at your family, threatening you, God forbid, doing anything, like Kevin Patullo got his house vandalized. Like, hey, that's a different ball game. You do what you got to do. That's just where I'm at, Rico. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the phones. 248-539-9797.
No, I mean, where I'm at is the fact that I just don't think that you're allowed to question what the fans know and how, you don't do the fan policing. Okay, fans were told last year that John Morton was going to be the guy. Fans were told, oh, don't worry about it. Ben who? Yeah, this offense is going to keep going and we're going to win games, and you didn't. So your credibility is gone. That equity you built up left. So you have to start over. So fans want to believe in this team. They absolutely do. But you can't sit here and get mad because the fans won't give you the blind faith to never question what you do. You're not that good. Newsflash, no Super Bowls, nothing in the trophy case. You don't get to then tell fans what to believe and trust me, okay? Kansas City, yeah. Philly, yeah. Back in the day with Tampa, sure. Now, the Patriots, yeah. But you guys, absolutely not.
Kenny, is there anything? I tried to butter you up a little bit with I enjoyed the Red Wing audio. Still angry?
I am still angry. I've calmed down a little bit because I think I've realized where the source of my anger really comes from. You shouldn't talk down to fans. You shouldn't do that. That's a silly thing to do, whether you're an athlete or a coach or whatever. But I feel like what we all looked at Aman Ra as was the definition of the culture of this team. He's supposed to be a culture guy. So when your, quote, culture guy comes out and admonishes fans like that, I think that's really why I get so upset about it, is because I expected this. If you would have told me J-Mo did this or anybody else really did this, I would be like, okay, I don't like it, but I'd understand that. Aman Ra is supposed to be better than that.
But the problem, look, for me, my bigger takeaway, it's just the latest window. Like we just talked about a window into the Wings locker room, and the players want to add. This is a window into what the Lions think of you. You can think whatever you like, but when it's Brad Holmes talking down to fans, when it's Jared Goff doing what he did on our airwaves, and I'm sorry, it's okay for people to have a different perspective on it, but like Doug was tying himself into a pretzel, saying how Goff needs things to be angry about. It's like, okay, well, don't use the fans as a piñata.
No.
And then this, it's like, guys, there's an arrogance about these guys. I'd like to take what did I say to you? I wanted the offseason to be quiet. I wanted the offseason to be back to business, rediscover who they were. Grit, toughness, lunch pail, less Hollywood stuff. Not a good start to the offseason. But again, I'm not going to lose sleep over this. But if I were a fan spending thousands of dollars, eating the cost increases, maybe doing a little Lions road show, yeah, I'd probably be pissed. And I'm not going to be mad at those people either. So we'll see what people have to say.
See, Mike, I'm sorry, but you just said something there, because we've had these comments or these remarks regarding things coming out of that locker room. The language is being spoken. We said it with Hutch this year and last year during the offseason. When he spoke, it was pretty much speaking the language of the offseason. And we always talk, and Brad Holmes himself has always talked about his first draft being the foundation of what his team and what he wanted it to be. And St. Brown was a part of that. And I truly believe that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If I sat here, if my kids went out into the public and did something stupid, you know who that represents? That represents me, because I'm raising them. He brought him here. He put him part of his foundation. He speaks the language, and the attitude that comes from St. Brown comes from Brad Holmes and inside that front office.
Okay. Listen, everybody, I can see all sides of it. I'm never going to defend an athlete shredding fans. It's
a no-win situation.
Yeah, and without those people, Rico, you're nothing.
And once again, his
fans
brother,
don't make money off of you.
Right.
You make money off the fan.
Right. Equinemius knew immediately, oh boy, you shouldn't have said that.
That's going to be on the drop board. I quite like that. Like anytime I read something about the transfer portal. Whoa. Wow. Oh, another player's getting sued by their school. Wow. All right, to the people, fair?
Yeah.
Terrence has been very patient. T, I'm sorry it took so long. Welcome. What's going on?
It's all good. Hey, in the words of Mike and Rico, man, listen, I'm not offended. I'm not offended at all.
That's excellent.
It doesn't apply to me. I'm a fan. I know ball, so this doesn't apply to me.
Yep.
I'm not offended. Should he have said it?
No.
Absolutely not.
I don't think you should be offended. Anyone offended is crazy. Being pissed and offended are two different things. But what is your take on what he said? Like, overall, all right, you know ball. He said what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have doubts about the new OC or no?
I do have questions because I don't know him. But
Okay.
the more I learn about him, I'm starting to like what I hear.
Yes.
And I also look at it this way. He kind of took up for Brad and Dan in a sense because, it was fans were saying they don't know what they're doing with the hires, which, as you guys were saying, they do kind of lose a little credibility. So I do get that. But I think he kind of took up for him and got offended at the way the fans were coming after Dan and Brad, in my opinion.
Yeah, and look, I have no issue that he took up for his head coach or GM, and you could just – the way to do it tactically is, guys, I'm seeing a lot of stuff. Take a deep breath. I like this guy. We're going to be good. Everybody just go shovel your driveway. That's the way to do that. When you get into the discourse, Terrence, fans don't know nothing about nothing, and they don't know nothing about ball. You're going, uh-oh. And you heard what his brother said on the pod. That's a problem.
No doubt. He shouldn't have said it that way. I agree with you. I agree with that part. But get over it. We big boys. We fans.
Oh, yeah. And look, Terrence, here's the thing I'll never understand. What's a dude making $30 million a year doing messing around on social media? You know what I mean? Like,
Agreed.
That's crazy talk. Man, take your helicopter to the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. No, Terrence, I'm with you. And we always support a good whack. Thank you for that.
All right,
I needed that laugh. That was excellent, T. Let's go to our man Ivory, who's back with us, 97.1. Ivory, how you been?
I've been okay, man. Just taking it easy. Good show, guys. I appreciate you. But, well, first and foremost, like I was telling you, a call screener, I didn't have a problem with it until he said the thing about the fans. Like, and if I was running a team, I'd have say if I got hired as a head coach, I have a very strict stipulation. First and foremost, no podcast. You want to run a podcast, we can trade you to another team. I don't want anybody owning any podcast or anything as such, because I don't mind. I look at podcasts. I don't mind, like, they're funny. I do look at the videos, but it's just stuff. Podcasts like the Shannon Sharp podcast and all the pillow talk. It's barbershop talk, and these players, like, I'm a big Aman Ra fan. I think he's a top 5 receiver in the league. But I'm saying, man, I don't have a problem with what he said, because I feel a certain way about the whole OC hire thing. That, get into that another subject, but you can't, like, man, I hope that Lions PR or even Sheila Forehand, even hopefully this doesn't come from the top, like Dan Campbell gets at him and other players, because you just can't do stuff like this, especially you're trying to maintain your image, I guess. You can't attack you guys don't know ball, and you can't do stuff like that. These fans come out to games. It's tight out here. Money's tight. They pay. I just bought a jersey here, the black jersey with the blue. You can't attack. You can't do that, man. That's just not. It's disgusting, honestly. He's a good player. I'm not saying I'm not going to be a fan anymore, but I'm hoping that somebody gets at him, like Campbell and them, like, look, man, we love you, but you cannot do that. You cannot attack fans like that. You're basically calling people stupid. You can't do that. So that's just I feel like Kenny in a way. I'm not super upset like that, but when
it's insulting, Ivory, is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I was with him until I was cool, and I was like, yeah, you're right. Then I was like, hold on, wait a minute, and I had to rewatch it. I'm like, come on, man, you can't do that. You just can't.
And that's where I'm at. There's no yelling or screaming. No. But and look what Ivory said, Rico. You know I'm on that page. I've been talking about that down the stretch, and then they don't make the playoffs. I go, look, this offseason is back to basics. We got to get back in touch with who we are. There's too much sizzle, not enough steak. And we're not off to a good start. Let's hope this is the last thing,
right?
Please.
Right. I don't need to hear from any other player about, well, I'm upset with the fans. Just keep the fans' name out of your mouth.
Yeah, just don't do it. Please, I'm begging you. Just stop. 97.1. All right, let me take care of some business when it comes to an IRS collection or audit. Abraham Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 3 decades. Look, the experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you have someone to rely on. A lot of law firms come and go, but 30 years in the game, including representing their clients in front of the Supreme Court. Maurice and Jerry, they're going to get on the offensive, and that means you don't need to talk to the IRS anymore. They go to work day one. It's abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS personally. All right, we'll continue the conversation. We do have a lot to talk about today that's not scuba related, including Scott Boris, where we touched on it late yesterday. I did yell about that. I've had enough. I've had enough with the whole situation. I want to get Rico's perspective since he hasn't been here the last couple of days. And it's really about you, the fan. Because I wonder if you're so sick of Skubal, Scott Harris, Scott Boris, etc., that you're actually just ready for him to go. Or do you support what the team's doing? Because I'm going to tell you, this is what the whole year is going to be. It's not going to stop. Then I'm not here for it. It is a hellscape. Scott Boris is just openly using us as a piñata, and I don't think he's being honest either. So I'll take up for the franchise there, but we'll get to that later.
Mike.
It is. It's awful.
Hey, here's Skubal at every game, and here's.
Yeah, you can miss me with that one. That's nothing but cheap PR.
Here's Boris
David.
with, hey, nursery rhymes, and what about this? It's like, come on, guys. Either we're doing this or we're not.
David, what are the people on the text line having to say?
Well, Chris in Colorado says,
Hello,
Aman
Chris.
Ra just became obnoxiously arrogant. I feel a little gross rooting for him now.
And the problem is for people like Chris, and you're a Lions fan, and Kenny, you don't want to feel this way. It's like you feel a little insulted. Like, dude, I'm in your corner. Why am I taking a stray because I don't like what's happening, or I just don't give you full blind faith in this new hire? Show me what he's going to do. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to ask of fans, but I don't think it's fair to come after fans who just won't sit there and drink your bathwater.
Well, this one isn't a stray. This one's coming right at Kenny. It says, Kenny, you're being soft about this. LOL, you don't know ball.
Ooh, tough guy, hard opinion. Look at you go, buddy.
Oh, my.
Enjoy these athletes.
You don't know puck.
Right, exactly. Enjoy these athletes shooting strays at you, bud.
Been a fan forever, but this rendition of this team has become so unlikable, arrogant without rings. Maybe focus on winning than your next touchdown celebration.
Oh, boy. I'm telling you, you can feel it turning. And the same thing's going on with the Tigers, too. This has not been an offseason that fans celebrate. People do not have good vibes. Look, the Lions can get a preview of their future by what the Tigers have done or haven't done. And it's going to be a massive offseason for Brad Holmes, just like it's a massive offseason and season coming up for Scott Harris. Yeah, they've got to turn this around because there's a bit of an imaging problem here. Let's go to the people. Go to Dre, 97.1. Dre, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Dre.
Good, Dre. What's the good word?
So I think let me try to give a 30,000-foot view on this thing.
Okay.
Mike, you may not have wanted to watch this, but on Netflix right now, there's like a 4-episode series on the 04 Red Sox and that comeback against the Yanks. And and this, trust me, I'm gonna bring it home. There's a reason why I'm bringing this up really quickly. Back in 2003, essentially, Kevin Millar, a player for them, was getting a lot of tough questions because the Red Sox couldn't beat the Yankees, right? And at that time, like the Lions, the Red Sox fan base was subjected to a lot of heartbreak and, pessimism because of that heartbreak. And he was like, you guys are always negative, cowboy up, whatever. My point of bringing that up is that I think this is an interesting dynamic that can happen when you have a fan base that is part of a franchise that's been one of the worst franchises in professional sports. And what that can do to you psychologically, you will look at things from a pessimistic point of view. But the professional athlete in the moment in time, they look at things very, very tunnel focused. And so you have a split, right, in how you view things. And I think it's imperative for the athlete, yet you're right, it's not your fault, the entire Lions history and how that conditions people to look at things. But you have to be aware of that and to at least acknowledge, like, look, guys, I know things didn't work out, but, we're going to figure it out. I don't think it's a cockiness. I think there's a disconnect in how we view things when it comes from our fans and a professional athlete. And I think sometimes athletes either don't know or they lose track of that fans think emotionally. We don't think, most of us, I don't, because I understand the game, but 99% of fans think emotionally. They don't care about who Petzo is. Anybody outside of Mike McDaniel, they would have been upset because the average person knows who Mike McDaniel is. They want to feel good, right? Because we don't feel good right now. So he has to recognize that. You're not going to get this good feeling from the fan base because they don't feel that way. It's up to you guys to change that, and you have to make sure that you're aware of that difference. They don't think like you do, you know?
I think you've said it beautifully. And look, for people who wanted McDaniel, Dre, I think there's a space to be upset that he's not here because Rico, maybe I read it totally wrong. I thought there was a little bit of coded language. They liked him, he liked them, but he wasn't a fit. See, that leads to Campbell has a heavy hand with this offense. Mike McDaniel has a briefcase and a degree from Yale. He's going to come in and tell you all the things he's going to change. Yeah. And he wants to reinvent things. I don't think that's the space the Lions want to be in.
See,
that's what I took as he's not a fit.
See, I took he's not a fit was, hey, you want to be here. We like you. Let's end this thing right here, right now. Don't leave Allen Park without signing a deal. Well, guys, I kind of want to see what else is out there. I may get a head coaching job. We really want you to go ahead and sign this deal now, is how I kind of figured it. It's like, okay, well, you know what? He's not maybe our type of guy, so he's not fully bought in. We're going to move on.
248-539-9797. Let's go to TJ, 97.1. TJ, what's good, buddy?
Hey, I listen throughout the whole entire day, and, I listen to the morning show, listen to you guys. Love you, Mike, fellow Spartan fan, rooting on Seattle Seahawks. Hopefully Kenneth Walker wins his first Super Bowl and get MVP of that.
Ginger Jesus in a Super Bowl. What a world.
Hell yeah. But the main reason for the call is, first, I think the Lions should get rid of Decker, first of all. Save that $18 million. Earlier on the show, they were talking about it. Scooble, I think they should trade him. I don't think he's going to last 1, 2, maybe 3 years, but that would be it. And I don't think he's worth the money. I mean, yeah, he was a hell of a player, but to not go the extra innings when he had the time to do it in a moment of need, no, not worth it. And finally, for the reason for the call was St. Brown talking about how he was talking to the fan base. 3/4 of the people that listen to the show don't know a lick about football. And what I thought he said was completely true. No
one's arguing that. It's just, Tej, you can't do it as an athlete. You're profiting off the fans. The fans are spending money to watch you play.
They're
you
traveling
can think
to see you.
He just needed
but the
to not
fans ain't
do
going
that.
there for St. Brown.
Oh yes, they are.
They are. They're buying his jersey. Oh, come on.
There's plenty of players jerseys they're buying. Yeah, sure, he's a main character in the whole charade, but it all boils down to the fact that the coordinator that they hired from the Arizona Cardinals knows the game of football. Sure, everyone would have loved to have Mike McDaniel, but he wasn't a good fit. I truly don't think he would have been a good fit.
Did
Him
you
and
say
Dan
that
would have
before you didn't
clashed.
take the job, or did you just move that direction because they didn't get him?
I thought that before he took the.
No way. You're lying.
I swear.
No,
I swear.
don't call
I swear,
TJ a
Rico.
liar. Wait a second,
No, that's
guys.
David, not me. That's David.
Yeah, no. Let
I swear,
TJ.
Rico.
I'm defending TJ on this,
first
and
of all-
Rico didn't say that. That was David. So let's just keep everything on Main Street here. You're good, TJ.
Oh,
I believe
sorry.
you. You're good.
I just say he has his own personality. He was pretty much running the OC as a head coach in Miami, and he was running it with a half broke bum that was beaten and battered from so many concussions, and it just it don't work like that.
Now, TJ, this is Rico. I'm going to ask you: did you feel this way when they hired John Morton? You can be honest.
Originally, no. 2 games into the season, it started to creep up on me, and after that first Green Bay game, everyone had a bad taste in their mouth, and no one was feeling the Lions. They were like, "Oh, it's the same old Lions," But I didn't have high hopes. I thought that they were going to go the way that the season went. I did
All right,
think they
TJ.
were going to beat Minnesota, though.
TJ don't know ball.
Well,
you don't know ball, TJ.
No, David, you're out of line.
I'm messing with you, TJ.
You're out of line. Whoa. All right. Well, let's keep it timely. 97.1. He knows ball. He knows ball. You know what? Have you ever wondered why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, other sportsbook, their rewards are just the same old fan. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. And with Fanatics Sportsbook, you get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or whether you lose. You can use that Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. If you value your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, one note here before we kind of switch gears. All the focus on the offensive coordinator, and whether you use Rewind or go to YouTube, I can work my way to it. I'm not going to judge Petzing on a horrible year in Arizona where Yeah, no one was healthy. Hard to run a great offense with Jacoby Brissett. But Rico, you had a different angle here because the focus has been on the OC, and you kind of look here and it's like Kelvin Shepard has gotten a little bit of a free pass. Is that he kept his job, but there are a plethora of high-end defensive coordinators, ex-head coaches that are available. And you wanted to ask a question. I think it's interesting. So go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the question is Shepard the best guy for the job with so many DCs available? You know, he's good, but can you do better? Because when you have Brian Flores, when you have Raheem Morris, when you have Jonathan Gannon, when you have Sean McDermott, heck, you got Jim Schwartz out there. You have guys who could come in here and make this an elite defense using the tools of what you have and making it better. Are you just not doing enough standing pat with Shepard? I mean, he's good, he's okay, but you got a lot of guys out here who, and granted, they want head coaching jobs. So kind of like Mike McDaniel, I'll take this DC job, go up in there, blow it up, have one of the top defenses so I can get a better head coaching job next season or in 2 years. Like, they're going to be highly motivated. And it's not to say that Shepard is not, but these guys have been coordinators before. We've seen what they can do. We're still waiting to see what Shepard can do. We know what these guys can do. You know what a Brian Flores can do. You've seen it twice this year. You know what a Raheem Morris. You know what a Jonathan Gannon. There's so many good defensive coordinators out here, and I question, like, why aren't the Lions really looking at this and trying to take that next step up? Don't be good, be great.
Well, I don't think they want that. I think they want to do things their way. Everything you're saying makes sense on paper. But what do we just talk about with McDaniel? I think Dan Campbell has a heavy hand with this offense. I think Dan Campbell's got a heavy hand on everything in this organization. So they're going to do it their way. And Shep is going to do it their way. What you're asking for is not wrong or crazy or you don't know ball, but it would require a seed change in how they play. It would require personnel changes. See, Rico, I think what all of us have to accept is, whether we believe it or not, they believe they're a Super Bowl team who's been wronged. They're a Super Bowl team that injuries took it all away, or bad luck, or whatever it is. They believe they're still outstanding. So why would we want to make big changes? I'm not, again, I hope I articulated that correctly. You're not wrong.
No.
You're not crazy. I'm trying to read the tea leaves here, buddy. That's what it comes back to for me.
And maybe that's what it comes back to for this team, because like, we're so focused on the offense. Look, the offense has tools. Like, Pat's going to come in here, and he's probably going to do a decent job. Why? Because so long as you get that offensive line right, you have all of these weapons. I need a guy on the defense who can take what they have and make it better. Yeah. I need a guy who can go and make it, and all of a sudden this becomes that defense that, look, I'm not asking you to be the Texans next year. I'm not asking you to be the Seahawks next year. But I am saying you should be able to come out here and just shut people down.
Or I'll say this, Rico. You said take what they have and make it better. I'll say take what they don't have and make something, because they deal with injuries so much. I don't know what Kirby's going to be like. I don't know what Branch is going to look like or when he's going to return. So if you don't have that, then you have to still have a good defense. And I truly believe we talk about the language that is spoken out of Allen Park. I truly believe they just think health is going to be the difference. Hutch said it. Wild card weekend.
Yeah, he did.
What is the one thing? Health. Which means, which kind of tells me they just believe they just got to get healthy and everything will be fine. Shep, we don't need to replace him. We'll be fine again.
See, David's coming to my altar, Rico.
And it pains me because I believe I'm with Rico, because I think the better side to improve on and the more margins that could be improved is the defensive side.
Mm-hmm. Look, you know, the comment that worries me is Aleem McNeil. when Aleem, in this scheme, with Shep as the DC, saying basically, I got too much on my plate. I'm out here. No one understands basically what my employer is asking me to do. See, I view Aleem McNeil and Branch and Joseph all as the same thing. Are they the same guy anymore? All are coming off of really bad injuries. And we got to see Aleem McNeil, and he was terrible. And if schematically that's playing a role, it's something to keep an eye on. I don't know it, but I understand why people like Rico ask this question. And we started the offseason where I said, hey, first thing I'd do, Flores doesn't have a contract. No, I hear you. But I think they are telling you who they are. It's just incumbent on us to listen. They believe they're sweet. So they're not going to do the big stuff. It's really not that dissimilar than the Tigers.
No.
Oh, they believe they're sweet. Okay.
Yeah, man, you know what, Mike? Maybe you're right. 248-539-9797. Do you see this the way that I see this, that we may be focusing on the wrong side of the ball? I think the offense, no matter what coordinator will be there, I think can get the job done. I think the problem is the defense. The problem is, as David said, you need somebody who can take good players and make them great, who could take what you have with all the injuries and still go out there and get it done. Similar to what Aaron Glenn did. That's what I think. That's how he got that job with the Jets, because he had a ton of injuries and they still managed to shut people down and win games.
Yeah, I thought the last month of the season was a red flag for the defense in Shepherd because the front seven was healthy, and there they are getting gutted. And again, his comment in L.A., that lost me. We played good if you take away the two big runs. All right, we'll take those away. 15 of the 29 rushing plays for the Rams went for at least 6 yards. Hey, how about that Steeler game where you gave up 250 yards? What were you facing? Tom Osborne's Nebraska team?
Well, Mike, they would have won the game had the Steelers not scored as many points.
Got it. They were mean. They kept moving the ball down the field. So, no, that stuff, that matters. But, Rico, I hope it's not an indicator of how they're going to approach player acquisition. I hope it's not. Because if they just think they've got all the answers in-house again, I don't know what true believers buy that anymore.
So you think that they will break the mold of the Coney Island type thinking and will go out there and just do what needs to be done? Because
they don't have a choice. No. Rico, if they don't, you're going to see the villain arc completion. Fans are not going to put up with that. Because I think fans know you were nowhere close this year. Fans know it, even though they're non-ball knowers, according to Aman Ra.
Right, but then again, you when you got the players and saying, well, come on, guys, you trust in us. We know what we're doing, and you're not winning. And you have some fans saying, yeah, you know what? We do blindly trust you. I don't know, Mike. They can pretty much do whatever they want, and some fans will be like, okay, cool. Great.
Just remember who told you that Scott Harris would go from popular to not based on this offseason. How's that going? I'm saying, whoa.
Yeah, what?
2485. Exactly. Hey, that's going to be what you feel when you lose Scooble for nothing.
Yeah, well, I think
hope you enjoy the comp pick. We'll get to the phone calls.
He could be a Hall of Famer. We just got to wait and see.
He's trending to be a Hall of Famer. But if he ain't going to sign here, it's incumbent on me to get something for him.
No, the draft pick, the comp pick.
Oh, yeah, 2034, 100%.
He could be the next guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Or he could be Joe Adell or Anthony Volpe or Jason Dominguez. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie before. 248-539-9797. Your call's next, 97.1. Whoa. Listen, start the year, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row. How do they do it? Well, it's simple. They treat you like a human being. They don't BS you and waste your time. And with certified service being a breeze, it's your one-stop shop. So right now, GM employees and immediate family members, you can lease a 26 Trax LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Or GM and immediate family members, a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Straightforward pricing, no BS. And if something's off with the current vehicle, you know what to do. MoranExpress.com. Or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay, we will do a check with the text, and then I want to round out these calls, touch table on some football, and we got to get into this Scooble thing. So that sounds like the plan to me, unless David's head is going to explode about the weather again, but we'll save that later. David, couple of texts, please, and then we'll go to the phones.
Giovanni from Macomb texts in and says, this team is very high on their own NFC 15-2 supply. It is very concerning. Yes, they should have at least thought more into the defense. They're not replacing Shepard because he's way too loyal. It's going to be his downfall. It's easy to fire Morton and Lynn when they weren't your guy. We know the answer to the DC question. Campbell will never move on from Shepard. He's too stubborn for that.
Okay. Look, this is all people's reaction. I'm fine keeping him. I can see where Rico's at with it. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Terry, 97.1. T, how you doing, buddy?
Everything's cool, yo. How are you all, man? It's good to talk to you all. I got Rico one time, but it's good to get the big three of Patchett, man, Mike, and Rico. So here's how we go with Aman Ra St. Brown. He's a diva, so he's going to say diva things. I'm not really too worried about that. When I started doing my research about who we have as a quarterback in Jared Goff, last weekend, you know what that taught me? That it doesn't matter what your offensive line is, what your defensive line is. If you turn over the ball too many times in the playoffs, you will lose. Now, I have the top three guys of turnovers since 2018. I just took 2018 because that was the last time Jared Goff went to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen has 123 turnovers. He's number one, and then we wonder why he's not successful. Number two, Baker Mayfield with 122 turnovers. He has the most interceptions since 2018. We wonder why he's not successful. And then, of course, number three, our man, Jared Goff, with 121 turnovers. He also has the most fumbles since 2018, gentlemen. I know it was always a history of him being Jared baby hands. So we wonder why we're not successful with these guys. Number four is our ginger man, Sam Darnold, with 103. I don't think he's winning this weekend. And Kirk Cousins, top five with 103 as well. So last weekend taught me that you can't win if you turn the ball over to the other team. And can we say, because of these numbers, gentlemen, we can't win with Jared Goff no matter how good our offensive or defensive line is?
No. I think here, I'll fight back. I'll fight back with this.
Win or win Super Bowl, Terry?
Super Bowl. I don't think we can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff being top.
Here's your thing. Three of the top four scoring defenses in football are playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. It is about pressuring the quarterback, more specifically, pressuring with your front four, more specifically than that, fast pressure.
Yes.
Things that your defense was garbage at last year.
You know what, Mike?
That's what it showed me. I never thought about Jared Goff this past weekend.
That's why I said, and it got me to thinking, maybe we're focusing on the wrong side of the ball. Maybe we have all the toys on offense. They can put up points. But when you're right, when I'm watching what teams are doing, when I'm watching Will Anderson, who, if you like the PFF, like, is just out there, he became like a PFF cult hero. Like, looking at what that man does and looking at defenses and what Seattle, I think, is just playing 14 people out at once. They're not playing 11. They have extra guys out there. You don't see that here. So that's why I said, you got an opportunity to bring in a better coordinator. Maybe you should take advantage of a couple of guys who may not get head coaching jobs, but they damn sure want them. So they're going to come in extra motivated so that they can be a one and done in Detroit.
This is where I'll defend Kelvin Shepard, and this is where, again, I don't want to be repetitive. Dan Campbell's ass is in the jackpot. If you're a CEO head coach, you have to hire great employees. But Kelvin Shepard, I'm going to defend him in this regard. He's running the defense that Dan Campbell wants, that Brad Holmes drafts players to. He was an in-house replacement for Aaron Glenn. Schematically, I have a difference of opinion with how they go about their business and how they value or devalue the defensive line. So I want to be careful with the Kelvin Shepherd thing. Now, if you're going to knock him, knock the last month of the season where the run defense fell apart, yet the front seven was totally healthy.
Well, hold on. Mike, I'm not knocking him. I'm
saying people.
Oh,
not
I
you.
just want for the people in the back, like, oh, he hates Kelvin Shepherd. No, I don't. I'm saying if you can get better, you absolutely take advantage of getting better. Plain and simple.
Remember, and we have people calling right now. Just remember, when you decide to make that move, you've got to be committed to making the subsequent moves that domino is going to trigger. I don't think they're willing to do it. They believe they've got all the answers. And we're going to find out if they're right or not, because I'm telling you, one more year like this, where they either barely make it and don't win a playoff game or barely miss it, the conversation, it is going to be wild to hear fans' opinion of this team. Just trust Nona. Life comes at you fast in the NFL. And that NFC title game, as Rico told you, man, that's dead and gone. You ain't nowhere close to that team. And a 24 team that was so sweet, you didn't win a playoff game. And you didn't make it this year. So 26, kind of a big year. All righty. We've got people to get to, and I want to introduce this Tarek Skubal thing, get Rico's opinion. I've had enough of Scott Boris. And I'm at the point I actually wish the team would just get rid of Skubal and be done with this because I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear it. And you know what I'm not signing up for? Another 4, 5, 6 Scott Boris audio clips this summer. David, we good timing?
Yes, sir.
97.1.
The Pistons are on the road tonight in New Orleans. Cade Cunningham, a recent add to the injury report. He has an illness. Both him and LeVert are questionable because of it. Zion Williamson also questionable for the Pelicans. Tip-off at 8 over on WWJ. That's the guy that Mike wanted in a Pistons uniform. The Red Wings have won 6 of their last 7. Tonight they'll look to sweep the season series against the Leafs. It also begins a 3-game road trip. John Gibson will start in goal as Detroit rolls with the same lineup as last game in general. Hear the 7 o'clock puck drop right here on 97.1. Lions receiver Aman Ra St. says fans should trust Dan Campbell's hire of offensive coordinator Drew Petzing. Former Motor City Cruise player Charles Bediako has been granted a restraining order against the NCAA and will return to his former college program, Alabama. The courts have ruled him immediately eligible despite playing for the Spurs, Nuggets, and Pistons organizations. He did not appear in an NBA game, though. According to Tony Garcia, the Free Press, Michigan running back Bryson Kustal is returning. Cody Bellinger is also re-signed with the Yankees per Jeff Passan. The deal 5 years and $162 million. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll continue with your calls, but we got to touch the table on some football. David, music. Uh-oh.
Well, guys, I decided I wanted to try to have a little fun with you guys because
this is not football.
No. Something just happened when Indiana won the national title. They are now one of 11 universities to win a title in both men's basketball and football. So we're going to take them out. I want you all to guess the other 10 universities.
How far are we going back?
As far as it happens.
Okay. Mike, you want to go first?
Yeah, Michigan State.
Michigan State. You are correct. Michigan State won national title in football in 52. They won back-to-back in 65, 66. And, of course, they won 79 and 2000 in basketball.
I will go with the Florida Gators.
Florida Gators are correct. And they are the only school to do it within the same year.
Yeah.
2006.
Yep. What a blessed year. I am going to go with one of my pet schools, Woo-Pig-Sooie, Arkansas.
How did I know you were going to get this one? Yes, you are correct. Arkansas won the national title. They split with Alabama and Notre Dame in football, 11-0 in 1964. And then we all know they beat Duke in 1994
right.
in basketball.
40 minutes of hell, Nolan Richardson. Shout out Scotty Thurman. That a baby.
And Nolan Richardson's hairline. All right.
We are all Equanimous St. Brown sound effect regarding Nolan's hairline.
Oh, it pains me to say this. David, your team.
Yes.
University of Michigan.
Michigan, you are correct. I don't need to tell you what year because you know what year.
What year did they win in football?
They just recently won in 2023.
Well, I don't remember that. I remember 97 or 1949.
97.
Mike, you haven't been on social media. It's like, we've done it 3 years in a row. Really?
Yeah, no, you haven't.
Yeah, Big Ten has done 3 years in a row. You are correct.
Well, speaking of that, my selection, shout out Tony Ortiz. Ohio State University.
Ohio State University, you are correct. They won in their first one in football was 1942. I'll just give you that one. That was the first one. Basketball, They beat Cal in 1960.
Okay. Now it gets a little more difficult.
It sure does.
You want me to give you a hint? Because I've got one. I got a couple preloaded.
Okay.
I want you to think it's a school geographically not too far from where I grew up.
Geographically, not for. Okay,
It's a good
that's
guess.
the
That's,
hint
that's
I'm
a good
offering.
hint.
Oh, it can't be UConn. How about this? Played in a condom with a hole in its stadium.
Syracuse.
Bang.
You know what's wild about theirs, though? Because you consider them what? A basketball school, correct?
Yeah.
They only
but they
have
had
one basketball title, 2003.
Right,
That's
because
it.
Boeheim's, the king of being a bridesmaid. But then they won a championship. It was in the 50s. It was either Ernie Davis or Jim Brown.
Yeah, 1959, correct.
Lee, I have a selection.
I was about to say UCLA.
UCLA.
Wait a minute. I give him help, then he rips my selection from me?
He just stole it right from your
Unbelievable.
hand.
You know what? I say this with all the love in my heart. You're a POS. Unbelievable.
So we
I
know
helped you.
Sorry.
And then you took my next guess.
Yes.
Sorry.
So we know what they did in the Wooden era in basketball, and they won a national title in football, a shared title with Ohio State, 9-0 in 1954.
Mike, you get the next two.
Hey, tell you what. Roll the next one up nice and tight and pound it. David, go ahead. I'm out of guesses. Gave the guy the shirt off my back, and then he pushed me in front of a bus.
Notre Dame is not on there, no.
Wrong.
Okay, you're going to be a problem.
I will give you a guess, Michael, for one
Thanks,
of them.
David.
The guess is Rico loves this school.
Okay.
I can't say
Maryland. We got Gary Williams. Where the hell did they win a football title?
That's wild, right? Yes, 2002, they won their basketball title. They were named consensus national champions in 1954.
Wow.
Despite losing to Oklahoma. They lost to Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl and still were named consensus national title champions.
Also, shout out Juan Dixon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Technically the last Big Ten school.
Oh, don't do that. That's that whole when Nebraska got over on the Big Ten Network, they would show Sioux highlights. Like,
yeah,
he didn't
Nebraska
do this.
moments, and they're playing Colorado in the Big 12 Dr. Pepper championship game. Jackasses. All right, go ahead. Rico's up.
Let me see, David. Not Miami. Can I get a hint?
Yeah, ACC school. Both of them left are ACC schools.
ACC schools.
Now, remember when I say this, who's included in the ACC now?
Oh, new ACC. So let's go with Stanford.
Stanford. You are correct. Stanford got a
really
split.
proud of himself.
They got a split national title in football in 1926, and they became the fourth team to survive the March Madness in 1942. And then we have one more school.
And he said it's ACC, so I was crossing teams off. I think David Rico put some breadcrumbs out there for us. Quote, oh, hey, you two doorknobs. Remember who's a part of the ACC? So how about this? Hippie land. What about Cal? Just that's my best guess because I know it isn't traditional ACC members. Cal? Question mark?
It is not traditional, and you are correct.
There
It
you
is
go.
Cal.
Yes.
Hippie land?
Yeah,
that's
they're
hippie
they're
land.
all out there wearing hemp
Cal and
necklaces.
Stanford? Oh, yeah. They're
Hippies and nerds.
They're pointing at each other. They're the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, when they sit
Kenny,
here,
they used to have protesters who would interrupt football games because they were hiding in the trees. Please, these people are wackos.
Yeah, they won a national title in football in 1921.
Oh, come on. They didn't even have indoor plumbing in Northern California in
A
1921.
shared title with Cornell.
Oh, jeez.
This can't possibly count towards this list, David.
And then
Well, hey, be careful. Michigan claims a bunch of titles from back then.
And then in basketball, they beat your uncles, probably, Kenny, West Virginia, in the championship in 1959.
Ooh, Moonshiner Tech, huh? Sorry about that, Kenny. You just took a stray. Poor Kenny's Uncle Daryl made it to the Final Four.
I should not have said that, Kenny. I am so sorry. You've
The
been upset
possum
today.
stew was strong that day.
Well, they lost, so I'm pretty sure it was cold. So,
And now Indiana has joined the party.
They have joined the party. So
Well, they made sure they joined the party with the only school, their champions, undefeated. Oh, good poll.
You're right.
You're right. First 16-0 team, and then the Bobby Knight undefeated. Yeah.
I didn't even
Good
think
poll.
about that. Wow.
So now Indiana are the kings of earth as it pertains to wow. Yeah. College sports, it all goes through Bloomington.
The fact that they're the ones to do that kind of pisses me off now.
David, I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
Their football title? No, I don't think so.
You know what's
They
funny
were
is 100-1. When you see the photos when Signetti got there, the crowd photos of all 13 people in the crowd,
Looked like Spartan Stadium.
Compared to the national championship game, yeah, I'm ignoring you, Mike. So, compared to the national championship game where tickets went for $4,000 and they pretty much bought all of them and filled up Assembly Hall, yeah, big difference in 2 years.
So those are your 11 universities that have won a title, the men's basketball and football. It's your College Blitz, 97.1.
We talk sports all the time, and when I go home, I'm watching Sports in the Basement, done for me by Matrix Basements. Guys, they can do the same thing for you. I absolutely love what they did for my unfinished basement. They came in there, gave me a free consultation, and then they got to work. 7 weeks later, they tricked it out. They could do it for you. They're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. That's no interest and no payments until the year 2028. 2 years from now, you don't have to wait for your dream space. You can have it right now. Head over to matrixbasements.com. Get that free consultation. They'll design that basement or that extra room that you need downstairs, and they'll have it done for you by the time we're rolling into March Madness. Matrix Basements can deliver your dream space and make the payments so easy with Build Now and Pay Later. That's zero interest, zero payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner. All right. Okay, let's get to business, shall we? So I want to just bring up, and this is important, okay? I got to bring up the Scooble thing, and before you roll your eyes, and we're going to get to your phone calls, just hear what I'm saying. Scott Boris did it again. And I'm going to be the last guy on the planet to ever cape up for that organization downtown. But when it's right, it's right, and it's wrong, it's wrong. Look, the Tigers are getting used as a piñata. And it's a joke. Because Scott Boris is not being honest. I am a firm believer there is no number you could offer Tarek Skubal, and he would stay. And while I will harpoon the organization for not trading him or for whatever the hell they think they're doing, fine, that's a different issue. But I'm bringing this up because Boris spoke again yesterday. And it begs a question. And with Rico having not been here, I want him to have an at-bat. But I also want to speak to you guys because we didn't get to spend a lot of time on it. It happened late in the show yesterday. Are you at a point as a Tiger fan, as a fan of Detroit sports, where you don't even want the Tigers to engage in a negotiation? Which, by the way, we have no evidence they've negotiated. Mm-hmm. That part I can say is if the Tigers had offered $250 million, guess what? That bobblehead Jeff Passan would have tweeted it out. Mm-hmm. So I have no evidence they've tried. The point I'm making is, okay, do you even want the team to try? Or are you at a point that I'm at? Do me a solid. Trade his ass out of town. I'm done. I don't want to see him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear his agent. I'm done. And I tell you what I don't want to do. I don't want to deal with this all summer long.
Oh, right.
Because it ain't going away. Okay. All right. Order up.
Yeah, right there. Do me a favor. You guys, get in the room, figure out your life. Figure out what you want to do. Figure out whether you want Scooble here or not. But before the season starts, I'd rather you just rip the Band-Aid off, make the trade. He's gone. You may still win this division anyway without him, but at least I'll know, okay, you're kind of hitting the reset button here. You're going to move on from here because you're right. I don't want every other day we're wondering, well, is he going to get signed? Is he going to get traded? What are you going to do with him? Just end this thing, end this farce, and trade him away or get him signed. But before the season, it has to be one or the other. But if it goes into the season, that's when I'm going to get ticked off because, Mike, you already know it's going to lead up to the trade deadline. And now what's going to happen? And Boris coming up with more Dr. Seuss Disney rhymes. And what are we going to do with Scooble? And do you ride this thing out? If you want him here, make it happen. If you don't want him here, make that happen too.
Take it for what it's worth. I talked to somebody in an MLB front office. Is Scooble going to win the arbitration? The response? No doubt. The next response? I'd pay to have that on pay-per-view, that hearing. Basically, explain how Tarek Skubel's not worth more than David Price 11 years ago. Yeah. That's from someone in the sport. So, not the mean people at 97.1.
I could have told you, Mike, Stevie Wonder sees that coming. Back, Cy Young.
No, but you're not getting it. When we say it, it's one thing. Mm-hmm. If someone in the sport says it, it's another. I'm trying to just get people's heads wrapped around.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now you've soured the relationship, and I don't care what anybody says. There's going to be hard feelings. There's no world. This guy's going to win the arbitration, and you know what's going to happen next? The trade articles are going to pop up. Things that you and I don't want to talk about anymore. I'm tired of it. So I want to know from the people, you guys, the paying customer. How about, I'll even rephrase it, Rico. Who within earshot of my voice agrees with how the Tigers have handled this? Speak now or forever hold your peace. That there was option A, trade him, option B, sign him. They've gone option C. Keep him, question mark, and run the risk of getting nothing in July or a comp pick at the end of the season. I've been on team trade because I do believe, and I will defend the organization on this, Boris and Skubal, I just don't think there's a number you could offer. Realistically, you're not offering him $400 million. Now, you could offer him $250, have him shoot it down, and then he gets to be vilified. That's what I would have done. But no, I don't think they're taking that. I'd be stunned. Pleasantly stunned. But I'd like to know from you guys. Are you kosher with how the team's handled this? And have you reached a point that Rico and I have reached? I'm done with all of it. And I actually would be just, get him out of here. Go.
It does feel that way where it's just, you're tired of the circus. You're tired of all the different things. It's almost like a bad divorce. Just guys, either get divorced or go to counseling and work this thing out. But I'm tired of this.
Does anyone agree with it? Does anyone agree with him, the team keeping him, not trading him, and not signing him? We're going to keep him and take a shot at a World Series. The problem is the offseason hasn't felt like a World Series offseason. Sorry. I mean, Kenny, you've been angry today. Would you like an at-bat? David, I would really love to hear from people. And I know it's snowing. I know it's bone-chillingly cold. I know baseball might be the furthest thing from your mind, but it shouldn't be. Pitchers and catchers report in less than a month. And this Scooble thing, it's hot as a firecracker around the league. So, yeah, I if you agree with the way the team has handled this, could you please give us a call? Please? That's so I can understand, because I hate this. Go ahead, Kenny David.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Mike. I hate the way that this has been handled, but I also am very tired of hearing about it because it feels like this whole story, this whole Scooble saga has been a giant death march into nothingness because we've been expecting news ever since up to, like, what do you say, last year of something, whether it be a trade, whether it be an extension, whatever you want to call it. We've been expecting this type of news for a very long time, and it just hasn't happened. So I'm with you, Mike. I'm absolutely tired of hearing about this.
And, I mean, Kenny, obviously, I'm not on social media, and I'm not privy to every text that comes through.
You don't need to be.
Well, what I guess what I was saying is, what is the reaction to this? Like, what is the general viewpoint of fan? Are they happy he's here for 26? Do they wish he was traded? Have they reached a point of fury with Boris? Like, that's what we have not gotten a handle on.
People are mad at just about everybody. People are mad at Boris.
Okay.
People are mad at Scooble. People are mad at the Tigers.
So people are just big mad.
Yes.
They're just mad at everything. Yeah, guess what? I'm one of them. And I know it's an emotional statement to just go, to hell with this, get rid of him. But that's just where I'm at. Because this arbitration hearing, look what happened with Corbin Burns. Oh, yeah, he'll go to arbitration, but then there's no relationship. That guy's going to go late on the line for you? I don't buy that for a second.
Yeah. And that's the problem, because have you taken this thing too far? Can you come back from all of this foolishness? And I don't think so. I don't think you're going to see, oh, we just signed him and locked him up for this 7-year deal. I don't see it happening.
Look, and the problem is, look, the Tigers offer, while they made the high offer for a pitcher, the problem is it's a little out of date. And I don't know that they gave themselves the best shot to win it. Had they come in at 23 or 24, maybe you got a shot. But right now, remember, the arbiter's job, is Scooble worth $1 more than $25 million? That's it. That's the argument. And they're going to show up and say, back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, most dominant pitcher in the game. Yeah, like, they're going to win it. I'll be shocked. Now, maybe the Tigers.
No, Mike, the funny thing is, I would almost say, you know what? I want Detroit to go first and say why he shouldn't make the money. I would love to hear why he should only get the.
Well, there's your problem. That's why I talk about the relationship, because it's like a brutal negotiation where out in the open, the team now has to bleep all over the player.
Mm-hmm. I want to know if they'll say, well, you know, he didn't go into that game. Hey,
that's why it's pay-per-view, right? You want to see it.
Mm-hmm. You know, in Seattle, he could have gone into the game and said, no, I'm good. Oh, put that on the record.
As a part of baseball's new CBA, can we pay-per-view arbitration hearings? We'd all be Aman Ra's brother with that sound effect.
Oh, yeah.
Did they just say what I think they said about Scooble?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did Boris just say what he said about the Tigers?
He doesn't like to throw complete games. He opts out.
Whoa. It would be like the decision in the OJ trial. Everyone's around the TV watching. We want to just see everything together.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody dig up Johnny Cochran. Get him in this meeting.
I was about to say Scott Boris walking around with a black skull cap on his head.
Oh, jeez. And your phone calls are going to be
Kenny,
next.
you may have to look that one up.
We got a lot of people who want to talk, and I'm here for it. We'll get to it next. FanDuel playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL game day, each game day during championship round. So log in, profit boosts, and pick what you believe in. You want to bet on Ginger Jesus? You bold? You want to take a devil's number of Jared Stidham plus 5.5? It's all there for you. FanDuel.com/Michigan. Grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. And see terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Straight to the people. The Scooble thing, Boris, Tigers. You sick of everybody? I mean, people's pets' heads are falling off. That's where I'm at. And look, maybe it's all sequential. Maybe the Tigers are just going to play this out get to the arbitration, lose it, trade him. But I'll just tell you, I'm not here to get used as a piñata by Scott Boris all year. And if you're not going to sign him, get him gone. Because I am yet to talk to somebody who likes the way the Tigers have handled this. That's not even an opinion. We don't get the calls. We don't get the texts. Nobody, seemingly, seems like, sounds like, feels like, likes the way the team's handling it. Or how about this? The perceived outcome, which is Scooble here, trade chatter all year long, lose them for comp pick. So if those people exist, I implore you to call so I can understand you exist. But to the people we go, shall we? We'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
We got two Johns.
You pick then. Spin a wheel.
John and Hal.
Oh, what I want to say is trade Scooble Dom, agree 100%. Secondly, if they keep him next year and they do not sign him, which they probably won't, when the trade deadline comes up, other teams will hold the Tigers hostage, knowing they're going to have to get rid of him because at the end of next season, he becomes a free agent. Get two starters and get a potential player in right now while you can, because they will hold the Tigers up until they get rid of him, knowing Scooble's gone. Then they can sign him for nothing after next season.
Yeah, that's been my approach for a long time now, because I don't believe, and nor have I ever advocated, you should pay him what Boris wants. But I'm at a point now where Boris is playing games publicly and demeaning you, and in my opinion, lying. Oh, yeah, we'll negotiate. No, you won't. The hell you will.
Well, and it also puts the Tigers in a bad spot, and it puts Scott Harris in a bad spot, because now either you have to swallow your pride and keep your mouth shut, or it looks like you're out there slandering your ace pitcher because you had to say, well, guys, here's why we don't want to pay him that. So it kind of puts them in a no-win situation. It's like either you fight fire with fire, or you got to take the high road and know that people are not going to like that.
Let's go to David, 97.1. David, how you been?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
All right. Trade the Diva.
Okay.
Get what you can get from him. Get what you can get for him. I don't like how he's just, I'm starting not to like him. I say trade him.
It's natural. Listen, you got, and here's where I'll just say this. The player is fighting for what he believes is worth to be, and he pays his agent to do that. And we don't have to like it. And I'm not mad at you for saying it. This is the cost of doing business, and this is why I don't think players think it through all the time. Now, it's their money. It's their earning potential, and this is the only deal Scooble will ever sign. There is no second deal. He's a guy who's had 2 catastrophic arm injuries, and he's approaching 30. This is it. So I'm not trying to take bread off his table, but I'm also not going to sit here and be a punching bag. And Lord knows I'm not letting him walk out the door for nothing. I am hopeful that at some point this offseason they trade him. It sucks, but I'm not mad at anybody who goes, I've had enough of them. Don't be wearing the team jerseys around the city when anyone who knows anything would tell you there's nothing the Tigers could offer him within reason he would take. Mm-hmm. So just miss me with that crap.
Right, that little weekend that he has, and you had to make sure that everybody saw you. You weren't on the suite. You were courtside, every place. It was a look at me moment. And then, of course, I don't want to talk. Okay, then why are you? No, but I'm not talking to anybody. I'm not talking to any reporters. Respect my privacy. He literally went respect my privacy moment. Like, come on, man. What
he did the portal thing.
Yeah.
Do not contact. Respect my decision.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because reporters went up to him and I'm not talking. Okay, but you're here, man.
Right, then do us a favor. Be up in the luxury suite with security and nobody can get to you. How about that?
Right.
Let's go to John, number 2, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good, brother. What's on your mind?
Hey, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and no doubt we need to trade Scooble, but I'm kind of on the boat of we should trade Riley Green if we can get good value for him.
Well, I said that at the end of the season that either Green or Carpenter I would take a hard look at trading because they're essentially the same player. Again, they're not going to do anything I want to do. I just view a baseball team a different way. And that's fine. If they end up being right and win the World Series, who gives a damn what I say? But yeah, I would have looked at it. I don't know that I'm going to run to the altar and pay Riley, nor am I going to run to the altar and pay Kerry Carpenter. So why not weaponize them, get a little less reliant on left-handed power? It would open up a nice ability to get a right-handed power bat. Once again, they didn't do what I wanted. So yeah, John, I'm not mad at you saying it. I've said it.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to have some hard conversations. Let's remember, you pinch hit for your best player.
Oh,
at that point, you can't be untouchable.
Oh, boy.
Just go equanimous with it. Those facts are mean, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are. Seriously, though, I would like to just hear in arbitration what the Tigers will say about Skubal, because
you imagine if I was in there? Oh, dear. Let me tell you something, this pepperoni-eating SOB.
He took himself out of the game in Seattle.
I mean, let's watch this. Can you believe this guy? No, it's nasty business, man. And it's why it's when you get to this level, you make sure the player is paid or traded. Look, I'll give the Cleveland Guardians credit in this regard. That franchise is exponentially cheaper than the Tigers. Let's be very fair. But they're smart about what they do. They get guys gone before they ever end up at this spot. And that, to me, if you're going to do the Moneyball thing and you don't want to pay this guy that, and Scott Harris is going to go and espouse the virtues of how to win a World Series and how it's more than one player, and we have the kids on that's all well and good, then you got to live up to that standard, and you got to make a hard decision that, frankly, a lot of your job security will rely upon. That's the job. So I'm hopeful that they make that trade after the arbitration hearing, because I think this whole season is going to be insufferable. Insufferable. Yeah. He'll be asked about it, and Boris will make sure he gets asked about it, because Boris is going to act like a fool right up until the deadline.
Mm-hmm. Well, Boris will get asked. Boris will do stuff, but School will say, guys, I'm not talking about this. This is above my pay grade. Please respect my privacy type of thing, where he'll say nothing. His agent will be out there, and then when your agent said this, well, you're going to have to talk to my agent.
Yep.
And now every game he comes out, I think fans are going to start to dislike him more and more. Like, okay, heaven forbid he comes out like after the fifth inning. Now it's like, okay, you're quietly quitting on us, is what it will feel like.
Let's hope there's a trade. That's all I can do is hope for a trade, because I don't see how this works. I mean, I guess if they're 50 games above 500 and there's no scenario he's ever getting dealt, and they end up winning the World Series, that's what is it, Doctor Strange?
Yeah.
Here's your preview. There's one way out of this. It's win the World Series.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, like I just don't think they're at that level. Go to Chad. Or actually, hold on. David, do I have time for Chad? I want to make sure you don't yell at me.
We got a good time.
Okay. We'll go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, how you doing?
Yeah. Good, guys. Hey, I agree with pretty much everything you've said. I can't imagine anybody would call in and defend what the Tigers are doing. The only thing I really have to add is I just don't think this is ever going to get to a hearing. I think the Tigers will try and save themselves a few bucks. They'll get up to 28, see if they'll take it. And if they have to pay them 32 up front before it goes to a hearing, that's what they'll do. But they're not going to sit across the desk and try and plead some form of insanity in what crazy world it would be that he's not worth that money. Can't imagine.
So let me ask you a question. Are you so fed up with this that you actually want him traded? To just end it, move on, go sign another pitcher, and we'll move it forward?
I mean, I don't know if it's fed up as much as just from a logical standpoint, I wanted him traded at the winter meetings.
Yep.
Well before any of this started. I didn't think it would have gotten us much better value. Then each day that goes by closer to the trade deadline, that value just drops. And he has the Tigers are going to have basically no leverage if this gets to the trade deadline. So
Well, and the
I agree
problem,
with you.
you're seeing it right now too, is like case in point, like the Mets would be a place where Skubal could be had. Look, the Mets are from reading rumors, they're engaged on trading for Freddie Peralta. The teams that called on Skubal weeks ago, and all baseball reporters said the Tigers are asking for half the team, those teams probably aren't calling anymore. So now you're the finite number of teams that have what it takes to get the guy, they might not even be calling anymore. Mm-hmm. That's the issue with this. So, yeah, again, we all want the same thing. We want to win. But man, Rico, you and I do this 5 days a week. I don't remember a call where people are like, nah, man, I'm good. Keep them. Don't substantially add around them. And don't tell me you did, because your GM even admitted you didn't. Hey, the names look the same, but the team is different. I basically was Ace Ventura. Oh, righty then. So that's where we're at, guys. Wow. All right, let me take care of some business. Okay, I made it funny. Let's talk about David Femininio. Every lawyer, they say the same thing. Experience. Yeah, we know. All lawyers have experience. But how do they treat you? What's the relationship? Do you feel like this person even knows your damn name, or they're just taking your money? It's David Femininio. He's got the track record, decades of fighting and winning against insurance companies. And when you call, he's not just another case. Your experience matters. So if you've been in a car accident, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. Also, I'd like to say those bells can be heard every Sunday at 11 a.m. Mass at Greater Life on Tireman.
All right, Mike, we just finished talking about this, so I have a question for you guys. Is the Chargers offense better than the Lions offense? Why? Because Mike McDaniel is now going to be the OC for the LA Chargers, not here in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, I could say yes. Again, I think evaluating the Chargers offense this year, Rico, is as faulty as evaluating the Cardinals with Petzing. They lost 2 Pro Bowl elite tackles in Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater, and they never recovered. 4 of their 5 offensive linemen, for people who love the PFF, were bottom 2 at their position of all qualified players. Mike McDaniel took Raheem Mostert and scored 18 touchdowns. A year later, Mostert's out of the league. I think McDaniel reinvents things, and that reinvention is probably why he's not here. The Lions want to do what they want to do. I'm going to say yes, because of it, and here's what I'm betting on. I like Jared Goff. I love Justin Herbert. If Mike McDaniel can't bring it out of him and can't have a meaningful playoff run, then we're going to have to think differently about Justin Herbert. So I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say yes for a little bit of a different reason, and I know they need some wide receivers. They need some weapons on the outside there to stretch that field for them. But I'm saying it only because Slater and Alt will return. It's a difference here in Detroit where you have to kind of reshuffle some things and maybe bring some different guys in. Those guys, we know who they are. They'll come back healthy. Offensive could be really good. They get some weapons. It could be really, really good.
Guys, there's a rumor going around that the Ravens may be trading Lamar Jackson to the Raiders.
Where's the Kenny moan? That's me right now. It is a dream sequence for Lamar to be shipped out. Whoa. Look, if I'm the Ravens, I hire Brian Flores. That's right. I hire Brian Flores. And I trade Lamar to the Raiders to take Mendoza and start over. Lamar heading towards 30, you can have it. I want nothing to do with it. I don't think it'll happen because they'll burn that stadium down. But I'd absolutely be thinking regime change.
See, I don't think they'll burn the stadium down. I think that Lamar going out to Las Vegas, the Raiders fans will be like, wait, we don't have to wait for Mendoza. I
was talking about Baltimore.
Oh.
I was talking about Baltimore's fans burning the stadium down.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I think they're in full. You know what, David? I'll let you go.
Well, we had this conversation pre-show, and I don't think it happens, but I'm intrigued by this for Baltimore because while I don't like Mendoza a lot, like everyone else does, you have Henry, you have that offensive line. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all.
Just saying, new coach, hit the reset button. Expectations will be lower next year. Let's stick with quarterbacks. Mike, I think it's a no-brainer. The Houston Texans will re-sign Will Anderson. I don't think he's going anywhere. What do they do with C.J. Stroud?
I got you. Look, and I like Stroud, but I'm not here to defend it. 2 of the worst playoff games you'll ever see. I know they had no Dalton Schultz. I know they had no Nico Collins. I know they didn't have their starting right tackle. It doesn't absolve 4 turnovers in the first half and looking like you've never played the sport. So here's what we're going to do. I'm now treating C.J. Stroud like Bryce Young. I'm going to pick up your 5th-year option, and it's all or nothing. He either plays well enough next year that I'm happy to sign him to a $50 million a year deal, or I'm getting rid of him. No in between. That's what I would do. That's where I'm at.
Look, I know the GM spoke today, and Nick Caley, or Caley, however you pronounce it, their offensive coordinator, he says they expect him to return. But here's the thing. The Texans, DeMeco Ryans, they have to have a come-to-Jesus moment. They have to put the right guy behind C.J. Stroud because it is...
And they got to give him some... he's gone through a lot of injuries.
Tank Dell, they have weapons.
Yeah. So Joe Mixon, Tank Dell finally comes back next year.
We'll see. Probably not.
Guys, where does Buffalo go from here?
Oh, boy. I think Josh Allen picks the coach, whether it's Joe Brady. I'd also keep an eye on Brian Daboll. I'm not kidding. I think they go from a defensive guy to an offensive guy. And Rico, ultimately, they're going to have to ask a Josh Allen question because while this team wasn't great, he played – I thought he was horrible in the Denver game by Josh Allen standards. So I think it's getting a number one wide receiver this offseason, getting an offensive coach, and clearly they got to get Ed Oliver healthy on defense. That to me is the only place they can go. Unacceptable to blow this opportunity.
Well, what they have to do first is they have to get a GM with a backbone. Because how dare the owner speak today and say that Keon Coleman wasn't the GM's choice, that was the coaching staff's choice. Yeah. I'm sorry, did he write the name on the card and send it up there? Because that makes it the GM's choice.
Yeah, but David, a lot of times it's I'm doing this, but just so we know, put it on the record, not my choice. I got outvoted. I didn't want this kid. Let's hope it works.
Yeah, it was wild to watch the owner cut the GM off and kind of go inside the room. And
it was wild.
It is. But I do think it's positive Beans getting kicked upstairs with a raise. The new coach can have a GM that he wants to work with.
All right, guys, real quick, is Eric Bieniemy the answer that the Chiefs need?
No,
not even close.
I don't even understand bringing him back. So you can miss me with that one. I have no idea.
They flourish.
I don't understand them bringing them back when Nagy was still out there. Just bring him back. He wasn't going to be a head coach this year, but whatever.
All right. That's just a few NFL questions I have for you guys. 97.1.
right, now, hold on just a minute. And for those listening around the great state of Michigan, I know we don't carry our updates over there. What the hell did Jeremy Otto just say about Alabama and this play? Rico, before we get back into the Scooble stuff, before we play Amon Ra's audio, what the hell did I just hear?
All right, let me get his name right. It is
Bleep Hole.
No. I put it on the show sheet as Mike wins. Charles Bediako. Bediako, Mike, played for Alabama. He went into the draft, and he's been on multiple G League teams. And he sued because he's like, well, if you're going to allow foreign players to play in college, I was a one and done or two and done. I want to go back to Alabama. And Mike, he could see action as soon as Saturday.
So just for an even simpler translation, you can be a one and done, a two and done, a three and done. Mm-hmm. You can declare to go pro. You can get undrafted. Or you could be drafted but play in the G League, not the NBA. Mm-hmm. And you can play as many damn years as you want. Mm-hmm. Because, don't worry, you can sue and go back to college years later for money, even in the middle of a season. Am I getting that right? Explain it to me like I'm a second grader.
That's what it looks like. He's suing. He's got a restraining order trying to – who did he get the restraining order against, David? Is against
the
NCAA. I thought it was the NCAA.
The NCAA. And he's going to go –
This is why when people say we need contracts, people, I keep reminding you, without a union which has antitrust exemptions or without a CBA, you're never going to have contracts that are worth the paper they're written on because the de facto move is I'll sue and you'll win. You got to have exemptions to make rules, to make people's word matter. Wow.
So that's
wow.
Yeah, that's
having fun yet, Rico? Can MSU go sign Goran Sutan? Can we bring him back?
No, we were actually laughing. Evan and I'm like, well, technically they could solve their two-guard defense and go get Jaden Akins and have him come back.
So Jaden has eligibility.
No, I think he's out.
Oh.
But if you're now allowed to do the 5-for-5, then technically he would have one more year.
Well, then hold on. Jamal Crawford still has eligibility.
Oh, that's right. What about Lavelle Blanchard?
Yeah.
Look. Kevin Gaines has got eligibility. Didn't he lose it all wrestling on the Lodge?
You know what? Forget trading him to the Pistons. Just go get Jaren.
Listen,
bring Jaren Jackson Jr. back.
Yes, there it is. Jaren Jackson Jr. No, you can't. He played in the NBA. We're screwed.
I know.
You have to not play. What about the pigeon, Matt McQuaid? Do we have any eligibility left?
Technically, no.
Damn it.
Max,
all right,
Max Christie's playing. I'm trying to.
Okay, just please. I hope you're enjoying your sport. So listen, this is where we've been today and what we're talking about.
Deontay Davis, he could come back.
Oh, dear. No, he played in the league, though.
Did he, though?
No. Just because he didn't play, he played.
Okay.
But, yes, I hear you. Buster Olney report, there's a lot of activity around Scooble in the trade market because of the looming arbitration. And we've just asked the question, are you cool with the way the Tigers have handled this? Because, Rico and I are simpatico in that if they weren't going to go all in around him, which they haven't, guys, and believe me, your GM knows it, because he came out and said, well, the names are the same, but the team is vastly different.
I still can't believe he said that.
He said it.
Okay.
He said it.
More egregious that or Shepard. Well, if you take away all the big plays, we would have won.
Shepard, because there is a world where what Scott Harris is saying makes sense to a level. It still does not replace not going out and getting high-level ball players. I digress. The point is, are you okay that the team hasn't had that kind of offseason and we're still sitting here? And every day it's a new Scooble trade report, and it's Scott Boris dancing on our grave. Have you reached the point where as much as you love Scooble, you actually want him traded? 248-539-9797. That's one. The other thing we've been rapping about, I'll play the audio for you. And I'm not offended by it. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you Aman Ra made a mistake here. No, even if you're right, you're wrong. You don't go at the fans. Without the fans, you cease to exist. You do not make money. So don't do that. This is it's the Aman Ra St. Brown podcast. Is that what it's called?
St. Brown podcast.
St. Brown, him and his brother.
Tremendous. And the other voice you hear is his brother Equanimous, knowing his brother just stepped in it when he goes, wow. So here's the audio about the Lions' new OC and fans online criticizing it. That's cool. You relax with your $30 million. Meanwhile, some guy who spent half his checking account to go see you play, you don't get to tell him to relax. Don't do that. Yeah, I sound like Howard Dean.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you can't say that. Even though he's right, you can't say it.
Right.
And by the way, Aman Ra, why are you taking the most vocal 5% of fans that reside on these social platforms and then broad brushing it? 80% of fans right now are sitting around going, damn, this snow sucks. You know what they're not doing? Raging over Drew Petzing. You just, please, no more podcasting. Just, dude, you're the best. Love you. You're beloved in this town. We're baking upside-down cakes. Please, stop.
Right, but I mean, what gets me is acting as if this is brain surgery. Like, no, most fans can follow football. Most fans know what they're talking about. They may not know what's going on in the back rooms of Allen Park, but most fans know, okay, this is good, this is bad. They know what they're talking about, Mike.
Fans are results-oriented. Like, no, don't ask a fan to go on the whiteboard and draw up a duo concept for a power running play. No, guess what? They don't need to. They know the result. They know where the third down conversions were. They know where the run game was. They know what it looks like. My whole point is, even if you're right, you're wrong. So, again, I'm not mad at it. I just, there's an arrogance that emanates from Allen Park that I'm not comfortable with because, A, it's not earned, and B, it's not authentic. The earned is when we can check the trophy case and see Lombardies. We don't have that. The authentic is your brand is hard work, lunch pail, grit, toughness, not Hollywood sizzle. And whether it's Brad Holmes talking down to the fans on our station, whether it's Jared Goff being angry at the fans on our station, or Aman Ra on his pod saying fans don't know their ass from a handful of sand, that's a problem. You can't do that. So just please don't do that.
No, but that's what it comes across as. And here's what I don't like about it, Mike. You just went through this a year ago, almost a year ago to the day, okay, where now you got a new OC coming in. It's John Morton, and we were told, hey, guys, don't worry. I know Ben Johnson left. We'll keep this train going. It's going to be all right. He was once on the staff here. It was all of these different platitudes. Hey, it's going to be fine. And then it wasn't. About 10 weeks in, he was quietly let go. And now you're saying, okay, I know what we said last year, but trust me, this year, we mean business. And
this time,
if you don't,
it's for real.
Right. And if you don't agree with it, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know ball. No, you know what? No, you don't get to do that. Your equity was used last year, and you burned through it. So now you have to build that back up. You got to build that trust back up with the fans, and you can't get mad at fans for not just coming out there and blindly saying, whatever you say, whatever you do, we'll buy it. You can't attack fans for that.
Yeah, and mind you, I think most reasonable fans are willing to give it a run. And we can find some positives in Drew Petzing, and I'm not holding 2025 against him because everything went wrong in Arizona, including the whole offense dying. But let's not act like this is Mike McDaniel or, if it was the defensive equivalent, we'd like to announce Brian Flores as our new DC. Like, those are the whole everyone holds hands, kumbaya moments. This is not that. And I do, of course, I thought there was a bit of folly the last 2 days, Rico, when you weren't here. And fans were raging on Monday. And I'm like, guys, you didn't know this guy existed on planet Earth 10 minutes ago. You don't have to love it, but I encourage you not to hate it. Here's why. And I laid out data, facts. But it's different. Like, that's what we do. We talk sports. Aman Ra makes $30 million. The only reason this league exists, he exists, the money he makes exists, are the fans. Don't do that.
Right.
So, look, you want to talk about the Scooble thing, 248-539-9797. You want to talk about Aman Ra, do whatever you like with it. I'm not asking you to be upset. I'm not asking you to support him. You do whatever you like. You're never going to win knocking the fans. And the bigger takeaway is something Rico and I talk about. There is a little bit of entitlement with this football team, arrogance, and it's repeated in the messaging at all levels. And it's like, guys, 2023 is a long time ago, and you didn't win anything. In fact, you didn't even get to the game where you get to win something. You haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. You didn't even go to the playoffs this year. Guys, power it down. I mean, live your best life, but don't knock the fans. 248-539-9797. We will get with the people next, 97.1. Football playoffs, they're here. So with that in mind, can you imagine driving? No, you can't drive anywhere 55 today with this weather. But hypothetically, the length of a football field, 50 miles, 55 blindfolded. It'll take you about 4 seconds. That's how long it takes people to text. And that's why people die. Don't text while driving. Stop it. And if you don't have life insurance, you're not doing right by your family. Call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200, or you can go on the web at nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll get to the people. Then we'll see what the texters have to say. Check in on some football as well. We begin with Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you, Mike?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
So I've been wanting to talk to you guys about Scooble for a while. I think Scooble is the biggest blessing and curse this city's seen in a while, at least for Detroit baseball. I mean, he is objectively the best pitcher in baseball, 2-time Cy Young winner. And it's of my opinion that the entire town wants to pay him, but it's really unfortunate that we can't and insulate him with talent. It's just really a big shame and a major fault on the Tigers. I personally don't think anyone wants to see him traded. And yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Also, I don't think the fan base will villainize him. To Rico's point earlier, he's single-handedly dragged this team further into the playoffs than anyone thought possible.
They
the past
won't
2
in
years.
the absence of an offer.
Right.
That's the key. That's all I was saying.
But
But Jeremy, if you read a report from Passan that said the Tigers offered 6 at $250 and he turned it down, oh, he'd get vilified then. But there's no evidence anyone has seen that the Tigers have made any real market offer. That's the problem with all this.
Yeah, because, Jeremy, I'm saying if he goes into this season, we're still going through all of this, and all of a sudden he's taking himself out of games, and you're like, man, you can't stick around. You're going to think that, you know what, he doesn't want to be here. And then fans, that's when they'll turn on him and say, I don't know how badly he wants to be a Tiger.
I don't know. I think he does have to get paid. I mean, if he's got a brain on his shoulders, I mean, he knows his worth, you know?
But that's why I blame the organization, is this could have been handled differently. Either trading him or load the wagons. And you know what?
Correct.
We know you don't want to be here, but you can't have an offseason where you're selling the fans, hey, the names are the same, but trust me, this time it's different. Like, Jeremy, that's the problem.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's just a giant failure on the Tigers organization as a whole. I don't think necessarily on Scooble or that he should be vilified.
I'll give you the other thing that's a blessing and a curse. And Jeremy, I appreciate it. Look, and I'm very forward about this. It's a blessing you play in the welfare AL Central, but it's also a curse, meaning the team can go out and tell you, what do you want? We made the playoffs back-to-back years. We are sweet. Are you? I mean, first of all, you had a Pixar movie 2 years ago. And then last year, you didn't win the division. You blew a 15.5-game lead. The only division you're a playoff team in the American League is the one you reside in. Go, I encourage you, go play in the AL East. Go. And see what that looks like. And don't give me some sample size. Well, you know, our record against the AL East over these 2 months. Stop. The point is you can get away with this. Mm-hmm. And then when you criticize it, oh, you're mean. No, I'm not. I'm a baseball fan. I know what I know. 3 of the bottom 6 payrolls in the sport, this division. Stop. Teams in this division aren't even trying. Mm-hmm. Which also is a blessing that you could trade Scooble and still win this division. That's the crazy part.
Exactly. And I think I speak for you, Mike. I just want to see it happen soon. I don't want
100%.
this dark cloud carrying over for the entire year where you can't
take
really
anymore.
enjoy it. Because they can come out here and they can start off and go 35-5. And instead of being like, wow, you guys are like the 84 Tigers, it's going to be, well, is Scooble going to be here? Is Scooble going to be here? Scooble's going to be here.
Yep. No, I'm not here for that. And I do wonder, does the arbitration hearing play out? They lose it, and then they trade him. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, because going into the season knowing you're losing him for nothing, and the only way out, shout out Rico and Dr. Strange, is to win the whole effing thing. That's not smart business. And here I go again. I'll compliment the Tigers. I do think they have smart people there. Just because I don't like the brand of ball they play doesn't mean they're not smart. There's no world from a risk assessment that that's smart business. Go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, how you doing?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Hey, Drew.
What's good, Drew?
Oh, man. I've been biting at the bit for this for a while. Just haven't had the chance to sit down and talk to you guys. I'd like to comment on both things. I'll be quick if I can. First, on the Aman St. Brown, I love him, dude. I just wish he would just, it's like, I don't want to know your politics, and I don't want to know what you think about the fans, because it's usually not going to be good. But for him to say that we don't know how to, we don't know nothing about football, we don't know nothing about football. But we do know one thing. He's made 2 hires in the OC department, and they both flopped. Ben Johnson wasn't a hire; it was a promotion, and it was probably because Ben helped him get through that first season when he let Lynn go. Okay, so let's get that out of the air. All right, first of all. So, yeah, I don't trust Dan at this point to hire a good OC. Let's wait and see. I'm going to wait and see, sure. But, no, I'm not going to just blindly trust the guy because he hasn't done it yet. Secondly, on the Carrick Skubal thing, I am so ashamed that I am a fan of the Detroit Tigers today because you have this guy that's won 2 Cy Young awards, and you're not even giving him a little bit of – you're not even getting to the table with the offers because it's insulting to the agent who's acting like a goofball. And I'm with you, Mike. I think he's a derelict. But the fact that you're not even negotiating with this guy who's won 2 Cy Youngs is kind of sad. And that you're doing this $19 million and then $19.9 and then you pulled it back in 19. And now if he loses the arbitration, they're going to trade him. I mean, do you think the old man's rolling over in his grave right now? Because, the old man spent money. He wasn't afraid to spend money and take a swing.
But also, I'll say this, Drew, both things can be true. I can't ask Chris Ilitch or Scott Harris to operate the way Mike Ilitch did. That was a guy who knew tomorrow wasn't promised, and he wasn't operating a business. He was chasing a dream. They're operating a business. And while I think they could spend their money more wisely, it's not that they haven't spent any. Look, not spending any is Cleveland. All right? Their payroll. No, I'm just making a point to you that, my issues are about what they do. Their payroll's going to sit at 150, 160, flat in the middle of the league. That's not terrible. Do I wish they do a little more? Sure. Their spending is paying Skubal's arbitration, the qualifying offer to Glaber, Kenley Jansen, and signing some guy who hasn't pitched in the major leagues. Well, that's and there we go. So they do a lot of that stuff. That to me is,
man, it's ridiculous.
It's wasteful. No, I'm with you.
Couldn't they have gotten in front of this 3 years ago and did a 4-year deal like they did with the kid from the minors that they brought up? I can't think of his name right now.
But remember, 4 years ago, this wasn't Tarek Skubal. 4 years
ago,
ago,
he was still coming off an injury and all that stuff. Yeah, I get it. Would have been a gamble.
Yeah, especially as a new regime coming in.
Right. We got this gem, and we can't even. He's so out of touch from us right now. And I think it's like Rico says. I think they're betting on there's not going to be baseball in 27, so they're going to just roll the dice. I don't think they're going to trade him, Mike. I unless they give him $30 million in arbitration, which is definitely a possibility. I mean, I don't think they're going to trade him. I think they're going to just go with it. Hopefully, they're.
I can only tell you. I talked to somebody in an MLB front office, and they said it's no doubt he's winning it. That's their opinion. They could be proven wrong. I'm just telling you. I mean, basically, the case the Tigers have to make is he's not worth more than a guy who got the same offer 11 years ago. Mm-hmm. And for Boris, he's got to be worth $1 more than 25. So I'm just telling you, don't put me in a position to defend this team. You got to stop with the Mike Ilitch stuff. That's not fair. That's not fair to reality. Right. That's not fair to Chris Ilitch. And believe me, I'm going to have to take a shower defending this team. My point is, you got to stop with a dying old man having a top 5 payroll and, not making money. That's just not realistic. Come on. I mean, we all know that.
No, I mean, you're right. And, yeah, I think the best case scenario is there's no baseball after this season.
Oh, I hope there's no baseball. Let me be clear, and that's coming from a Yankee fan. This sport is a joke. 20 of the 30 teams aren't even trying. Mm-hmm. It has to be fixed. I'm not worried about what the Dodgers do as it relates to my team.
Yeah. You weren't here when the whole Dodger thing came down, and I was just like, guys, I'm not mad at the Dodgers for going out there and saying, what? we found a loophole. We're going to exploit this thing, and we're going to
They're
put
getting
together
$300 million
an all-star
a year in TV money. They own their parking. They own their stadium. They have a global economy because they have Ohtani. I'd be doing the same thing. Nobody spends more on player development. Nobody's more aggressive in the international market. Nobody's spending more money right now using a deferred money trick. I'm not mad at them.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't – look, there needs to be a salary floor and cap, and we need realignment. Because you know what I'm tired of? This worthless-ass division the Tigers play in. I need realignment. Everybody needs to raise their game.
See,
I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
The NL East, it's not fair. Braves, Phillies, Mets, not fair. That's a war zone.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to another division like this, and you're picking through the garbage with the White Sox, Guardians,
Right,
Royals,
but see, the thing
Twins.
about divisions, though, Mike, it almost goes in circles where all of a sudden the AL Central may be the hardest division for a few years, and the other
do me
ones
a
kind
favor.
of fall off.
Call me when that happens. The Indians. The Guardians' payroll's the same today as it was like in 2004. It is a joke. But I hear you. All right,
The
uplifting
one thing
stuff.
I would have to have is a floor. If I can only
Yes.
pick one, I'll take the floor, not a cap.
Floor
but a floor.
the floor should be 125.
Mm-hmm.
And the ceiling 300.
Because now you have that team at the floor. Well, guys, you got to spend $40 million. You better go out and get two good players or one.
I'll tell you
really
the other
good
thing
player.
too. There is a world too, and I oh God, can you imagine being the GM who trades Scooble to the Dodgers? You'd essentially be accused of breaking the sport.
People already
You just
say-
hate to see it.
Yeah.
All right, good talk. 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens. That spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now with Xfinity, look, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something that's just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid's ordering that new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympics come around for the winter, hey, your kid could be fitting in for their own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years, guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. So, Xfinity. Imagine that. A proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
All right, we'll continue with your calls, but we got to touch the table on some football. David, music. Uh-oh.
Well, guys, I decided I wanted to try to have a little fun with you guys because
This is not football.
No. Something just happened when Indiana won the national title. They are now one of 11 universities to win a title in both men's basketball and football. So we're going to take them out. I want you all to guess the other 10 universities.
How far are we going back?
As far as it happens.
Okay. Mike, you want to go first?
Yeah, Michigan State.
Michigan State. You are correct. Michigan State won national title in football in 52, and they won back-to-back in 65, 66. And, of course, they won 79 and 2000 in basketball.
I will go with the Florida Gators.
Florida Gators are correct. And they are the only school to do it within the same year.
Yeah.
2006.
Yep. What a blessed year. I am going to go with one of my pet schools, Woo-Pig-Sooie, Arkansas.
How did I know you were going to get this one? Yes, you are correct. Arkansas won the national title. They split with Alabama and Notre Dame in football, 11-0 in 1964. And then we all know they beat Duke in 1994 in basketball.
40 minutes of hell, Nolan Richardson. Shout out Scotty Thurman. That baby.
And Nolan Richardson's hairline. All right.
We are all Equinemius St. Brown sound effect regarding Nolan's hairline.
Oh, it pains me to say this. David, your team.
Yes.
University of Michigan.
Michigan, you are correct. I don't need to tell you what year because you know what year.
What year did they win in football?
They just recently
Does
won
it
in
have a title win?
2023.
Well, I don't remember that. I remember 97 or
don't
1949.
97.
Mike, you haven't been on social media. It's like, we've done it 3 years in a row. Really?
Yeah, no, you haven't.
Yeah, Big Ten has done 3 years in a row. You are correct.
Well, speaking of that, my selection, shout out Tony Ortiz, Ohio State University.
Ohio State University, you are correct. They won in their first one in football was 1942. I'll just give you that one. That was the first one. Basketball, They beat Cal in 1960.
Okay. Now it gets a little more difficult.
It sure does.
You want me to give you a hint? Because I've got one. I got a couple preloaded.
Okay.
I want you to think it's a school geographically not too far from where I grew up.
Geographically, not okay.
It's a good guess. That's a good hint.
Oh, it can't be UConn.
How about this? Played in a condom with a hole in its stadium.
Syracuse.
Bang.
You know what's wild about theirs, though? Because you consider them what? A basketball school, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They only had one basketball title, 2003.
Yeah. Right, because Boeheim's, the king of being a bridesmaid. But then they won a championship. It was in the 50s. It was either Ernie Davis or Jim Brown.
Yeah, 1959, correct.
I have a selection.
I was about to say UCLA?
UCLA.
Wait a minute. I give him help, then he rips my selection from me?
He just stole it.
Unbelievable.
Right from your hand.
You know what? I say this with all the love in my heart. You're a POS. Unbelievable.
So I
helped you. Sorry. And then you took my next guess.
Yes.
Sorry.
So we know what they did in the Wooden era in basketball, and they won a national title in football, a shared title with Ohio State, 9-0 in 1954.
Mike, you get the next two.
Hey, tell you what. Roll the next one up nice and tight and pound it. David, go ahead. I'm out of guesses. Gave the guy a shirt off my back, and then he pushed me in front of a bus.
Notre Dame is not on there, no.
Wrong.
Okay, you're going to be a problem.
I will give you a guess, Michael, for one
Thanks,
of them.
David.
The guess is Rico loves this school.
Okay.
I can't say
Maryland. Maryland. We got Gary Williams. Where the hell did they win a football title?
That's wild, right? Yes, 2002, they won their basketball title. They were named consensus national champions in 1954.
Wow.
Despite losing to Oklahoma. They lost to Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl and still were named consensus national title champions.
Also, shout out Juan Dixon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Technically the last Big Ten school.
Oh, don't do that. That's that whole when Nebraska got over on the Big Ten Network, they would show Sioux highlights. Like,
yeah,
he didn't
Nebraska
do this.
moments, and they're playing Colorado in the Big 12 Dr. Pepper championship game. Jackasses. All right, go ahead. Rico's up.
Let me see, David. Not Miami. Can I get a hint?
Yeah, ACC school. Both of them left are ACC schools.
ACC schools.
Now, remember when I say this, who's included in the ACC now?
Oh, new ACC. So let's go with Stanford.
Stanford. You are correct. Stanford got a
really
split.
proud of himself.
Yeah.
They got a split national title in football in 1926, and they became the fourth team to survive the March Madness in 1942. And then we have one more school.
And he said it's ACC, so I was crossing teams off. I think David Rico put some breadcrumbs out there for us. Quote, oh, hey, you two doorknobs. Remember who's a part of the ACC? So how about this? Hippie land. What about Cal? Just that's my best guess because I know it isn't traditional ACC members. Cal? Question mark?
It is not traditional, and you are correct.
Hey,
Cal.
Yes. Hippie land?
Yeah,
that's
they
hippie
were
land.
all out there wearing hemp
Cal
necklaces.
and Stanford? Oh, yeah. They're
Hippies and nerds.
They're pointing at each other. They're the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, when they sit
Kenny,
here,
they used to have protesters who would interrupt football games because they were hiding in the trees. Please, these people are wackos.
Yeah, they won a national title in football in 1921.
Oh, come on. They didn't even have indoor plumbing in Northern California in 1921.
A shared title with Cornell.
Oh, jeez.
This can't possibly count towards this list, David.
And then,
Well, hey, be careful. Michigan claims a bunch of titles from back then.
and then in basketball, they beat your uncles, probably, Kenny, West Virginia, in the championship in 1959.
Ooh, Moonshiner Tech, huh?
Sorry about that, Kenny. You just took a stray.
Poor Kenny's Uncle Daryl made it to the Final Four.
I should not have said that, Kenny. I am so sorry. You've been
the
upset
possum
today.
stew was strong that day.
Well, they lost, so I'm pretty sure it was cold. So
And now Indiana has joined the party.
they have joined the party. So
Well, they made sure they joined the party with the only school, their champions, undefeated.
Undefeated. Oh, good poll.
You're right.
You're right. First 16-0 team, and then the Bobby Knight undefeated. Yeah.
I didn't even
Good
think
poll.
about that. Wow.
So now Indiana are the kings of earth as it pertains to wow.
Yeah. College sports, it all goes through Bloomington.
The fact that they're the ones to do that kind of pisses me off now.
David, I don't think anybody saw that one coming.
Their football title? No, I don't think so.
You know what's
They were
funny is
100-1.
when you see the photos when Signetti got there, the crowd photos of all 13 people in the crowd,
Looked like Spartan Stadium.
compared to the national championship game. Yeah, I'm ignoring you, Mike. So, compared to the national championship game where tickets went for $4,000 and they pretty much bought all of them and filled up Assembly Hall, yeah, big difference in 2 years.
So those are your 11 universities that have won a title, the men's basketball and football. It's your College Blitz, 97.1.
We'll get a few of the texts, but this is for Rico, because Rico still likes college basketball. I think I have about minus 1,000 odds on the next name coach to just say, F it, I am done with this crap. I give you UCLA head coach Mick Cronin. Now, he already basically said, if I could trade my team, I would. But now he's yelling about scheduling, saying the Big Ten doesn't care about basketball. He goes even further, saying, I want to thank the Big Ten for giving us 5 of our first 7 on the road and giving us a team picked to win the league on 2 days rest. It couldn't be much worse, he said. I don't think they care about basketball. Look, man, they ain't moving the city of L.A. I don't want them to, and they damn sure ain't moving UCLA, and I don't want them to. But we're in a league in the Midwest. But you don't have to play 5 of your first 7 on the road and then come home and get the team picked to win the league on 2 days rest. I had 2 Hall of Fame coaches send me a text. Why do you play Purdue tonight? ? I just saw you play Saturday at OSU. He goes, I'll give you one better. They've been here since Thursday. ? Hope you're enjoying your monster.
Well,
UCLA in the Big Ten. Whoever could have saw this coming?
Here's the problem with that. Mick, first of all, you cashed your check. Second of all, here's the thing, Mike. I told David, wait, that was from last night because he gave the same speech last year.
Yeah.
So I thought people were just bringing it back. And I'm like, oh, whoa. He did it again this year.
He hates his life.
And here's the kick in the pan. You didn't go out and beat Purdue. I don't think many people stayed up to watch, but they actually beat Purdue by 2 points with 8 seconds to go.
Both things can be true.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, he's speaking for a lot of coaches and fans. Let's be clear.
He is.
A Big Ten game featuring Michigan State in Eugene, Oregon. Huh?
He is, but guys, you took the check. So therefore, you don't get to complain if you cash the check. Mick, you could easily say, I don't want to do this. I want to go to another place. I don't want to coach here. But yet he still keeps coaching there to complain. And as you say, both things can be true. He's right.
Yes.
But the fact that I don't see you putting your resume up on Indeed tells me you're okay with this. There's a price that they hit that you're like, all right, I'll deal with it.
I bet you a lunch he walks at the end of the year. We'll have some fun.
I don't think so. Because
Mike,
lunch. Okay,
lunch.
Lunch it is, because I thought this was him from last year. So I was like, why is everybody bringing up what Mick Cronin said last year? It wasn't.
Listen,
it was
just
from last night.
Or it's like, what was that old, what was it, the dating thing? It's just lunch. It's just lunch, Rico.
Okay.
He's walking. That guy hates his life. He's like Milton from Office Space.
Right, but then he comes out there and he wins. He wins the game, and it's just like, so you did all that complaining, and then you beat Purdue.
Maybe Kareem's got some eligibility left. They can go get him.
No, you know what? Maybe he goes back as Lou Alcindor.
Honestly, the way the sport's going, nothing would surprise me at all. At all. Yeah, that's right, Equanimous. I appreciate that.
Jeff Rieger is joining us. Riggs, way to go.
Uh-oh.
You know
what I do? What I do? What did I do?
For once in your life, you did not oversell a topic to me.
Oh, you're talking about the St. Brown stuff? Oh, is that his brother? Yeah. No, I heard you guys talking about it. That is the funniest part of it. Like, Equanimous realized what he did before Aman Ra realized, and then he went back. He's like, well, of course I love all Lions fans.
I love the Lions fans, and some of my best friends are Lions fans. And it's like, no, buddy, you stepped in it.
So do you think the Lions as a team don't like their fans? You had Goff earlier in the year saying, I hate the doubters, and now you got this. Guys don't know ball.
No, I think the Lions want their fans to have a blind faith in them. I think the Lions want their fans to just always never doubt them and just know that, you know what, the Super Bowl is right around the corner. Just wait. It'll be here.
Even though the last hire didn't work out. Anyway. Yeah, so I saw that today. I'm like, oh, wow, this is gold.
we also had fun with Buster Olney and Scooble and Boris and just the nonsense of all of it. Like, I'm actually hoping they lose the arbitration and they trade him. I'm done. I don't want to do this the rest of the summer.
I heard you guys talking about it. It is true. After every Scooble start, you think this is the last time you ever faced the White Sox? You think this is the last time at Comerica Park? It's never going to end. People are going to get sick of it. But look how bad you look if you lose the arbitration and have to trade him. You look so bad. You mismanaged this. The best pitcher in baseball, you mismanaged. That's tough. So we'll see.
That's a YP, not an MP. What's coming up next?
We're going to talk St. Brown, get you up to Red Wings hockey. I don't have the stats on this, but do you know if the Wings win today, they will have swept Toronto for the season series? 4-0. How about that? That's right. That never happened. Games in Toronto, great chance.
Yippee. Show me the trade deadline, because the audio coming out of that locker room, those players want to add.
Yes,
they want to be in the mix.
Last year to add.
Show me.
How about the bread man, Michael? Artemi Panarin, 19 goals, not going to be in New York, stud
Bro,
winger.
you got almost $15 million in cap space, okay? And yet I'm reading articles, he's rumored Colorado's interested. They can't rub two dimes together. I don't know. Sure.
Whatever it takes.
Guy's on pace for 90 points this year. I don't know, yeah.
You got a chance to be first in the Atlantic. You better make moves
Rico
like you have a
would
chance
love
to be
that
team.
move. Rico would love it because he's a communist. Perfect. One of your countrymen, Rico.
Jeez.
There you go.
All right.
That's plenty for you.
We'll have some vodka.
What a way to end the program.
Rico's just traded for Karl Marx for future considerations. All right, we're out.
Probably not a second too soon.
97.1.